you the ropes, kid. Show you the ropes. Got a bus and a trailer at my house, my house. I'll show you the ropes, kid. Show you the ropes. I bought 15 cases for my house, my house. All the furniture is in the garage. But that funk is playing in my house, my house. You got to set them up, kid. Set them up.
Ooh, ooh. What up? Mm, yeah, I did. I was air grinding too hard. I need to add that as a emote, huh? It's pretty fucking sick. Yeah, I believe us. Oh, oh. Hold on. I got a fucking banger I'm brewing up over here. It's pretty sick. Hold on. This shit's gonna go right here so that okay, and then that, and then at the end here. It'll go to this shit. Um. Anyway, what's everyone up to? How was your fucking day? Your week? Um. Can I make a copy of that? Damn. Doop 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 doop. Okay. Um. Shit. Oh my god, that fucking dog is so gross. She's just over there like licking herself. Oh, there's all my shit. Okay, cool. I was looking for these. Hmm. My Ninja Turtles. Okay, cool. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Summer to be over. Um. Yeah, it's fucking moist as fuck in here. Um. There's like all the neighborhoods in Chicago, they have like a festival, which is just like a like an overgrown block party. Um. But like when they have it in the cool neighborhoods, it's fun. So there's one tomorrow we're going to, a bunch of bands. Um, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're good because the Empty Bottle booked them. So you know how that goes. Um, fuck you. Okay. All right. All right. Cool. I need to finish fucking Pantheon. Um, I don't like have a whole lot of I don't know if it was just like fucking slow content day or what, but I don't know. I didn't see a whole lot. Let me see. I mean, I got a couple things. But it's just like I don't know, man. There's no new Second Thought or Y files or anything. Um, Stephen A. Smith, does he have like a what? What's this?
Patrick Bet David.
MMA guy? What? That's not MMA guy. Um, huh. Yeah, just Biden brain rot. So the vibe in Toronto is so much nicer in the warm months. I mean, there's a little bit of that here. The last few winters, it's been fucking pretty mild. So that's kind of been downplayed. Like, it's been like, I don't know, like, I think we're gonna fucking luck out with climate change. I mean, it's unsettling, but like, so far, it's been shorter summers and milder winters. And I'm like, oh, fuck, can't complain, you know? I'm sure they could fucking stick the shiv in at any moment, though. I just like to think, wait, I'm just lucky I'm not in Egypt, okay? Cuz shit.
Is on an interesting trajectory.
Wait a minute. So he's going to react to valuetainment and not Billy Carson valuetainment? Dude, I would love to hear Sam fucking try to debunk Billy Carson. That'd be so fucking great. Oh, man. Who's Zach App Hemp? My top cheerer, the community's top cheerer is Zach App Hemp. Cool.
You know, one of the things when I started this program was I actually did like
Cooler summers.
when I moved
Yeah.
from, you know,
Been nice.
basically started
Been
it
really
as
nice.
a podcast. I did write up like a thing of this is what how I would approach somebody and ask for an investment of like $200,000 into the show. And I ultimately never sent it to anybody because I was always concerned that people would want some type of return on on the show, frankly.
Your show doesn't make
I
any
didn't
money.
want that kind of pressure that I had shareholders. If you're a multi-millionaire who,
if
let's
you're a
say you've made your
valuetainer,
money
you don't even
from,
worry
like,
about
a,
that.
What is that called, Matt? The
pyramid scheme, MLM.
Multi-level marketing.
Dude, Sam should
Okay.
just
multi-level
valuetain
marketing,
more.
not a
Sorry,
pyramid
we
scheme,
don't use pyramid scheme, but multi-level marketing. Right.
multi-level marketing scam. And if you use and if you make all your money from that, and then you're like, I'm going to be a media superstar. And so I'm going to buy a building, or I'm going to rent a building. I'm going to build a beautiful set. I'm going to have all these offices down in Florida. I'm going to sponsor all these things. I'm going to pump a lot of money in advertising. I'm going to fly down guests and put them
you're
up at
fucking nuts who does
hotels.
that.
I'm gonna deficit spend to make my company, you know, big and get big returns. And I've got big dreams. And I'm going to call it infotainment, or valuetainment.
Valuetainment.
Where there's like a value and an entertainment to it. And since I have value and entertainment, I'm going to combine it to call it valuetainment. And then when maybe like you start getting big numbers, but you just start to realize like, wait a second, I got 12 people, I got like 15, 20 people working for me. I'm not making the kind of money I thought I would on year 5 or whatever my projections were. Then you really got to maybe lower your standards and pursue some stuff that might be a little bit more cash rich.
Cash rich.
So I give you Patrick Bet-David with MMA fighter Bryce Mitchell.
Gammons bathing in bins to cool down is the future.
Very interesting.
Yeah, you guys are gonna look. You know, you've fucking had a like an unearned, you know, what's that called? You know, like in a video game where you get like a boost. What's that called? Buff, something like that. A buff. That's what it's called. Fucking Europe has had the unearned like buff that they get that fucking Gulf Stream just fucking blows them all day. They just get that fucking that huge fucking advantage. It's like further north than fucking Nova Scotia, but they have you know, fucking mild as shit. That was the incredible thing when I was there. Was like it was like light out till like fucking midnight sometimes. That's how far north it is. Or like maybe not midnight, but like 11:30. Okay. Dude, there's so many effects on here. I get FOMO from looking at them. Like, oh. No, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. I just fucked this up. Should just fucking posted it. What's up, officer? How's it going? You're not our caseworker, are you? I need to figure out how to do the stream with a fucking full-time vaporwave filter on. It'd be pretty cool. I keep forgetting what I'm looking for. I'm like, oh, that looks like a cool effect. There's a specific effect I'm looking for. Okay, whatever. It's so not worth it. Mm. Okay, cool. Many new find buttons. No, they're like effects on the CapCut. It's called. It's like the like the iMovie for TikTok. But there's so many effects on there. I want to try them all. I'm like, ooh, that one looks cool. And it's just like the marketing of the cool thumbnail. Okay. I'm just gonna fucking go. Okay, let's go and fucking speed this up. It's so slow. Blinking. Read them rules. CapCut, yeah. I mean, I try to use it for work sometimes too, because I have to make videos for work a lot. I feel like when I get like a little bit more practice on the desktop version, I'll be in a good place. But it's like, it's weird. You notice this, not just them, but like a lot of apps I've been seeing lately, it's like made for your phone, you know? So it's like, it's so much easier to do on your phone than it is on the computer. It's kind of bizarre. Okay. All right, just need to fucking post this. Bitch, be humble. Okay. Cool, right there. Split, delete. Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, that fucking 90s playlist was killer, huh? There was a specific Chemical Brothers song I wanted to hear that never came on though. It's been in my head all day. Where is it? Dude, that's one of my favorite album covers of all time. Is it this one? No, it's one of these. You know what album cover I'm talking about? Hey, I was thinking about changing the name of the show to Valuetainment. There, this one. Love that shit. That was like, especially too, like in the 90s, that was like before this fucking aesthetic had been played out.
The Jews. In this instance, he uses some of the Muslims as a way of trying to explicate his perspective on some of the Jews.
And then, so now, walk me through what you think about Jews and Israel. So what do you think about the religion of Judaism and Israel?
Crankutainment?
Well, I think even the Bible says that the Bible definitely says that people...
Is it the guy from Chillbillies?
That call themselves Jews.
What's up, lesbian not sauce?
So Jesus said, I mean, just straight out of his mouth, he said, people will say that they're Jews, but they are not. They're wicked. And I think that that's what's going on. And I believe that 99% of the Jews are really nice people, but who has all the wealth, you know? a lot of rich Jews, you know what I mean? And I think that a lot of the more elite rich Jews are conspiring to take that land back, kill all Muslims and Christians.
You think kill all Muslims and Christians?
Oh, pause it for 1 second.
Who is this guy?
Let's hand it to Patrick Bet David. He's really pushing back on this.
Anonymous gifter, 6 months to lesbian hot sauce. Look at that.
I mean, didn't you
Hell
hear?
yeah.
Jesus said it.
Starting off
Jesus
strong.
said it. So
Thanks, dude.
proof is in the
Jesus
pudding.
never said that, by the way.
This is honestly like you can't get
It's like
any more sort of like cookie cutter anti-Semitism than this.
Yeah. The
What?
ease with which he said it.
all right. I don't know. I think I agree with that. I think there's a lot more common anti-Semitic tropes. This is just the dude fucking doesn't understand class dynamics, right? It's like, what's that on-screen celebration? What is that? Did that work? Did it go off? This isn't the song I was looking for either, by the way. I love this song. This might be it. I always used to hate this song too, but it's just been stuck in my head. Oh, they did? Nice. Cool. Alright, I need to just fucking stop fucking with this. I'll add fucking new filters and shit all night. Okay. I don't think this is it either. Fuck. No. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's just like I don't think of that as like, yes, it is in effect, it's anti-Semitic, right? But it like, let's see where they go with it. Hold on.
Too. It was like, you know that he's had this conversation with his buddies and his family
Oh, he's developed this theory.
100 times. It was
What?
so nonchalant. The most
And-
insane anti-Semitism just rolls off the tongue.
And Patrick Bet David is doing a great job of exposing this because unless you heard this guy speak ever before, you wouldn't know. And I'm being facetious. Yes. I mean, this is platforming anti-Semitism. Where's his
He's such a
Jewish
dick,
co-host?
dude. Fucking like,
How come he's not in camera frame there? Is he
Odd.
there? Do we know?
Let me double check, but
I'd be very curious. All right, let's go back and listen to a little more of this investigative report by Patrick Bet David.
Can we just focus on Patrick Bet David saying, well, they're killing Christians too, like as if, it's one thing. Look, it's one thing if they're killing hundreds of
That's
thousands
my
of
point.
Muslims. Yeah, exactly.
That's his pushback. Wait, Christians as well?
Is he not? I thought he was from Iran, if I'm not mistaken. Patrick Bet David. But okay. All right. Okay,
oh yeah?
gotcha.
It might be
Yeah.
from Persia.
Okay.
I need to trim that shit.
People, but who has all the wealth, a lot of rich Jews, you know what I mean? And I think that a lot of the more elite rich Jews are conspiring to take that land back, kill all Muslims and Christians.
You think kill all Muslims and Christians?
Yes.
You think Jews want to kill all Muslims and Christians?
I think the elite ones do.
I
yeah.
mean-
I think a lot of the elite Jews want to kill Christians and Muslims.
Why would you say that? What would make you think that's their motive?
Well,
What?
I mean, that's just what they believe, and they deny Jesus Christ, and so they view themselves as superior. A lot of now, I'm not saying every single
Alright.
Jew, but
No,
you gotta realize
I
there's a
agree.
lot
This
of
guy-
I
very,
just
very
want you to
wealthy.
imagine
This guy is anti-Semitic for
that
sure,
the
but
elite
like,
Jews.
I disagree with Sam's characterization of this as like, cookie cutter anti-Semitism or whatever. Like, and he's right. Fucking valuetainment guy. You should, fucking pushed him on it a little bit. But like, I think you should also fucking, you know, say what I said, right? Like, it's like this guy doesn't understand class dynamics. He's also anti-Semitic, you know, or whatever. Ricky, 2 years. Whenever they talk about like fucking killing Christians or killing fucking Christ or whatever, you know that's a fucking huge red flag. But like a lot of them are pretty upfront about the fact that yes, they do want to kill the occupants of the land, you know. Like that guy, I mean, they're like, oh, we just want to live in, you know, peacefully, and you know, it's just like adapting the Republican Party's talking points for their specific situation.
That he's talking about, kill all the Christians.
He doesn't like know how to make fun of valuetainment guy properly, though. I feel like he needs a different angle to make fun of valuetainment guy
And the Muslims in the world, and then presumably it would just be Jews and Hindus and Buddhists.
Right.
We'd have a lot more elbow room.
Pretty sure they were talking about in Palestine, though, right? Like,
because there would be a lot of people.
The theory is they want to kill them and take the land, you know?
Killed in that instance, and I guess the elite Jews have some type of plan to make up for the workforce and the supply lines.
Yeah.
How happy do you think Elon Musk is when he hears a guy like this say all the rich?
Yeah. Fucking, that's a bizarre situation with Elon too, right? Like, because he's obviously like he's in that fucking circle. Like he's pretty anti-Semitic, right? And he's like at the same time, you know, like a huge Israel backer. Like what he's got to be like, you know, he can like engage in anti-Semitism, but he has to fucking, you know, pick like the specific lane.
Rich people are Jews.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Christians...
Yeah, that thing that's like all rich people are Jews is like, that's the a result of the Republican Party's like redefining elites, you know, so that elite means like you know, college professor and like union boss and like you know, fucking local businessman, you know, not the people who, you know, these guys vote for.
Or Patrick Bet-David, or Bill Gates, or anybody else. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like just getting these
Ricky,
numbers up, as of
can you believe it's been 2 years?
Christians are 2.4 billion. That's 31% of the global population. Islam, 1.6 billion, 23%. So add that together, he's essentially saying that this like 0.2% of the global population right now, Jewish people, are on track to kill a majority of the world.
See, that's why I've always been one of those Jews who just wants to kill all Christians.
Yeah, which is why it's like it doesn't make sense. They need to like, you know, when it's like they're not attempting to like, you know, extrapolate what the guy's saying. They're just trying to like make fun of him, and it's like not funny. MMA guy is lucky to be alive. That's Bryce Mitchell. He got his groin skin ripped off by a power drill a couple years back, and he put a power drill between his legs while on the ladder. He survived because it didn't ripple his testicle, only skin. So only skin grafts and stitches. Wow. Yeah. So I think in light of that, you have to understand this guy is like fucking, you know, mutant levels of stupid. You know, like he's in the, you know, the like the top 1% of fucking idiots in the fucking planet. You have to bear that in mind when trying to like extrapolate what he's saying. I kind of want to watch this. It sounds good at explaining stuff like this.
The reason why I'm not talking about Project 2025 as much as you guys want me to talk about it is because
I think that God was watching out for him. I mean, Jesus. Ugh. I mean, he has to tell the world about the plan to kill all the Christians and Muslims.
I talk about it every day. Every aspect of your life that is
Like,
degenerated. Every part
It's just
of
this
the
is the
federal
thing that they
government
do
that
though.
has
Like this is the stuff that they do that drives me nuts. Where it's like the same way that they single out Trump and they act like Trump is this like aberration and he's like just this unique level of evil compared like not that he's just standard Republican like he's just like a regular CPAC attendee. Like when they try to like put him off to the side as if he's not representative of the people in the party, which is the same thing with Project 2025. It's like this is just standard fucking right wing policies. This is just the stuff that they've been trying to get passed for decades, like them trying to like put it up there and be like, oh, but this is like a whole new level of fucking fascist.
has lost its teeth. Like the legislative body being completely removed from the equation is Project 2025. All that happened before 2025, though.
Mr. Shapiro, Project 2025, it's one of the most Googled search terms right now. You're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know, from your perspective, I think it would help us understand on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project
What?
2025, but it seems that
Why is he in Congress? What the
Democrats
fuck?
on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
Oh, real funny. Oh, it's so funny, Ben. Oh God, yeah, it was so funny. Look, he's gonna do what all the fucking what that hog was doing in here the other night, where they just pretend that it's like, oh, what do you mean? This isn't even. This is just not even at all like the Republicans' policy. This is just some Heritage Foundation wish list or whatever. It's what he's going to do now. He's going to be like, I don't even know what that is, dude. I've never even heard of it. All you libs just libbing out about it, He was on Bill Maher tonight. Oh man, I bet you that is just painful. Painful.
So,
yeah. It makes a lot of sense when you bear in mind that like him and his little fucking crew are all like failed actors that are trying to take revenge on like the successful actors or whatever. Which you also notice that too. It's like when someone's like, oh, Trump did January 6th, and people are like, yeah, well, Whoopi Goldberg said some fucking mean thing. It's like, no, that's not comparable.
Well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I don't know what that means, but Jewish supremacist perspective talking first, kill Christians and Muslims right in Christianity 166. What? I don't know what you're saying, dude. Yeah. Ironically, like the Christians are the ones who went there and tried to kill everybody. It's just like instead of like isolating the actions of like what's going on there now, where we can clearly see that there are people who were trying to do an ethnic cleansing. This dumbass, and then fucking Patrick Bet-David, like he's not he doesn't want to go there with the guy anyway because he's going to try to pretend that they're not doing anything wrong there,
Less efficient, more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents would be proud. Mass deportations, it calls for that. Do you support that part?
I support the deportation of any illegal immigrant who's in the United States who is not of benefit to the generalized American public.
How about banning the abortion pill? That's part of Project 2025. Do you support that part?
I think that that's a state-by-state issue on a personal level.
Dude.
I'm just asking you.
Again, it's like these fucking Democrats are so bad at politics. It's like it's just they're playing a different game, like they're not playing the same sport. Like the right is trying to fucking brainwash people and get all their shit passed or whatever, and the Democrats are just trying to like look good and fundraise. It's like
Sure, I'm.
There's nothing funnier than Ben Shapiro being like, Heritage Foundation.
It's like the same talking points that they all use. It's like, oh, I don't even know what the Heritage, I never even heard of the Heritage Foundation, you know? And then it's like, when you ask them about some incredibly unpopular Republican policy, it's like, oh, banning the abortion pill? I mean, if the states want to, I just want freedom. So I just like to, I just want to maximize everyone's freedom. So that sounds like that's a freedom thing and the states should do it. Did I mention I love freedom?
I don't know what that is. It's like, bro, come on. Literally every talking point that you've ever delivered on your broadcast has been a verbatim Heritage Foundation talking point.
Whoopi told the National Guard to stand down. Exactly.
2025. I don't know what it is. It's like, no, you love that shit.
Yeah.
Lying.
Yeah, right?
He's not even doing a very good job.
Killer
lying.
drones
He's
at Pride and
basically
expensive
trying to
housing.
massage his way out of it. And the only reason why he's saying that is because he has to repeat whatever Trump says. And Trump
it's like the same road the Republicans are on. It's just that when they're on the road, they go, man, oh God, I feel so bad about this. Oh man.
Recently said Project 2025 because
man,
I don't know anything about that. Now, why did he say that? For two reasons. One, because it's nerd, and two, he knows how to read the room. Project 2025, which is very real. And it's not necessarily 2025. It's more so Project 2024, Project 2023, Project 2022, Project 2020, Project 2016. It has not, like this, what they are signaling at the Heritage Foundation is just the Republican project for the past 40 years. And it hasn't stopped. It's still happening. So all these people that are like, oh my God, what about Project 2025?
That's what I was just saying. Yeah.
Like, it's not new. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't be afraid of it. Of course you should be. You should be afraid of the Republican Party in general. But make no mistake, the Democrats have to not just say that they're against it, but actually tell you exactly how they plan on fighting against it. Okay? Now, having said that, it has freaked a lot of people the fuck out. You can go through the agenda items line by line. Okay. The reality is this is just simply the Republican Party's project. It's its policy, prescriptions. This is what they wanted to do for a very long time. And this is what they are going to do inevitably. But it has actually finally gotten the attention of many Americans, and they're afraid. They're afraid. And that's why Trump, being the room reader he is, for two reasons. One, because he wants to, appear more moderate. A lot of people forget that, like 2016, the reason why Donald Trump won is because he had a lot of reactionary takes, but ultimately he was able to present himself as a moderate on a lot of key issues, like better than the rest of the Republican Party on a lot of key issues. When it comes down to, Social Security, for example, things of that nature, running around with a pride flag, right? And since then, of course, in 2020, it was a very different situation. Why? Because in 2020, you saw 4 years of his actual administration and you recognize that wasn't moderate at all, right? So he lost to a cadaver. But 4 years have passed when that cadaver was in charge. People experienced almost 2 years of negative real wage growth. Prices are up for everything. Inflation is crazy due to corporate, infrastructure issues, due to logistic issues during COVID, but also beyond that, due to corporate greed across the board, okay? Greedflation, they're calling it. But it doesn't matter. To the average American, all they know is that their money is no longer as long as it once was. 4 years have passed. They forgot how insane Trump was. And all Trump needs to do now is basically not remind people of how insane he is. All he needs to do now is try to be as moderate as he possibly can. Appear as moderate as he possibly can. This is how Trump campaigned on big programs in 2015. Thank you, Central Committee.
Please don't say we're going to make it rich, Mr. Trump. It's Chris. I said, I have to say it. I have to be truthful. We're going to save Social Security. We're not going to cut Social Security. We're not going to cut Medicare. Carson wants to cut Medicare. He wants to get rid of Medicare. I say, it's actually a program that works great. Now, you have waste, fraud, abuse in Social Security.
Man, where's this Trump?
Take care of that.
That's how he won, dude.
But you're not going to be cut. You've been paying into your plans. You've been paying into Social Security for years. Now they're coming up to you. It's getting to be that time where you're going to need it. And
God, that's a great take.
It's unfair. After all these years, they want to cut you. It's not fair. You've been paying in for years.
I go back and forth between like whether he knew what he was doing and this was just like he was intentionally lying to everybody, or he got elected, or he was going with this because it's the correct, objectively correct take, and then he gets into office and they're like, actually, here's how we fucking rob the, this is how we govern, you know. It's like, if you want the adrenochrome, you have to fucking cut the policy or whatever, you know. It could be either one, you know.
Years, we're going to take money back from all these countries that have been just absolutely eating our lunch. We're going to have so much money.
There you go. Like, those are very important sentiments expressed by the person who then successfully became the president. Okay, like, you need to understand, he presented himself as a moderate on a lot of popular issues within the Republican base, and maybe even changed the attitude, some for the worse.
I mean, he certainly, like, it presented himself as, like, you know, like, oh, I'm not going to cut anything, and I'm against war, and, you know, Hillary Clinton is a fucking warmonger, and she's going to cut everything, you know,
for the better when it comes to social.
But again, it's like, you see night and day 2016 and 2020, you know, like in 2016 he understood that he had to, like, pretend to like popular things. In 2020, he just was like full fucking Newsmax, like, you know, Red Scare
spending. The Republicans were less upset about that sort of thing. It actually became like the deficit hawking kind of fell apart. You rarely ever talk about the deficit. You only talk about it under Democratic leadership usually. That's all the Republicans ever talk about. The deficit, the deficit, the deficit, the budget, the budget, the budget, blah, 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 right? Under Trump, that attitude shifted.
I still have no idea what you're saying,
Republicans
Corn.
don't even talk about it as much, even under the Democratic administrations. I'm telling you, I mean, this is like, I have no actual data to basically present to you on this. I have no, like, empirical evidence that I can point to on this issue. This is simply coming from my past 10 years of being a professional political commentator.
Oh, why, from their perspective, why kill them? Because they want to ethnically cleanse them to take the land back. They think that they deserve all the land, you know, Greater Israel, they call it. You know, it's like fucking Lebanon, Syria, like Sinai, all that shit they think is theirs. Because it, you know, at some point in the Bible, it was supposedly theirs. So they think that gives them fucking rights in perpetuity or whatever. And again, this is not a or used to be a very, like, unpopular. I mean, it's pretty popular now, I'd say, but, like, at first it was, like, not, it was a very a minority of Jews supported that, right? They wanted to stay, like that fucking, Rania interview we watched the other night, you know, he went through it in excruciating detail about, like, how they managed to become the dominant strain, just through, you know, fucking working with the bourgeoisie to like pursue similar interests, or, you know, when their interests were aligned.
And, like, dealing with the deficit hawks when Obama was president, dealing with
you should have gone News Nation,
Trump
yeah,
was
right?
president, and seeing the much more limited communication of deficit hawking under the Joe Biden administration. Donald Trump presented himself as a moderate in 2016. He could not do so in 2020, but he can kind of try to do to some success in 2024, and that's precisely.
Yeah, they have never declared their borders, right? That's intentionally, like, so they can keep, you know, stealing more and more land, which, you know, we have been enabling that, encouraging that. It's like, again, that's different from when I was a kid. When I was a kid, you know, like, I remember both Bushes, they used to fucking make a big deal about this, that, you know, no settlements, blah, blah, blah. Since the sort of Iraq wartime, it's like it's just been, you know, open the floodgates. It's like they just did their biggest land grab, I think, in decades the other day. And it's like, we saw that guy on Piers Morgan defending it. Like, oh yeah, it's our land. Oh, yeah.
What he's doing. I'm sure by now some of you in the chat have seen the Republican agenda, okay, for 2024. Let's take a look. With just one mention of abortion, Republican Party has laid out its 2024 policy platform.
No, I mean, I think that they are going to get their asses kicked if they try to invade Lebanon. Well, I think the reason that they might do that, and the reason that they're talking like that, is because they want to bring us in. And they correctly assume that if Hezbollah gets involved, then we would obviously get involved. They know that they can't win that war on their own, but what it's about, if you ask me, and I think a lot of other analysts have said the same thing, like the Netanyahu, he has to keep the war going, right? Because if the war stops, then he's out of office and probably in, in court, or in court, probably in jail. So he is trying, and he can't, like, they got fucking smoked in Gaza, right? They were unable to take any of that territory. They keep trying to be like, oh, it's pacified. And it's not, right? There's no part of Gaza where they can safely walk around. Like, they will get shot at wherever they are. So they want to act like that didn't happen. They want to act like, oh, the war's still going on. So they go up to Lebanon and like fucking, do some bombing runs or whatever, so they can present to the world that, oh, it's kind of, we're not really sure who won down in Gaza because we're still fighting up in Lebanon, blah, 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 that kind of thing, Victim, right? History. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
Form. Dedication to the forgotten men and women of America. Preamble. America first. A return to common sense. Blah, blah, blah. Here.
It's like, you got to remember too about the Western military budgets. I think we tend to think that, like, oh, we spend $1 trillion a year on the military, we must have the greatest military in the world. And that's actually not true. Like, we spend all that money on crap, on like junk that's like not useful. It's like, most of that $1 trillion is just like, clever ways of like giving money to donors and, not getting anything in return for it. Like, they spend fucking billions of dollars like researching like next gen stealth or whatever, shit that's like a very limited utility, and don't actually have to like produce anything for it. That's the thing. It's like they have these contracts that are written to enable them to just take as much money as they can and produce as little as possible. It's like with NASA. You see Boeing right now just completely incapable of making a fucking capsule to go to the space station, right? Like, they can't make planes anymore. They can't make fucking space shit anymore. God.
Are the items. Seal the border. Stop the migrant invasion. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, which is, of course, incredibly radical, but unfortunately.
They're working on building a space. Who is? Boeing? I mean, it'll be a shitty Space Force. I mean, they, there's the whole thing with like, the, what's it called? Shit, when the older people who know how to do all the stuff retire and you don't have a new person who knows how to do all the shit. What's that called? It's like brain drain, but for a company. There's a name for that. I forget. I mean, I'm sure Boeing could turn it around and start, making good products again at some, I think they could. It's just, we have these psychotic shareholders who have sole authority and they just want to do whatever's going to maximize quarterly fucking profits. So, instead of, oh, we got to invest all this money to, to provide business going forward, fuck that, yeah, they're begging for more military equipment already just after a few months of killing civilians. And then it's like, oh, we're out of weapons. Because again, they spend all that money as well and have junk to show for it. It's mostly like surveillance equipment.
60% of the country is now on board with it. While simultaneously, they're also on board with giving amnesty, but that's beside.
Why did he say 60% when it very clearly says right there 51%? 60% of boomers. Most Americans support granting legal status to immigrants who were brought to the U.S. illegally as children. Yeah, how could you be against that? 24%. I mean, you got to think, like, with the just aggressive propaganda, it's actually, I'm pretty impressed that this is not worse, you know?
The point, we're not going to talk about the confusion that Americans experience on a daily basis. It is a sea of contradictions. The American voter's mind is an enigma. And inflation. Make America affordable again.
Like the Space Force too, by the way, like the satellites and the satellite tracking stations and that kind of stuff, I think is what the Space Force is actually going to be for, you know, the next, you know, probably 10 years or whatever. I don't think we're not really going to have like space fucking soldiers, you know?
Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. Defend our Constitution.
It's like they say that, they know for a fact that that's bullshit about stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. America is the second fucking largest manufacturing country. It's just that it's all automated, so there's no jobs in it anymore. So like that's not a scenario where you know there's going to be like a benefit to doing that, right?
Our Bill of Rights and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. So the reason why they're saying defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms is because they're trying to be like, oh, we're not the anti-democracy candidates. See? We promise. Prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country, all made in America. End the weaponization of government against the American people. Stop the migrant crime epidemic. Demolish the foreign drug cartels. Crush gang violence. Lock up violent offenders. Rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. Strengthen and modernize our military, making it without.
I get really annoyed when these people talk about like, oh, we gotta fucking fix the hellholes of our cities. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? They're just relying on fucking, you know, preaching to people who have not been to a big city in years, and they just fucking believe all the crap they see on the news. I mean, that's persuasive. I think I tell the story all the time, but like my mother-in-law is, you know, she was a huge Bernie supporter. She's been, you know, like pretty left her whole life. She watches the evening news on the local news channel, and she believes all that shit about crime. Like she thinks we're in the middle of a crime wave and all. It's just like, no, actually, fucking, if you look at the stats, it's actually gone down. It continues to go down.
The strongest and most.
It's like almost an all-time low. It's like it was at an all-time record low a few years ago. It's like ticked up a tiny bit, but it's still like, you know, negligible compared to where it was when I was a kid.
In the world. Keep the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency. Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including
we already have
the retirement age. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender.
Oh yeah. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulation. It's just like they fucking jazz these people up about cutting regulations when it's like, no, dumb fuck. Those are the regulations that protect you. It's like when they do the same shit about taxes. It's like, no, you fucking dumbass. The taxes they're talking about cutting are the ones that fucking fund the government that you need. Like people think that like cutting taxes is just like, oh, it's good for everybody, and completely overlook the fact that like, you know, the tax burden of like regular working people is just a fucking drop in the bucket compared to the tax of the fucking corporations, you know?
Ideology and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content in our children. Keep men out of women's sports. Bro, they put two like weird, they're still such weirdos, bro. This kind of stuff is just weirdo shit, and I think it's a mistake. Deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. And then it goes into it a little bit.
Like, I don't like our odds in that. Russia, China, North Korea, Iran versus America, Taiwan, Ukraine, South Korea, Israel. I mean, bear in mind what I was just saying, though, right? If you look at Russia, they spend a fraction as much money on their military, but they buy what they need. You know, they have a state-run military industrial complex, so it's not just a way to fucking steal money from the taxpayers, right? They actually develop the weapons that they actually need to defend the country or, you know, do whatever they need. I imagine China's probably the same way. That's a lot different than what we spend our military money on, you know? Like, they might spend a tenth as much, but get, you know, several times more useful equipment.
But if you notice,
again, you see Ukraine is like, the Ukrainians have been out of shells for fucking a year almost, at least. You know, like their manufacturing capacity for shells, for the, you know, artillery shells, is more than America, Europe, and all their Western allies combined.
like, obviously,
Because again, their shit is optimized for producing the equipment that they need to defend their country.
by the way, America first. Also, deport anyone who's mean to Israel. America first, but deport anyone who's mean to Israel. Do you understand? If you hurt Israel's feelings, you will get deported. Anyway, more recently, Trump has made sure to try to distance himself from the controversial and lengthy Project 2025 policy document put together by some of his allies. Notably, the promises don't mention anything about abortion, as Trump attempts to de-emphasize the issue and appeal to swing voters.
What up,
In the entire
fighter?
platform, the word appears just once in a statement
Haven't
about
seen
the
you in a
party's
minute.
dedication to protecting the issue of life. It reads, "We will oppose late-term abortion." After appointing the Supreme Court justice who helped overturn the constitutional right to abortion, he said the issue should now be up to the states. Other social issues appear more frequently, including promises related to limiting federal funding for schools, teaching so-called critical race theory, and keeping men out of women's sports. So overall, their policy platform is just like ridiculous nonsense.
you did?
It's like a Trump rally,
sick.
hyper focusing on immigrant crime, Biden immigrant crime, and immigrant invasion. all
Biden
this
was
and
agreeing
then
with them.
has a few choice ones on if you hurt the feelings of Israel, the beautiful nation state, we will deport you. But ultimately, you know, this is supposed to be, to our eyes, this obviously is radical nonsense, right? But to the average voter, when they look at this, it's just the Trump
Can't find
rally.
that song I
Depending
wanna
on
hear.
how hard he hits the immigrant line, he might be able to, you know, gross out. He might be able to gross out the normie voters. But overall, he is distancing himself from Project 2025 because a lot of people see that. A lot of people on TikTok, a lot of people on Reddit lose their minds over Project 2025. And he doesn't want that stink on him. And plus, he thinks it's too much reading. Okay, the Project 2025 architects don't care that Trump is saying he doesn't support it in public. They know he's with them. They can always get it done under him. It's like Trump claiming he doesn't support J6 protesters and Charlottesville Nazis. Trump already did Project 2025, he literally did Project 2025, like as
That's
far
like
as
fucking
crippling
hog
the
coke,
federal- as
you
far
know?
as crippling federal agencies, which is some of the more significant parts of this, by the way. Like Project 2025 is just in writing what the actual Republican project has been. Okay, it happened already and it's going to continue happening. You need to understand this. It's not new. This is why I've been talking about, or rather not necessarily talking a lot about Project 2025. The reason why I'm not talking about Project
Again,
2025
it's just standard
as much
right-wing policy.
as, what you guys would want me to talk, as much as you guys want me to talk about it, is because I talk about it every day. You're capping? No, dude. I'm not.
I hate his
capping.
chat, man.
Every
I
aspect
hate
of your
Assange
life
chat,
that is
dude.
degenerated. Every part of the federal government that has lost its teeth, like the legislative body being completely removed from the equation, is Project 2025. All that happened before 2025, though. That's it. And I kept repeating this over and over again. I've been warning about the obstructionist Republican project of taking civil liberties, or sorry, rather a devolvement of civil liberties that were long hard fought for, and fighting for them at the state level, taking it up to a slammed Supreme Court of the United States of America and giving massive dubs to the states
Blueberry
under the
dreams.
auspices of states' rights, completely sidestepping like any kind of federal legislation or any kind of legislative agenda. That is Project 2025. Deregulation that has been happening for a very long time, but especially in overdrive since Ronald Reagan, is Project 2025. Some of the funnier points about Project 2025 is that they want to
Extra
abolish
slinky.
the Department of Education, abolish the EPA,
What?
which they already did, basically with Chevron Chevron deference. We are already there. And what the Democrats are not doing against the Republican agenda right now is exactly what the Democrats will continue to not do in 2025.
It's just fucking nuts that they could convince anybody. Oh yeah, the government just needs to like stop funding education and just like what? Like how can you be convinced that that is a reasonable thing? It's like bizarre. I don't know. I wonder like how popular some of those planks on there really are.
In same-sex marriage, what about that part?
I am in favor of traditional marriage between a man and a woman, and
Dude, ask him about abolishing the Department of Education. Jesus.
I'm perfectly fine with anyone having any sort of voluntary sexual arrangement they seek. That's a different thing from whether the government should attach benefits to that personal relationship.
But you think it's a sin to have same-sex marriage?
I mean, I'm confused. Are you asking me as a
You
religious
attach
Jew
benefits
what I think
to
about
it?
biblically?
What?
I'm just asking, is it a sin to be gay?
Is it a sin to be gay?
That's such a fucking great talking point for them, right? They can pretend that like, oh, I'm not opposed to it. I just don't think, you know, we should extend the traditional fucking rights and benefits of being married to them. That's so they get a certificate, but nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, how long do we have here? 2 minutes? I mean, if the basic idea is that sexual orientation is up for a government regulation, I'm not in favor of the government regulating the private consenting sexual activity of adults. That is a different thing, once again, from whether the government ought to engage in actual benefits for particular sexual arrangements that adults make.
He makes it sound like you get a bonus for being gay or whatever.
From a religious Jewish perspective, orientation is not a sin, but activity is. That's also the same perspective of most major religions, so far as I'm aware.
And how about...
Yeah, I mean, he does.
Yeah, this shit was fucking over. It's so fucking maddening.
His quote is right behind Eric Swalwell.
How do you Social Security? Do you support that part of 2025?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Project 2025's position on Social Security is. I'm in favor.
Yes, dude. Yes, he is. Everything he's saying
Raise the
here,
fucking
he's
cap.
trying to dance around. He's trying to tap dance around this, but of course he's on board. He is a Heritage Foundation talking point machine. Perjury? No, it doesn't work that way, dude. Yeah, they're gonna put
Perjury?
him in contempt of Congress.
Always
for
be
lying
gaming.
about his position.
Yo, I've been seeing that dude
Candace Owens,
forever.
Like Candace Owens was interviewed.
Of the restructuring of Social Security along the lines of privatization and lowering and increasing the retirement age, because you, as well as every other congressperson, knows Social Security is going to go bankrupt, and yet everyone seems to have an interest in lying about it for the next decade and a half until we have to take austerity measures or radically increase inflation or taxes.
And bans against books about slavery. Do you support that part? About
Just raise the fucking cap. Right now, Social Security's capped at like, what is it, like 250 or something ridiculous like that? Meaning like none of the money above like 250. I think it's $250,000. Anything you make above that is not counted for Social Security. You don't pay Social Security on it. Again, if you just charged people the same rate up till, you know, millionaires, like it's just is not complicated. It's insane that they have this loophole like this. Like it's just, that's the kind of thing people talk about with like corruption in the government. Some people I feel like have a hard time making the connection between like, okay, so the donors give them money, but then what happens? You know, it's like, that's the kind of thing that happens. They like make the rules so that their rich friends don't have to actually pay for shit, you know? And, you know, as usual, it's like the system is like, it is very efficient at what it does, you know, which is like transfer wealth from us to them. Like that's the neoliberal capitalism is optimized for that. And it does it really well. It's just really bad for 99.99999% of the world, you know?
Why would I possibly be in favor of bans about books about slavery? That would be absolutely ridiculous. What I am in favor of is the idea that school libraries should be able to make decisions along the lines of what exactly is appropriate for, say, a 7th grader and whether they ought to be treated to cartoons and genderqueer. That's not quite the same thing.
And just because we found some receipts. You did say, I think homosexual activity is a sin.
Yes, I'm a religious Jew. That's true.
There's a genetic component.
You found me out.
Orientation. But the view of all religious people I know has always been that sexual behavior is something that is up to you. And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your, I'm sure it's very hard to restrain yourself.
You should ask him if he's such a religious Jew, why does he care about abortion? Because there's no restrictions on abortion in terms of the ones that he especially espouses and advocates for under Judaism. As a matter of fact, there's a lack of restriction on abortion.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to shift to Alvin Bragg.
This is the problem with the whole thing.
He's not coming. And Hunter Biden was supposed to testify. Now he's not testifying.
The Democrats just look so fucking lame no matter what they do, and they keep trying to do this type of shit, lean into this whole the Republicans are so insane, which is it's just not believable, sort of. I think for most people, just because they do stuff like spend 2 years doing Russiagate and then, put this guy in as their candidate for president and, run the entire campaign on TV ads for their fucking consultant friends. It's very obviously a grift to them. They don't give a fuck, And then the way they attack the right is so fucking toothless and lame, right? It's instead of just being no, you get funding from these people who have this interest, you're fucking corrupt. Just bring the receipts and say that this is how the system works. These guys paid you to say this. It's, with Trump when they never went after him for any of his actual corruption. Right? It's I don't know. It's they can't fucking hide the fact about people know the economy is fucking rigged. They see the numbers, right? I feel like they're just trying to just ignore that. But I don't know how much longer they'll be able to ignore it.
We're supposed to have votes on articles of impeachment, and we didn't. And again, we're
it's
just
they play to win.
Press releases,
the Democrats
but the
don't,
payoff, seems to never come, and so I guess we will keep waiting, and we'll do
they
hearings
just
like
fucking
this.
lie.
And finally, Chairman, you can
shamelessly.
You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater, but
God, Swalwell sucks so bad.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, man. They all suck. And again, I would say intentionally. Instead of putting people in the party whose message resonates with the vast majority of the country, they put this Alex Swalwell lib shit in there that's just so disconnected from most people's actual problems or anything in their lives, Oh, there is a new second thought. Is the U.S. a police state? I mean, what is a police state? Copy this for later. At least it's not on there.
Rania, before we close here, I want to note this is the 75th anniversary of NATO, of course, and Biden, from the current time we are speaking, about 2 hours from the current time we are doing this recording, will be giving a press conference, which is, people are saying this will show if he's good or if he's not. But outside of that, I think it is, it's a big anniversary. It's a round anniversary. I mean, there's so much that could be said about NATO, but, I just want to say a couple things, and then get your thoughts. I think the lack of any real discussion around what NATO really is in America is a huge crime. It's a war alliance. It's designed to push U.S. unipolar hegemony around the whole world, to isolate countries that the U.S. does not like, to capture the leadership of Europe to make sure that they can't push their own affairs. They're now extending into Asia. They've pushed the issue in Afghanistan and Libya that have destroyed countries around the world. So it's totally fake, but it's important for people, I think, to understand elements of the history. Because when you hear about NATO, they say it's a defensive alliance formed in the first Cold War. Now, of course, the Soviet Union's been gone for some time, so not a lot of people to push back. But I want our viewers to understand it is not, in fact, a defensive alliance. It was not started for defense. It was started for offense against the Soviet Union. because there was never a threat of war. There was never a threat of the Soviet Union invading Western Europe. That was never real, and that's documented. And I want to read you some things because I want to make sure that people understand that history correctly. 1946. I remember NATO was founded in 1949. 1946, Secretary of Defense James Forstall, Secretary of Defense, said in his diary that the Soviets would not move towards war at any time. Secretary of Defense.
And they had him killed.
He also noted shortly after that the U.S. military government of Germany, so the guy who was dealing with the Russians every single day right after World War II when the Allied powers had divided it, said that the Russians did not want war. And just to keep going here, Rania, because we're on a roll, 1946, remember NATO, 1949.
This album has such good bass lines.
Eisenhower told Forstall, the Secretary of Defense, the Russians would not take, this is a quote, the Russians would not take steps leading to immediate war. And in fact, one of his top generals would say in 1948 that he was confident the Russians didn't want war. And as late as 1952, after NATO had already been formed, Eisenhower's chief of staff at the time told the press publicly, in my mind, there isn't going to be any war. Even George Kennan, the architect of U.S. Cold War policy, said in 1950, a year after the formation of NATO, and he said this to Reader's Digest, a conservative, anti-communist publication, that it was, quote, hardly likely that the Soviets were, quote, charting a course for an early military onslaught on the Western world. So there was never a threat of a Soviet invasion of Western Union. There was always an attempt by the United States to try to make sure that the governments of Western Europe did not become what you might call politically pluralist. Because what was happening is that you had the resistance to the Nazis that had existed during World War II, which was very broad politically, from communists, on the left, to people like de Gaulle, very conservative people on the right in France. And coming out of the war, the communists especially, also other left-wing forces, had a lot of support in the population in countries like Italy, countries like France, places like Yugoslavia, places like Greece, and the people there wanted to have governments that they wanted to elect democratically that would probably have all these political forces in hand, and some of them, like Italy, the communists probably would have won. That's why the United States in 1947 started undermining Greece, because they knew the same thing would happen, and they needed to create an alliance that would sort of freeze things, so they manipulated the policies. And I want to read you one more quote that's important here, because an issue that heavily led to this, if you get into the things about NATO and you're reading about this, they'll say, well, what about what happened in Germany and the Soviets trying to divide Germany? Well, the Soviets, Stalin, there's many things we could say about Stalin. He wanted to unify Germany. And the US did not want to unify Germany. And it's on the record. One of the key policymakers of the United States said in their discussions about Germany, the difficulty under which we labor, this is a quote, the difficulty under which we labor is that in spite of our announced position, we really do not intend to accept German reunification. So from the very beginning, the idea of NATO, of a US-anchored military alliance that went along with the Marshall Project and the early formations of what would become the European community and the European Union, was designed to make sure that there was a buffer zone in Western Europe where even if the people themselves wanted to vote it in, even if the people were for it, even if they were going to cast their ballots democratically, just like George Washington talked about, at the Battle of whatever, that they would not allow that. That they would form a whole separate set of governments, that they would form military alliances and political alliances to shut out the communists and to shut out anyone else in society who said, why don't we try to work together? And we had World War I, we had World War II. Why don't we build what they used to call a common European home where we can all live together from the UK to the Urals, and we can have some form of modus vivendi. All our governments won't be the same. All our ideology won't be the same, but we can reunify Germany. We can reunify our continent in a way that can prevent another world war. But the US said no, because they wanted to be the preeminent power. As they were talking about, they wanted it to be the American century. They were openly saying that all of them, the top US, business people, politicians, that they wanted to dismantle the old colonial world. They wanted to get rid of the British and the French Empire, and they wanted to take over. And they wanted to dominate the old colonial powers. They wanted to dominate the global south so that they could increase their profits, increase their corporations, and increase everything. But the Soviet Union was an obstacle to that because A, many countries wanted to be communist countries and socialist countries, and B, there were countries who wanted to have good relations with them, even if they didn't want to be communist or socialist countries, and they operated as a roadblock to the United States being able to have this massive control over the world, the so-called American century in the post-World War II era. So they created a fake threat. They created a fake threat of an invasion from the Soviet Union. They manipulated the politics of German reunification in order to really sort of draw the Soviets into a more aggressive posture so that they could then go on from that and set up these military alliances that would allow them to capture Europe. As you can see today, why do all the European leaders just cut their own throats of their economy and destroy their economy for the war in Ukraine? Because the US has spent every waking moment from 1943, quite frankly, up until today, creating a totally neutered, captured, mentally enslaved leadership through entities like NATO in order to make sure that they maintain control of the world. That's why they put it in the first national defense strategy after the end of the Cold War, that one of the key factors was to keep control of Western Europe. That's how Mr. Wolfowitz wrote it in the original document, because they understood that any other power center that says maybe the US shouldn't be able to unilaterally decide what every other country does at every other time and force its own companies and its own interests onto everyone, no matter what the costs are, that kind of power or government anywhere else in the world is dangerous. That's why they're trying to encircle China.
Y'all can't hear me,
That's
but I'm shredding over here.
NATO towards China. A lot of it was accusing China of helping Russia in the war in Ukraine. You've got Prime Minister Kishida in Japan saying he wants to bring NATO alliances more into Asia. This is what it's all about. It's all about control. It's not about
I forgot
defense.
all about
It
my
never
fucking
has been.
alerts.
The history has been
I wonder if this still
manipulated.
works.
It's honestly
Let me try
unbelievable
one.
how clear the information is, how readily available it is, and yet it never enters into the mainstream media. So I'm sorry that's a little bit of a rant, Rania, but I think it's very important for people to understand the construction of NATO, which goes along with the construction of the national security state, the establishment of the Pentagon, National Security Council, and CIA and others, is all part of one drive that also went with the Taft-Hartley anti-union law, that also went with the role of the Marshall Plan.
68.
It's all one drive
NSC
to turn
68,
the 20th
Eugene.
century into the American century, which means the century of the
That's the
American
thing that said
capitalist
we're gonna
and
do.
imperialist. And
Oh,
now
sorry.
they want the 21st century to continue to be the American century, the century of the American capitalists and imperialists. And there are
It's like they said after the war, the fucking National Security Council was like, okay, so here's the deal. Like, we're making shitloads of money ripping people off, gouging them on the, military aid or whatever. So we can either, invest that in the people of this country and build like a fucking great place to live and fucking raise your kid, whatever. Like we can, build the welfare state, or we can fucking dominate the world with the military, like ensure global hegemony, and use our surplus on military equipment effectively. That's what we did. Like, we spent like all the money we made from being a global leader for 50 years is all spent in the military. It's all there. It's all in Northern Virginia. It's like really sad.
afraid that it looks like it could be the Asian century, maybe the Asian African century, and they're doing everything they possibly can
there's
to
a good
stop
one.
it.
Dude, the
And NATO
Streamlab
is their
ones are
wedge.
better
NATO is their
anyway.
vehicle. It's a war alliance. It's not a defensive alliance. It's an imperial alliance, and it's designed to help them control the world.
I don't even remember
I think
the program. And that peer.
That's all
dope
necessary
peer.
to break down. That was a very
Shit,
fantastic
sorry.
explanation
Oh, man,
of what
dude,
NATO
I
is and what
knocked
it
Stalin
continues
off
to
his
stand
podium.
for. And it really is incredible because it's like we live in some upside down world where if you are reading the New York Times or watching CNN all the time, and then you're watching what Eugene just broke down, you would be like, wait, these sound like two completely different entities. Because NATO is promoted as this like freedom, this organization that is trying to just guarantee freedom and save
Freedom.
Europe and America and the civilized world against the Asian against the Russian and
Asian
Chinese
hordes.
barbarians.
Yeah.
And I do think it's important to recognize the way NATO is still being used, because that history is important to understand that, like
Maybe
you
I'll
said,
change my strings.
same reasons for its existence today, to try to crush any power that seeks to forge a path independent, not even antagonistic to,
just sovereign, just sovereignty
of U.S. interests.
That's all they want.
And that's why, of course, China needs to be
Can't have
attacked.
that.
That's why you see an encirclement of China, and that's why you see an attempt. And there goes my electricity.
It's just
So
the
that's why you
risk
see an attempt.
that they will.
That's why you see an attempt to turn NATO into an
fucking
anti-China
empire.
alliance as well.
I don't know if he changed these strings. My brother-in-law works on my instruments, and he's always doing shit. Why Hezbollah would deal Israel a deadly blow? Vatican's cover-up. Ooh. Jimi Hendrix. Huh.
We're delighted to be joined now by Rania Khaled. Rania is a journalist with Breakthrough News, a non-profit media outlet providing independent, fact-based reporting and commentary, just like us here at the Electronic Intifada. Rania is the host of the show Dispatches. It's probably my favorite current affairs program, providing some of the most probing and insightful interviews on the situation in Western Asia, and on geopolitics more generally. I've been honored to be a guest on Rania's show several times, and she's really a brilliant interviewer. So I'm a bit nervous about being on the other side, and I hope that we can do as good a job as Rania does. Rania is based in Lebanon, and she's coming to us now from Beirut. Welcome to the live stream, Rania.
Thank you so much for having me, Ali. And I'm anxious about being on the other side, because you're one of my favorite people to interview, and you're always so eloquent and wonderful and full of so much information. So I hope I can do this justice.
Thank you. I'm sure you will, and I think it's going to be a great conversation. So let's get started. And I want to start by asking you about a report which appeared in the British right-wing newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, a couple of weeks ago, which claims that the resistance group Hezbollah is storing weapons, including long-range missiles, at Beirut airport. What's the motivation for the report, which, by the way, the Telegraph sources to so-called whistleblowers, and what's been the reaction to it in Lebanon?
Well, I want to point out the title of the report actually changed because of the reaction to it. There was a lot of peculiar things about this particular report. I mean, of course, we expect lots of propaganda from an outlet like the Telegraph, which is constantly denying Israeli war crimes and repeating Israeli lies. But this report in particular had no byline, which was quite strange. There's no byline, there's at least something that says, written by Telegraph staff or something along those lines. But there was nobody put their name on this report, which made it a bit odd. On top of that, the title changed initially. The title stated as fact that there are Hezbollah weapons being placed, they're being stored at the Beirut airport.
Yeah, she just got back from Greece. She's nice and tan.
There was such an outcry about that, and including from people who are anti-Hezbollah, by the way, that they ultimately went back and changed the title to, airport bosses deny that Hezbollah stores weapons at the airport. And the other thing about it that's really important to note is that there's something called the International Air Transport Association, which I was not familiar with before this report. But in the report, the Telegraph had quoted this International Air Transport Association, or IATA, as having it was a quote attributed to an unnamed IATA source, essentially confirming that, yes, this is what's happening at the airport. But after this report came out, the IATA released a statement clarifying that the quote was entirely false. And they said IATA has not and will not comment on the situation at Beirut airport. And they emphasized that it doesn't even involve itself in political or security matters in Lebanon and does not provide commentary on such issues. They also noted that they contacted the Telegraph to correct this error. And so the newspaper responded and updated the report by removing IATA's name from the article, but then I don't even think they added a correction to it, by the way, which is the most shoddy thing you can possibly do. There's no retraction, no correction, just changing the title, no byline. It was really bizarre. Furthermore, I mean, this is the kind of report that, you know, I would think that maybe like an intelligence official threw into the newspaper. I mean, I have no idea. That's pure speculation. I can't prove that. But it was just
it's like I'm a
such
Mossad
a bizarre
agent.
report, and it's frightening to see that be placed in a media outlet, even one as, you know, propagandistic as the Telegraph, because that puts the Beirut airport.
I mean, we already
in
watched this
danger.
once, didn't
You're
we?
essentially making it a military
No, it's
target
debunked.
based on lies.
I
There
think.
was, you know, so-called whistleblowers quoted.
There's two of them. There's
throughout,
debunk
but
and
nobody was
debunk.
really named except for like one Lebanese forces official that was called up, you know, and just said, yeah, that's probably true. And Lebanese forces is a political party and a fascist militia in Lebanon that's aligned with the U.S. and aligned with Israel. So somebody from that party would say that. But the point is that this to me looked like the Israelis and their allies within this outlet trying to justify bombing Beirut airport. And I want to be clear here. Hezbollah, it's very unlikely. Like, I'm like almost 100% sure Hezbollah does not store their weapons at the Beirut
Yo,
airport.
I was doing the
That's
same
not how
thing in
Beirut
the
airport
thing.
works. Hezbollah doesn't control the Beirut
Yeah, I
airport.
need to get a Rania
There
one.
are different factions in
Someone go
Lebanon that all
download the
have some
sexy
security,
Instagram post.
like measures over the Beirut.
All right, I don't want to watch this again because we did already watch this. But I mean, I do. Here. Do y'all know that back in the day when we first started, we had an Amaranth cam? It was just like a little fucking picture-in-picture in the corner with Amaranth stream on it. It was really cool. I'm saying maybe I can do that with Rania. I mean, I can. I think I physically am capable of. So.
Second Thought is a 100% viewer-funded operation. If you'd like to help support the channel and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Protests against the war in Gaza, arrests in New York City.
Students clashing with police.
Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling has a direct message to those that plan to protest.
Peaceful protest does not necessarily mean that someone is exercising their First Amendment rights. First Amendment protection is only there if you're not committing a crime. And you can be acting out peacefully, but still breaking the law. So if you block a roadway or you block a venue or you're on private property and you refuse to leave, those are crimes.
Those are fucking pretense.
This is New York City. It's our city. And if you're thinking about doing something like this, take a look around, see how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
Wow.
What you've just heard are two audio clips from the last month or so. The first one's from Chicago Police Superintendent Larry Snelling. In it, he's talking to reporters ahead of the DNC and spelling out in no uncertain terms his plan for protesters who break the law. The second one is from Tariq Shepard, Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the NYPD. And in that clip, Shepard is standing on the west lawn of Columbia's campus, where the school's second Gaza Solidarity encampment was set up, on the night that hundreds of cops were invited for the second time by the university's president to violently crack down on pro-Palestine protesters after they occupied a school building. If you've been on Twitter the last few months, you've maybe seen or heard one of these clips before. But outside of a few angry replies, neither of these statements really made it into the mainstream news. No controversy, no press releases to walk back the rhetoric. Nothing.
Sorry, Zeta.
Cops talking like this
Zeta's been replaced.
Normal.
It's
Nobody
the
is
great
shocked
Zeta
when cops
replacement
threaten
theory.
protesters. Why would that be weird? Is the US a police state? I feel like we should talk about this violent suppression of dissent, because it's always been bad, and it's getting a lot worse. So the core feature of police states is the violent suppression of political dissent.
The country and
If you've been to a protest recently, you already know it can be a bit unnerving to attend. And And that's a bad thing in a country where free speech is meant to be protected. Every major protest since the 2020 BLM movement has come with the same recommendations. Wear non-identifiable clothing, wear a mask at all times, turn off your phone, and have someone's number written on your arm in case you get arrested. At every protest, you can be certain you're being surveilled by security cameras and police drones. You'll usually have dozens of cops surrounding the area, watching you, resting their hand on a stack of zip-tie cuffs or putting on riot gear, and just patiently waiting for the call to come in to start locking people up. This is a general state of affairs we've gotten used to, and it's getting worse. We're seeing more and more obvious examples of the US doing everything in its power to increase police surveillance capacities and silence the opposition. Cops have gotten wise to the safety measures protesters have adopted.
Oh, JT, you sound like Donald Trump.
Explicitly trying to ban the use of masks in public because of their use by pro-Palestine protesters. Masks are just a good public health measure, especially for immunocompromised people. But according to Eric Adams, quote, you should not be able to wear a mask at protests because, quote, that's what cowards do. Back in April, the Supreme Court similarly made it clear that for Louisiana, Mississippi, and...
Again, his response is, haters will be my waiters at the table of success. That's verbatim exact quote.
Right here in Texas where I live, mass protests are functionally...
No, fucking cowards don't leave their house, sir. Also, eating is illegal. Yeah. It's very clearly like a fucking, that's against the rules, like traditionally. Who knows what this fascist Supreme Court would rule? I mean, they just make it up as they go with whatever is easiest, like whatever capital wants is what happens, and they just find a post hoc justification for everything.
Illegal. By refusing to hear a case that makes protest organizers financially liable for any illegal act that happens at a protest, like if some bad actor shows up and starts throwing rocks, the Supreme Court has decided to up the risk for protest organizers in a major way. As we've seen with protests against the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, it's all too common for outside agitators to start trouble. This new ruling makes it that much easier for genocide enjoyers or corporate goons to get peaceful protests shut down, in addition to framing the organizers for the crime. Of course, over the past 3 months or so, we've also seen around 3,000 students get arrested across the country for calling for the end of the US's and their schools' complicity in the Palestinian genocide. Hundreds more non-students have been arrested at the Israeli consulate, the Brooklyn Museum, the French Quarter in New Orleans, a Senate building in DC, and at dozens of other protests around the country for the same thing. At a lot of these crackdowns, we've seen literal armies of cops decked out in full riot gear meet peaceful protesters with less than lethal ammunition, throw them down flights of stairs, beat them up, and assault them with pepper spray and mace, to name just a few of their crimes. At Hinds Hall, the building Columbia students occupied, what little footage we have of the police raid shows cops using flashbangs against students, going room to room with their guns drawn, and, as far as we know, firing at least one shot. Now, thankfully, the bullet didn't hit anyone, but that doesn't mean these crackdowns were without consequences. Students, professors, and other protesters have been hospitalized with fractured eye sockets, concussions, broken ribs and hands, and all the while cops have publicly denied these injuries and their use of excessive violence more generally. In the aftermath of these crackdowns, dozens of student protesters from Columbia, CCNY, Penn, Stanford, and other schools have also been charged with felonies and misdemeanors that, in some cases, might land them in jail for up to 9 years. And when I list these things out like this, it seems almost exceptional, like we're in some special time where everybody overreacted for a second. And that's very much the language we're hearing from the mainstream press and people in charge. In her public statements, Columbia's president called her decision to invite the NYPD to attack her students a, quote, extraordinary step because these are extraordinary circumstances.
Extraordinary circumstances, a bunch of kids fucking like shouting and waving signs.
All these protests have done is drag the dark, ugly root of the US's carceral ideology into the mainstream news. So this video isn't about the stereotypical police state thing. There's no single agreed upon definition of a police state, and it's more of an edgy label you use for shock value more than anything else. That said, here's a pretty good definition if you're interested. Now, I'm not going to focus on checking off the details of this definition. I don't want to spend too much time on how we've rebranded secret.
Highly centralized form of government with the state pervading virtually all components of society. Political dissent and opposition are aggressively suppressed, and the populace's fear of and intimidation by the government are a constant. For police states, governmental authorities' control over society is at a premium, and any means available to do so are used with no regard for individual civil liberties or fundamental. This is just like anti-communist, like, you know, hate mongering, like, when they're like, oh, it's fucking government control, like, you know, just aggressively demonizing that. So, like, whenever there's any public ownership of anything, they can go fucking scream and cry about it.
Now, I'm not going to focus on checking off the details of this definition. I don't want to spend too much time on how we've rebranded secret police as plainclothes officers here in the US when they randomly pull BLM protesters into unmarked vans. Nor am I going to do 15 minutes on the depths of the national security state, COINTELPRO, or the Patriot Act. That'll get its own video at some point, and I'll leave a few sources in the description for those who can't wait that long. You can definitely make a case for an American police state using that definition I just showed you. That's just not what we're doing today. This video is exclusively about the police of it all. The American carceral state, its logic, and how that logic becomes all-consuming in moments of mass political upheaval like we're seeing today.
Get one of those Chinese EVs.
Because while the vast network of surveillance that we all know about represents an extreme of state control, it's probably less powerful in practice than the everyday commitment of the American state to law and order, especially now under a strained neoliberal capitalism. So let me start with this. Policing here is extreme. The US is unquestionably one of the most policed states in the world. You've probably already heard that the US has more people in jail and prison than any other country, but that doesn't actually capture the full scale of things. About 1 in 100 people in the US is behind bars right now. 2.3 million people. More prisoners than 194 other countries combined. And there's only like 200 countries out there. The US on its own holds a fifth of all the prisoners on Earth. Our police are also far more violent. Per year, they kill about 1,000 people. The second place among wealthy countries is Canada, and Canadian cops kill about 30. Not only are US police killing more, there's also zero accountability for this violence. According to Human Rights Watch, about 98% of police killings in the US never result in officers being charged with a crime. And still, year after year, Democrats and Republicans alike talk about how great and valuable our cops are. Biden signs the American Rescue Plan, and cops all over the country get $350 billion to hire more police officers, get more overtime pay and bonuses, and get decked out in the latest military gear. That means tiny towns like Prosper, Texas, not too far from here, truly one of the most boring, uneventful places I know, has beat cops riding in $700,000 10-foot tall armored trucks. Now, $350 billion is hard to grasp. Here it is in a more manageable format. What you're looking at are what's called million-dollar blocks. Places in the country, usually in big cities, where single blocks get over $1 million spent on incarceration alone per year. And just think about where you live right now. Think about what would happen if every year the city decided to spend $1 million on making your block better. Whether that's renovations, upgrades, new businesses, events, or just gave you and your neighbors a couple thousand extra bucks each to spend on your home. That's not what's happening. In America's poorest and blackest neighborhoods, the budget doesn't go towards making things better. It's huge, and it goes towards throwing people away. This is the carceral logic of the American capitalist system. Here's how it works. Under the neoliberal version of capitalism we've had in the US since Reagan, government policy has looked something like this.
Yeah, that's a good point,
Every
Vinny.
administration makes people more
I call
vulnerable
bullshit
by
on
cutting
that.
social and public services, refusing to raise the minimum wage, pushing back the age of retirement, defunding things like the NLRB to weaken unions, and deepening government deficits not for anything useful, but to increase incarceration, policing, military spending, and private deregulation. It's how you get graphs like these, and cops that look like this. The neoliberal mantra is that you make things better for businesses by pulling the rug out from organized labor, making endless calls for everyone to become an entrepreneur, more cops, and forcing people to take on more debt, either through student loans or credit cards. People need to pay this debt back, and to do that, you work longer hours, at worse jobs, for lower real wages in a society that, year after year, increases the pool of people who can't afford an unexpected $500 hospital bill. Thanks to outsourcing, automation, and leaner business practices geared towards maximizing stock prices, there are fewer real, non-gig jobs, and more people need to work 2 or 3 of them to get by. At the same time, more and more privatized services, like housing, also means things like rent keep increasing. And just like that, you've created widespread poverty and insecurity with fewer solutions to escape it and more dire consequences for those who can't. But that's not enough. Managing this widespread insecurity that's so beneficial for capitalist accumulation is difficult without conceding any ground to activists and organized workers. So it starts being in the state's interest to redefine our concept of crime and apply it more broadly to the state's targets so it can manage this situation. People don't usually love that their needs aren't being met no matter what they do, and they might start getting the funny idea that upsetting this status quo, taking back control, and redistributing wealth and power more fairly is a good thing. They could start organizing, imposing demands on their bosses, taking charge of their neighborhoods themselves, or just trying their best to get on an equal footing with those born into privilege. That sort of behavior, the more it starts threatening the stability and negative peace of this violent system, needs to become labeled as irrational and criminal so it can be justifiably repressed to protect the exclusive entitlements of a few. So now, media organizations, both news and entertainment, government bodies, courts, and politicians start moving the goalpost on what they consider crime. And upholding this system, exploiting workers, keeping people exposed to the daily violence of not having enough, that's not part of their definition. The FBI's crime statistics aren't about the number of people suddenly thrown in cages by the state after yet another new crime bill. Nor does the report include what white-collar criminals get up to when they slowly rob millions of people of their retirement savings. No, the label crime is exclusively applied to things like petty theft, armed robbery, property destruction, homicide, and all these other crimes of opportunity that are inevitable when people's needs are being denied to them. To aid in this effort, context gets completely steamrolled by liberal concepts of equal justice and the introduction of more rational criminal procedures like mandatory minimums. We trust retail companies when they broadcast that petty theft is on the rise. Crime rates are presented as objective reflections of reality to the public, decontextualized from the increased level of policing. And the predictable result is that criminal sentencing procedures systematically reaffirm the capitalist hierarchy. Some groups get charged with more severe crimes and more jail time. But because this system has been rationalized, because the concept of crime has been crafted around this specific purpose, and because the context of the state's control over people's livelihoods is treated as a completely separate question, none of this gets challenged. Politicians always get to ask for more cops, more prisons, and more guns. Because, after all, the crime numbers don't lie. Crime control becomes the regulation of a relatively small number of acts that have been designated as threatening the social order, and the administration of criminal justice becomes the institutionalized or patterned responses for processing those threats. This way of criminal justice functioning becomes accepted and normalized. Ideologies, legal and otherwise, convince people that the patterns are inevitable and just. To make this project of criminalization especially successful, our leaders rely on crime as a tool for
New York
othering
motherfucking crimes.
racial, gendered, sexual, and
Exactly.
class lines,
That's where all the
to the point
criminals
that
live.
this
That's why they
othering
call it
comes to
that.
justify just about anything. It structures the capitalist hierarchy, lends legitimacy to those whose privileges allow them a higher standing than those who are othered. and enables the violence of more extreme policing against some. They shift the explanation for bigoted state repression away from the structural factors that make some groups' disempowerment profitable, and towards rooting out the bad apples from this perfectly neutral enforcement of law and order. Some people's identities and their efforts to live equal lives to the privileged become synonymous with crime. And once that criminality is established and ingrained,
where am I?
Anything and everything is allowed. Cops can never go too far in punishing these obvious criminals, terrorists, communists, and those people who are branded as definitionally violent. The result is a system in which the solution to every social ill becomes the police. We throw cops at homelessness, mental health crises, poverty, and fare evasion, while demanding that public schools, public transportation, and entire communities get by with much less than enough. And you can very clearly see the inevitable consequences when protests start getting in the way of this capitalist society's goals. At around midnight on April 30th, a group of Columbia students occupied Hamilton Hall in an act of protest against the university's involvement and investment in the Israeli apartheid state and the genocide of Palestinians. 4 days earlier, former NYPD captain and current mayor of New York, Eric Adams, was on a Zoom call with a group of heavily invested billionaires. On that call, according to WhatsApp chat logs filled with dozens of Forbes 100 capitalists, this group discussed the various ways that they could leverage their tremendous wealth, influence, and connections to help Adams in his crackdown of student protests. They talked about making campaign donations to the Adams Re-election Fund, hiring private investigators, putting pressure on the Columbia administration, whatever it would take to get police officers to handle protesters. At the same time, a narrative began to take hold of mainstream media that this occupation and the escalation of protest it represented in response to an administration unwilling to accept students' demands was a step too far. What they were doing was labeled by pundits across the political spectrum as a violent crime. And now that the protesters were criminals, nothing could protect them.
Violent crime.
So let me be clear. Peaceful protest in America. Violent protest is not protected. Peaceful protest is. It's against the law when violence occurs. Destroying property is not a peaceful protest. It's against the law. Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation of classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest.
You can't convince me that a university with a $13 billion endowment cares about a single broken window. That's not what this is about. And it's certainly not violence. There wasn't a single bloody nose or broken rib until the cops showed up. No,
of course
it's an excuse. A line in the sand that justified hundreds of police officers' flashbangs and arrests, the condemnation of a president standing firmly behind a genocidal occupation, and the pearl clutching of the corporate media. Law and order had been restored. Protesters' criminality had justified it. It justified the press and legal observers not being allowed to document the police's actions, which still today we only have a partial account of. It justified the cops forcefully removing students' hijabs. It justified all the expulsions and the concussions. Suddenly, it wasn't about Palestine anymore. It was about cracking down on inconvenience. And in the days that followed, it justified dozens of bogus misdemeanor and felony charges for trespassing, property damage, burglary, and assault, not unlike the RICO charges brought against Stop Cop City protesters in Atlanta. Here again, the consequences of the racial capitalist state came out in full force. The wealthier and more mediatized Columbia protesters saw their mostly misdemeanor charges dropped relatively quickly. Down the road at CCNY, protesters saw the same violent crackdown as their peers 20 minutes away. But CCNY is a public school. Its students and faculty largely come from lower-income Black and Hispanic families. And so, at the time of writing, the CUNY 22 are still dealing with felony charges that could put them away for years. And as student protesters continue to remind us, all of this pales in comparison to the violence imposed on Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. But it's related. So, is the US a police state? It's a matter of opinion. But I think the message the ruling class and their militarized police are sending is pretty clear. They're not hiding it.
And if you're thinking about doing something like this, take a look around, see how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
Yeah,
I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that this channel is entirely grassroots funded. Since sponsors don't want to touch videos like these, we have to rely on the general.
JT. Is this subversive?
Well, we're going to move the show forward here to another very big, I would say, somewhat unexpected issue. That was the French elections that kind of shocked the world based on what we were told was going to happen, that the far right was going to dominate. That did not happen as the new Popular Front coalition.
I knew the whole time that they were going to win. The left was going to win. I could feel it. I have a good sense of that. I just feel it in my bones. Who?
Coming from the left actually won the most
Brandon's
seats,
face?
and the right-wing surge didn't materialize in the way many people thought it would. So we are very, very honored to be joined for this show by the French deputy Danielle Obono, who is from La France Insoumise and also the new Popular Front coalition. Danielle, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's really an honor to have you here. We were excited to see you on the stage on Sunday during the celebrations and everything that was happening there. And let me just start here, maybe. I think the whole world was saying National Rally, Le Pen is going to win, they're going to dominate, and then it comes around and the new Popular Front has the most seats. What do you think it was? What was the appeal, the issues you all put forward that you think allowed you to win the most seats and blunt the impact of this far-right surge?
Yes, the entire media establishment and political, pundits had been waiting for the far-right to win, and it's been in the making for the past decades, actually, because, as you know, it didn't happen just
talking about the elites, Jack.
On Sunday,
the elites,
or the
man. Party elites are trying to keep me down.
Election, the rise of the far right in France is
want to give everybody a fair shake.
Crisis, the social crisis, the years of neoliberal policies, and the structural racism that shapes our entire society. So they've been doing.
Yeah, Biden should get into crank shit. Fucking no cap, like he would do it. Oh man, that's his best bet, because then he could say like weird shit like he says, but like tie it into crank shit somehow, and like you could just fucking trail off about like the reptoids or whatever. I'm telling you, if Brandon did UFO disclosure, he would win. That's his only shot. That's his only shot at winning. That's the October surprise.
The national rally work over the past year. I mean, when the Macron government implementing antisocial policies.
You should give the world fucking 0 point
pushing,
energy.
An anti-climate agenda, and also attacking civil liberties and using and weaponizing Islamophobia in order to divide the social movement and the society. And I think what happened is that everybody predicted that the far right will win big at the European election.
Still Trump stuff about draining the swamp.
They had won 5 years ago. So that was.
That's the thing. Like, fuck, goddamn demon rats refuse to at all critique like their donors. You know, it's like they won't go after any of fucking capital's interest at all. It's incredible. It's like Biden from Delaware. You know, it's a credit card state. Like, this is his lifelong ambition, is to enable price gouging on a national scale. Right? It's,
It was not the surprise. The surprise was when Emmanuel Macron decided
remember, like, when they were trying to get Build Back Better passed, and like all these fucking Democrats in New Jersey and shit were like, oh, we gotta make sure we like undo this fucking millionaires tax that we have. Like,
Just the fucking worst, man. They're the worst.
Dissolve the National Assembly and to call for this election, and people realized that it was ready to give them power because they just had won. They had just came first at the European election, and it was just saying that okay, let them take the country. And I think there was a huge movement. People were both afraid because the far right and the prospect of the far right winning meant risking their lives. I mean, livelihood, but also lives. There was a lot of people who feared for their lives. There were a lot of parents calling their kids saying that if they win, you have to leave this country. Although you're born here, you get everything here, but you have to leave. And I think it was very something physical. There were groups of far right groups who were roaming the street looking for LGBT people to beat up. Literally, that's what they said when they got arrested. So I think there was a lot of fear for millions of people, but also anger against Macron, who kind of gambled our lives just for some political, mind game with the far right. And because people were already very angry against him over the past 5 years, we've witnessed and took part in huge social movements against Macron, against his policies. So you got everything. I think that's what made it so powerful, even though it was a very short campaign, only 3 weeks. We got so many people who came and said, okay, now what can I do? How can I help? A huge support.
Nice.
And I think that's really the people rising against the far right also, and against,
grabs him by
Macron,
the ear, drags him out.
Macron game, and to beat the odds and say, no, you won't, not today, not today, this won't happen. And that's how we did it, I think.
It's really incredible, especially because it was so unexpected. But then now you have a situation where it's unclear whether your leader, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, will actually get to be prime minister because of what they call the centrists and their unwillingness to form a coalition with him. And so I'm confused here because these are the centrists who are always saying that the far right is fascist and we can't let them win and we have to defeat them. Yet when it comes down to it, they clearly have more of a problem with the left than they do with the far right, which I guess shouldn't surprise us on this show. But the other thing is I of course saw the way that the corporate media in the English-speaking corporate media was framing Mélenchon as this like anti-Semitic radical, is how he was described by Reuters.
Really?
So they're really, really opening with the issue of Palestine because his politics on Palestine are good as far as I'm concerned, but not as far as the center is concerned. So can you explain what the obstacles are now to forming a coalition that would actually see the left take the premiership?
Yes, I mean, basically the main obstacle is Macron himself, because he's trying to pull something like a power grab. I mean, if anything that is happening in France was happening anywhere else outside the world, around the world, especially in an African country or in a Southern American country, you would have the entire media talking down on the people of those countries and saying how this can happen. This is the president should respect democracy and so on and so forth. But because it's France, a European country, Western country, there's no such talk. But I mean, the situation is pretty much him trying to trample the democratic results because of the
so
Fifth Republic system. So what should have happened is he should have called us and said, okay, you won the election. So I'm asking you to, who do you want as a prime minister? And I'm asking you to form the government. That's how he should have done. But right now he's using he's trying to win some time and especially because we have the Olympic Games happening in like 2 weeks, and in order to keep the things running, with the so-called technical government, and trying to not actually respect the result of the election, and he's really trying a power grab and saying that who cares? He's the one who had called those time elections. He got beat because his candidates got only second place, and still he doesn't recognize the results.
Second place is the first
So
loser.
this is practically the last authoritarian move that he made. He's made a lot of them over the past 7 years, but he's basically saying that I don't care. And I will keep going, and I will just do whatever I want, which we won't let happen, of course. And there's already call for demonstration and stuff like that, and that's what we're building actually.
No, I think that's important to hear, and I think the social movements that you've mentioned have been so huge in this conversation, and one of which, and Rania alluded to this, is of course the movement in solidarity with Palestine that especially La France Insoumise has been very closely associated with. I mean, after the first round of the elections, all the Israeli ministers were all celebrating, saying, "Oh, look at this, national rally is coming first." It shows that Palestine, people in France don't care about Palestine. But now, after seeing the second round, it seems clear to me that having a morally correct position on the genocide in Gaza was inspirational to a lot of people. So talk about that, if you could, just the role of that issue, the Gaza issue, in terms of helping build support for many people who came out and voted for the Popular Front in this election.
Yes, that's been something very powerful happening, because over the past 7 months, when we started to mobilize against the genocide still ongoing in Gaza, we actually built a deeply rooted movement, because we were at the start among the very few, and I would say the only political organization that basically said we condemn the crimes committed on October the 7th, and we condemned the response by the Israeli government, and we've been, we never back down on that, and we say that we need ceasefire now, and we need to do everything we can to stop what is happening, what is being labeled as plausible genocide, and we never back down on that. So we've been attacked by the media. We've been called every name on books, especially anti-Semite, pro-Hamas. The deal. And it was not easy, because for a long time there was only a few of us doing that. But what happened also for millions of people in the country, and I think it's true for people around the world, because what we've seen is like the people around the world are supporting Palestinian people, and especially in Western Europe and in the Western world, there's this discrepancy between the position of the governments and the position of the people who are, no matter the nationality, the religion, the ethnicity, they support, I think in their overwhelming majority, the people of Palestine and the demand for a ceasefire. And I think that's why there was such a big support for us, because we were the only ones standing strong on our values and principles in support of Palestine. And what also happened, because it was, we were at the beginning of the European elections, and we got the deep honor to have as a candidate Rima Hassan, who is a Palestinian refugee, actually, because she was born in a refugee camp in Syria, and she was one of a candidate, and she decided to stand for the European elections, and she became the spokesperson in a way of this fight. She's very brave. She's been targeted viciously by, I mean, that went very, very far, and as you may know, and it's been happening over the world. But at the same time, I think that's what earned a lot of respect from the people and a lot of love. There was so much love, and people felt so grateful that they had people standing for them.
When the moon hits
no
your eyes
what,
like a big pizza pie,
and I think that was for the past month. That was we built on that, and that's helped also for this election, because we already had this massive support.
That's how it goes, right?
Within working class people, and that really built a lot of proximity and a lot of community
This guy looks
around
like
us,
Zuckerberg.
that helped during the
game.
snap legislative election.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, please go ahead, Rania.
Well, I was just going to really quickly ask before we wrap up here is, as we, as obviously the fight isn't over, but I think that this did take a lot of people by surprise. This was a victory for the left in France, regardless of what happens next. So what are the lessons, or do you think there are lessons that others, especially in European countries, can take from what the left managed to accomplish in this election in France?
We need to do what France did.
Yes, the fight is only starting. Actually, we won the first one of the rounds, but they had a lot of advance and they are still held by the entire system. So I think we're still also learning. We've learned from other left organization all over the world. I mean, when I say we, the La France Insoumise especially, we've learned from what happened in the US to build a platform, to build our own organization. We've learned what happened in the UK. We learned from Latin American countries. So we learned from all those movements all around the world. What I think is very important and helped us over the past years is to have our own movement, our own independent platform, and also what is central for us, it's our program, our political platform. That's the key, and to not be ashamed to be radical and to say, I mean, people are asking for radical, concrete measures to change their lives, and I think that's something we keep repeating. We are elected to realize a program, to put in place concrete measures to change people's lives. So we want to tax the rich, we want to recognize the state of Palestine, and we will do that, and so on and so forth. So I think for me the key is your movement, to have a big movement, and nowadays we are the biggest left movement, and I think political organization on the left, because we built this for the past years, and I will say you keep pushing for bold and concrete measures that actually the people need and want to be put in place. And when they believe that you will do that, they go out and vote. And yeah, I would say among the things we've managed to do and that helped us to get this result.
Yeah, she said is what I say.
Those are two of them.
Do good things and people will vote for you.
I think all around the world, it was a nice jolt of excitement and hope. And I think you're right. The fight is just beginning, and we've got a good head of steam here. Deputy Danielle Obono from La France Insoumise. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time here in the Freedom Side.
La France Insoumise.
Thank you.
When Puerto Rico is under attack, what do we do?
Puerto Ricans are facing a power grid nightmare, and U.S. corporate greed is to blame.
True, people are leaving the island because they can't pay for electricity.
Puerto Rican activists gathered outside a federal court in New York City to protest Golden Tree, the Wall Street vulture fund that's trying to profit off of Puerto Rico's energy crisis. Puerto Rico was already suffering from an outdated electrical grid when it was battered by Hurricane Maria in 2017. When the Puerto Rico Electric Power Authority went bankrupt, Golden Tree moved in and bought up its cheap bonds. Now, Golden Tree is taking the Power Authority to court to force them to raise electricity costs and use that money for a payout to the bondholders of $8.5 billion. But activists say that's the last place Puerto Ricans' money should be going.
The bondholders want is to have that money just for repayment instead of investing it in the grid, which is what it actually needs. If it's not invested in repairs, people are just going to have to leave the island.
The other company that stands to make millions off of Puerto Rico's crisis is Luma Energy. Luma is the private U.S.-Canadian company that now manages the island's electrical grid. Back on the island, Puerto Ricans hit the streets in outrage at Luma Energy after another massive blackout left 340,000 people without power during a heat wave last month.
Luma es una mafia avalada por el gobierno y avalada por el Congreso de Estados Unidos.
In 2021, Luma took over parts of Puerto Rico's once publicly owned grid in a 15-year deal for $1.5 billion that was sealed behind closed doors. Puerto Ricans were promised
I wouldn't want to join this fucking fascist hell state.
A privatized grid would improve service.
They need to just kick the capitalists out, what they need. Same thing everybody needs.
Todo lo que le vendieron al pueblo, todo lo que dice Pierluisi es para las gradas, porque Pierluisi fue el que le vendió al pueblo que eso era una empresa de calibre mundial, que no iba a haber aumentos en el costo de la luz, que den un tiempo en lo que... Mira, y lo que esto ha sido totalmente un desastre.
Under Luma's watch, blackouts are only more frequent and prolonged, and electricity costs are higher than ever. After several Luma price hikes, Puerto Ricans now pay an electricity rate 40% higher than what those in the US pay, which means they're spending 8% of their incomes on electric bills, compared to 2.4% for Americans.
They just get it wherever they can, you know? It's like the ruling class's collusion is like they just have it calculated all over the world, the exact cost of living and like what they can fucking press you to get, and you know, like how much fucking debt you can get. Like it's fucking, and they just find ways to get it, and then whatever they don't like, the landlord just takes, you know, whatever's left.
Que esto sea el comienzo de muchas manifestaciones, porque, vuelvo y repito, el país, para que tenga paz y tranquilidad y estabilidad en el sistema eléctrico, hay que anular ese contrato y traer a las trabajadoras y trabajadores que fuimos desplazados.
Narvaez is referring to the hundreds of skilled electrical linemen with the Union of Electricity Workers who were forced out and replaced by workers from Luma's parent company. But a shortage of expertise only partially explains Luma's incompetence.
You don't say. It's like, yeah, see? That's what I said. Yeah.
La Junta, that's the US-appointed board which has controlled all of Puerto Rico's fiscal policies since 2016 when Obama signed the Promesa Act.
Wow.
They are totally unelected by Puerto Ricans. By selling off Puerto Rico's public assets to private companies, the US government is ensuring the island is more favorable for its corporate profits while making it unlivable for Puerto Ricans.
Look,
there
Puerto
are
Rico
now
just
more
wanted
Puerto
it to be
Ricans
more
in the
competitive
diaspora
for
than on the
business,
island
you know,
itself.
for entrepreneurs.
And they say they're being forced out by these austerity policies.
Forced displacement is a weapon of colonialism. They are making conditions in Puerto Rico impossible for people to survive, for people to make a living, for people to access food, water, their basic needs. So Puerto Ricans believe that they'll find it here in the United States of America. And when they come here, they realize that the situation is just as dire here for Puerto Ricans and for all people that live in the United States of America. They want us out of Puerto Rico so that they can take over and make it into their, you know, their own paradise, their tax haven.
Yep. We're gonna make it like New Florida. Damn, dog. Look at my colony. I ain't never getting no empire. Global warming and inconvenient history. Inconvenient for who? Oh, I mean, I did sort of like, seems like what is happening is like the I lost my train of thought. Fair shot, Jack. Just want to give everybody a fair shake. Fair chance for every Joe to be an entrepreneur. Just entrepreneurial environment. Yeah. Yeah, it's like what they've done everywhere. But I mean, it is like an aggressive, like a hostile takeover, you know? It's just another example, just another, like, just insane level of oppression happening right before our eyes, and it's just, like, normalized. And like, oh, what do you mean? It's totally reasonable that people have to fucking emigrate because the electric bill is too expensive because the private company...
Beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer.
Come on, Jack!
Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
Earth Rider. See, that's what I mean. That's what I think is dangerous about Joe. Like, I don't mind when he calls, like, fucking Trump Obama or whatever. Like, that's not a big deal. Like, old people do that. When he does stuff like that, it's like he's fucking lost it, you know? They can't private... Yeah. Yeah, I mean... That's like everything in, like, the post-colonial era, right? It's like, they understood that the only thing they really needed to control was the fucking, you know, like, commanding heights, and they could use that to enforce whatever they wanted from the political class, like, in the media. I mean, it doesn't seem... Look, the system does not seem as resilient as I think they want us to think it is, you know? I think it is fucking very vulnerable in a lot of different areas, and I think as soon as the rest of the world is ready to do something about it, I think there's a lot of fucking opportunities. Earth Rider. Call it, you know, Project Earth Rider. That was the clan. That's like his favorite clan. You know, like he likes them more than like samurais. He likes samurais a lot too, I bet. You think he's like a karate guy?
That was the President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden, holding a very spirited campaign rally in Detroit, Michigan tonight. We just took that live, clocking in around 30 minutes before a exuberant crowd. I am Chris Hayes here in New York. I'm joined by my colleague Joy Reid, of course, the host of The Readout, just before me. And Joy, I want to first get my first read on this. And again, I think we've been honest throughout about the various performances we've seen from this president, from the debate, the Stephanopoulos interview, to the press conference. You know, that was by far, I think, the best performance he's given since the State of the Union, and looked like that's the Joe Biden that has been a very successful politician and won in 2020.
I will say this: it was the best performance we've seen actually since the Waffle House a half an hour after that disastrous debate. And the reason I throw the Waffle House in there is that a half an hour after that performance, he walked into a Waffle House in Atlanta and came alive. You know why? Right. Because there were people in there. Whoever on the Biden staff made the deal to have him do a debate with no crowd and no people to respond and to bounce off of, that person should reevaluate their entire career.
That's such fucking bullshit revisionism. He looked worse in the Waffle House. Do you think he does the crane? From what I understand, Earth Rider is the name of a beer that brewery brews. Great Lakes Brewery. You know. It's just like he's so too lazy to like fucking like say all the words. He just kind of combines them all. Hey, so should we stream for the England game? The final? Wouldn't that be fun? Can we do that? Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. 2 o'clock tomorrow? So, 2 o'clock Sunday? Actually, I kind of have plans. We'll see. It's coming up, lads.
But what I wanted to say was it's easy to knock people off. We saw it in the so-called Arab Spring. We knocked off Mubarak, the leader of Egypt. Where's Egypt now? We ended up electing, they ended up electing the Muslim Brotherhood, which was a very toxic, unpalatable group. And then that led to a military leader, al-Sisi, and a lot of journalists are in jail. And I don't think people would say Egypt has better leadership now than it did under Mubarak. I'm not totally defending him either, but knocking someone down is easier than building someone up. Where is the team that will succeed Biden, and how do we know they can? How do we know they can beat Trump?
She compared him to fucking the Egyptian dictator.
But what I wanted to say was,
When the genocide deserved recognition, it was not a good time to embarrass Turkey given the country's role in moderating extremism in the Middle East. Wow. Damn, I don't have anything. Guys, I got some chode. Why did it mute it? Who would ever mute chode? Especially chode's fucking first 5 seconds. Best part of the whole stream.
Both Gary Nolan and Hal Puthoff have responded to Arrow and Oak Ridge National Labs analysis of the famous bismuth metamaterial. So let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack.
Dude, I bet you their analysis suck balls.
And the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you think
like, how
in the comments below. Yeah, okay.
Again, like, I see that Arrow report as so aggressively just unquestionably and, like, unprofessional a resignation, like, and admitting that they're just a disinfo cover-up. Like, it's like there's no way you can say that, like, that was their honest, good faith attempt to, like, accomplish that task that was set out to them. And, like, just the whole thing is, like, all the errors and the fucking broken links and the just misrepresentations and, like, fucking factual, like, they just didn't get the facts right. Like, you can't take them seriously after that. I think that delegitimized instantly.
So here's what Gary Nolan said. Until they release the raw data files behind the figures so that others can verify the results.
Dude, I watch his fucking videos every stream, basically.
Conclusions, not data. Yeah, so others need to verify the results of, probably any scientific inquiry, but I wonder if he's specifically needling Arrow. Others need to do this, not Arrow. I don't know if that's what he meant by that,
Arrow's so full of shit.
That's what I mean by it. But he says, first, it has not gone through peer review. Does Arrow even know what that means to the credibility score for a report? It means the results are unverified. This is indicative of a media play, not science. So this is for disinformation purposes. This is propaganda. It seems to be what Gary Nolan is saying. That is a major claim, and I love it.
What is the legitimate rationale? Like, it's just like, what is the legitimate rationale for this? You know, you like so-called like oversight office to aggressively try to like like spread misinformation and like debunkings just embarrassingly
results to be true. It means an extraordinary claim has been taken off the table by simple evidence. This means more time to focus on the real data. Arrow should release the raw data if they want to seal the deal.
He's not in
interesting
here.
Points, Gary. Interesting points. But we also have a response from Dr. Hal Puthoff. Thanks to Joe Murgia. He says he reached out to Dr. Hal Puthoff this morning.
Dude, Joe
about,
Murgia is a fucking hero. Like
Oak Ridge assessment of the bismuth
I feel like when we finally get, you know, when we finally fucking get in the blue room, you know, when we finally have like Mike Turner's head on a stake, hanging out with the ETs, Joe Murgia, what's his name? Oh, I just forgot it. Oh, Danny Sheehan, and posthumously Stanton Friedman, I feel like deserve an award, you know, for their diligence, and all the haters and losers, you know, they don't get anything.
Magnesium sample, and I received this reply. Our preliminary assessment of the analysis report. Oak Ridge concludes that the isotope ratios match those of terrestrial materials. Therefore, it appears likely that manufacturing sample was terrestrial based. This appears correct.
I keep missing
now,
them.
I think, yeah, okay, well, let's get into what he says after this. Based on my ultra-terrestrial hypothesis attached, this might not necessarily indicate purely mundane sourcing from terrestrial manufacture. Yeah, and that's exactly right. More and more people are in the know, you know, like Hal Puthoff, but others as well are talking about the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis. The idea that we might not be alone, not just in the universe, but here on planet Earth. So could the bismuth material or metamaterial,
Dude, he
even
lives
if
in
it was made
fucking,
here on
where do you
Earth,
live in El Salvador,
be
right?
anomalous in some fashion? Absolutely, yes, it could. The randomized nanocrystalline structure of the bismuth layers, as opposed to pure crystalline layers, argues against their use as
I think
a
bits I get to keep more of the money, by the way.
waveguide medium, as discussed in the literature by
Bits are a better deal, I think, overall.
I got that right. This appears to be a reasonable interpretive conclusion from their examination. However, as part of our follow-up inquiry, we should ask,
like, just like the American right makes shit up and they cry about nothing all the time. Like, there's not a real, that's like fucking, like, fucking, what's his name? Ben Shapiro, right? Yeah. Like, those fucking crybaby, like, they're paid propagandists to, like, make that shit up to, like, fucking distract the hogs and, like, you know, hyperfixate on the, like, it's like the same shit they do with, like, the Balkan video we watched last night. It's the exact same fucking thing. Right? I feel like it's so extremely beyond its sell-by date. It'd be interesting to see how much longer they can keep this up. It's like the intensity is like just constantly ratcheted up. You know, these people are like gonna start fucking doing, you know, mass murder campaigns.
if the randomized nanocrystalline structure of the bismuth layers might
It's
be
like the way that they've like just sort of like normalize the concept of like fucking shooting somebody you disagree with and like pretend that that's like a reasonable thing to do. It's dark.
Result of a crash-induced randomization of initially crystalline layers.
Okay. You know, it's like okay if it's like
3,
a liberal.
Unaddressed was the now well-established difficulty in bonding bismuth and magnesium layers together. This raises the possibility of advanced manufacturing of the sample despite the mundane component distribution. Yeah.
There's no fucking chance that that bismuth magnesium thing that they have is natural. No chance. It's like, what is it? Like micron thick layers of bismuth and magnesium, like just individually, like it's like the individual atomic placement thing. No fucking chance, dude. Arrow is so full of shit.
Yeah, again, so it may be anomalous, even if it was, you know, the components are known components. Based on the subtleties of the points raised above, there remains topics worthy of some further discussion. So yeah, according to Hal Puthoff, the conversation is not over on the bismuth metamaterial. I love it. Howard E. Puthoff, PhD, Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin, Westlake Hills. I just had to read that part because that is where I am from, is Westlake. That's where I grew up. Love Westlake. Nice area of Austin, right where the hill country is beginning. Beautiful part of Austin. Anyway, so there's what Gary and Hal Puthoff have to say about the bismuth metamaterial and Arrow's analysis of it. And Gary Nolan almost outright calling it propaganda, and Hal Puthoff saying, yes, while they may technically be correct, their interpretation doesn't account for the subtleties that may point to something more anomalous going on. So they were using the truth to tell a lie, which of course is classic disinformation, you know, if Hal is correct. So let me know what you think about all this in the comments below. And if you've enjoyed this video, please give me a big thumbs up. I sure appreciate it. Smash the like button and the subscribe button and the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook and Twitter, links below. Love to see you guys there. And if you wanted to support Cosmic Road in a bigger way, consider grabbing a coffee mug or a t-shirt in the merch store below, or by becoming a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and I really appreciate you guys' support. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other videos on the channel. I'll see you guys next time. This is Jack with Cosmic Road.
I've always wondered, you know, there's always just been this mystery, you know, about certain parts of history. You know, like a mystery of history. Whoa, oh, is this, oh, are you kidding me? Wait a minute, stop the presses. Stop the presses.
In 2016, everybody
no one told me this was out there.
Everybody was sure he was too old. Same people made the same points in 2020, same people are making the same points now. But the democratic process and the deliberative process that chose Joe Biden is the process that we have. It is how American democracy works. The parties choose candidates, and then the nation chooses between
them. Yeah, bro, that's just how it works.
That's in mental decline if we make him our candidate. The whole party's in mental decline. If
the whole party is in mental decline
as our strongest candidate, I'm not willing to insult the Democratic Party like that.
All right, welcome to Counterpoints Friday. Ryan, we've got some great guests today on the biggest topic, I would argue, in the world right now, which is the future of the American presidency and the presidency himself.
How kudos.
So we're going to be joined by Dimitri Melhorn on the one hand.
Oh, Dimitri.
Oh,
wow.
Organizer and mega donor.
Mega donor. Yeah, let's
strident
go.
Case in defense of Joe Biden as the best Democrat to take on Donald Trump to this day in the general election. And we'll also be talking
Joe
with
Biden is so
Cenk
bad.
Uygur, founder of
He's
TYT,
so
a man who
bad.
probably needs no introduction to our audience. So let's bring in
Look at all these sweet tarts I got.
Cenk and Dimitri, both of you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
I got so much candy. I'm so fucking, I'm candied the fuck
By the way,
out.
I should say I'm not a
Yeah,
major
mega
donor. I'm just
donor.
a nice donor. I'm like a bundler type. It's my colleagues who are the major donors.
Right. They're all you're pretty generous in your own right.
Yeah, I'm generous, but I'm not mega.
Right.
Is he like a Sean McElwee guy?
Who are not familiar with the kind of the world of democratic donor politics.
A popularist?
Dimitri kind of represents Reid Hoffman and some other like major donors. Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn billionaire who would qualify as mega donor.
Yeah.
And we're excited to have you, Dimitri, over in the independent media space here. Hoping to see more of you here. So let's start with you, Dimitri. You and I spoke a couple days ago, last weekend, about the state of the race. It looked at that point like Biden was done for, like at least from the conventional wisdom in Washington.
Done for.
But you were not persuaded by that, and you said, look, you guys are overestimating your ability to change the reality here, and the reality here is that Joe Biden feels like he's still the best.
Generic Democrat does better.
Where are you today, and has anything changed about your perspective
a lot better
since then when it comes to Biden's ability to win the general election?
Yeah, and thank you, Ryan. Thank you for having me. A lot of times the question comes down to whether President Biden can do the job for 4 more years, and that's what it comes down to. But the question that I'm focused on is,
shifty. Look at
what
him.
is the most likely way to prevent President Trump from having a second term?
Dude.
And to prevent President Trump from having a second term,
Look at him.
from being elected,
Look at his body language.
You need someone to be able to win the nomination of the Democratic Party.
Also, look at the framed picture of his dog.
Beat Donald Trump in a general.
What's going on back here? What are we looking at? This dog's pretty mid. Who's this? This is a fucking picture that came with the frame, dude. Look at that. Literally, it came with the frame. Look at that shit, dude. What a fucking serial killer, man. Look at this. I'm telling you. This is definitely the fucking stock photo that came with the frame. Holy shit. What a psycho.
Monboon_ says, where's your framed picture of Cuddles?
Election. Yeah.
Of who? Cuddles? Man, I hate Cuddles so much. I'm sorry, Cuddles. You heard me say that. Come here, girl. Come sit on my lap. You know, the other day, like, it's like because I smokes all the time, so I can't smell anything. But like, I hadn't smoked in a while the other day, and I walked in the house, and I was like, wait a minute. Fucking house smells like dog. You kidding me? You can't have a fucking dog-smelling house. She like sits on the couch. She fucking licks herself and stinks. Lame ass dog.
And for the last 5 years, there's only been one Democrat who's been anywhere close, and only one Republican who's been anywhere close to getting their
Just fucking
nomination
like sits
back.
and like leans on
and
you.
so we've known for kind of 5 years that this was the most likely rematch.
She always
and we
wants to
knew that
touch me.
both men would have some increasing challenges compared to last time. You know, Biden and Trump, neither of them is the same man they were 4 years ago.
Yeah, the whole setup looks fake, doesn't it?
Fundamentally alter
The whole
Biden's
thing looks like a
electability more
staged,
than
like, props.
the things that we've learned about Trump and keep learning about Trump, like his criminality and so forth. So that is a real question. It's a fair question. But immediately after the debate, the swing voters seem to have not moved very much. The polls in each of the 3 closest battleground states have moved 3
Dog is
points.
pretty mid.
Maybe
This is a
more
fucking
likely
picture
2
that came
if
with
you
the
look at
frame,
weighted
dude.
averages for
Look at
poll
that.
weight. And right now,
Yeah, this is a
Biden
good
is still
clip.
tied in electoral votes
Literally,
ahead in
it came with
electoral
the
votes
frame. Look
representing,
at that shit, dude.
251 electoral votes. And he's basically tied within the margin of error in states
What a
representing
fucking
another
serial
60
killer,
electoral
man. Look at
votes.
this.
So the
I'm
question is,
telling you.
who's better to win and whose decision is it? And if it's Joe Biden's decision, which it is, that he won
Thanks,
the
dude.
nomination, then the burden of proof is not just to prove to me. You have to prove it to the standards of Joe Biden, who's heard these arguments
Fuck
in
Joe
16
Biden,
and
man.
agreed with them, and in
Fuck
20
him.
and disagreed with them. And he was always right
This guy sucks.
in those 2 elections, and everybody else was wrong
He
in those
wasn't
2
right.
elections. So
He
I think we should
wasn't
have some
right.
humility here.
This is the thing that these assholes are gonna do, and they always do this, is like, they've they have the situation where they are up against like a demented game show host, like, you know, rallying for fascism, and they're like, you know, this is fucking, no, I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it, what was I talking about? Shit.
Too old for Twix says I'm gonna need you to paste that clip as a comment to this video.
It's a good idea. Thanks, Rowland. Hooking up, Sarah. What up? New chatter gets the sub. Nice. She's sitting right over there. I usually don't let her back here when I stream, but she snuck in this time. Oh yeah. Oh, so I remember right now. Okay, yeah. So the Democrats, they have a situation where they should, by all rights, like knock it out of the park, and then they make it as shitty and neoliberal as possible, and they just keep turning the knob, and they try to find like what's the maximum amount of neoliberalism we can do, and still have barely squeak by and win the election. Like that's what this guy's job is, effectively, you know. And it's like, how shitty can we be? Like the shittification
Jink,
meter.
how would you prove it to Dimitri?
Yeah, easy on many fronts. So number one, he's at 36%.
Oh, but the fact that they barely won the election does not in any way validate their theory of the case, is what I was trying to say. That's the TLTR.
Approval rating, no incumbent ever in American history, not just president, but at the federal level, has ever won when they're in the 30s in an election year. Number two, he was at +9 at this point in the election in 2020. Now he's in a best case scenario -3. That's 12 points to make up. His approval rating last time when he won, and barely won the Electoral College, was at 52 points.
Will
So
copyright
he's
strike
16 points behind an approval rating. These are all totally unrecoverable. They would be the most. It would be the most unprecedented political comeback in American history by a lot. And a guy in mental decline is going to pull that off. He's shown absolutely no ability to pull that off. In fact, I said that he would lose non-swing states months ago. And here we are. He's now losing 3 non-swing states now.
Look at Booty, dude. Honestly, you know, I'm something of a thought leader on the you know, the burgeoning scene of Crank Communism. You want to get my ear, get on my good side. You know, I have contacts. Or did I tell you I'm an elected official? Oh, the album's repeating.
New Jersey and
So
New
you
York
need-
are
you
in
need to
play.
be able to,
So
like,
guys,
bribe the
what is
school
not in
boards.
dispute is that Donald Trump's a terrible guy, and we're both trying to make sure
Can you
that
get
he
my kid out
doesn't
of
win
detention?
re-election. We just have a very significant difference of opinion on what is the best way to make sure Donald Trump doesn't win. And with Joe Biden, it's a lock. He's not going to pull off the greatest political miracle in American history. Okay, so those are all the numbers, and I can give you underlying numbers. He's lost Latinos, he's lost the youth vote, he's lost almost everything, right? So the idea that it's
This should be
close
the
is
Joker
ridiculous.
song.
He has a near 0% chance.
Yeah,
of
I'm a
winning.
tort leader
So that's
and a
why
thought
I've been on
leader.
a warpath for 9 months.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, how could you guys not see it?
Yeah.
But all of that is a lead up to me asking Dimitri, is Joe Biden in mental
If you
decline?
get, you know, if you got like,
No.
if you have
He is
cancer,
in
it was probably
physical
some company that gave it to you.
He's in physical. Yeah.
And the reason that I know that is because emotionally, when I saw that debate, I thought he was in mental decline. So emotionally, when I saw the first 10 minutes of that debate, I was where the House Democratic Caucus is as well. I engaged in a remote medical diagnosis, even though I'm totally
remote
unqualified,
medical
because I've
diagnosis.
seen people
Oh my
aging, and I was
God,
worried that it was
bro.
medical decline. So I followed up and found out
it was
that
definitely mental decline, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
World-class brain experts that we've hired to assess both Biden and Trump for years, that this is consistent with motor decline. And the best evidence of whether there's mental decline is the job that he's currently doing. And the job that he's currently doing, we still...
So his muscles are declining, so his brain muscles not working good?
Negotiations. And we know from Kevin McCarthy's admission against interest that when he does that, he closes the deal and rolls them. We know that today, this month, he is pulled into international negotiations to close the deal. Our allies want him as the closer, personally. That's why he's working 14 nowadays in war zones. I remember when I was an associate in McKinsey & Company 20 years ago, and I worked the kind of hours he's working, I would have moments like that too. And so the question is it age or ability? And the best evidence about whether it's ability is what kind of a job he's doing as president right now. And as presidenting goes,
fucking monster, dude. He's a monster, this guy.
No, Dimitri, listen, first of all, I think it's the most obvious thing in the world that he's in mental decline. The great majority of Americans agree with me. And he himself admits he can't go past 8 o'clock at night. That's not a great job of presidenting. Sorry, it isn't. He can't go to the private meetings with the G7 leaders because he's too tired. He himself says,
just Diva singing this song earlier.
He says he's the first black woman to serve with a black president, and that's after he had the questions handed to him, written out.
First black woman, Jack.
All you have to do is answer that.
There was never any black women before me, Jack.
Decline, and he says, I'm the first black woman. Okay, so anyways, but Dimitri...
By the way, you've met Joe Biden over the decades, right?
I mean, I have, yeah. And and he's a disaster right now. He's an absolute disaster right now. But Dimitri, it doesn't really matter whether I agree.
Fucking low-level Turkish intelligence.
What I'm obsessed with is what do the American voters think. And that jury's
Dimitri
in.
Doesn't
most
care.
of the polls have it around 72. One outlier had it at 80%.
This is one of those guys who like doesn't like democracy. He's like,
72% of Americans think that he is not mentally healthy enough to serve. So we're going to run a guy that, at a minimum, 7 out of 10 Americans think
his
brain is not functioning. And he needs to be president, the hardest job, for another 4 years. The minute we start chanting 4 more years, we lose the election. Dimitri, how do you put up a candidate that 72% of Americans say his brain isn't working?
Yeah. So I do agree with your main point, Zhang, which is that
I hate him so much.
The real question is what voters will think. And I agree with you that the voters have rendered a remote diagnosis of Joe Biden that is consistent with your impression and not with the impression that I've gathered from the people I've consulted. So I agree with all of that.
The people that you've consulted lied to you, bro. Come on, Jack.
When you get to the data about the swing voters, what you are saying is that you would still vote for Biden over Trump, but you don't think they will. And when you cite all these numbers about how badly Biden is doing, that is all just objective, like Biden versus Biden. And the other thing that is unprecedented that we've never had before is running against a convicted felon who launched an insurrection.
No one gives a fuck, bro.
And is now attacking juries. And so the question is not, is Biden objectively, do people like or want him as the nominee? My whole life,
no one gives a fuck. You have to do good things.
Been dissatisfied with the person who the major parties have
you can't
put forth
just
for them to choose.
talk about the other guy's bad things because you do bad things too.
The question is the two-way. And the
so
two-way, all of the models that I've seen, from the most anti-Biden model, which is Nate Silver's, to the most pro-Biden model, which is 538, to all the betting markets, they all put this race within the range of Biden having 30% to 50% chance. 538 says it's 50-50. They could be wrong. You could be right.
It's the Burn It Down rework. This is Burn It Down, the original.
And all of the models looking at the polls disagree with you that his odds of winning are 0.
His odds suck, bro.
The swing voters who you are sure will not vote for Biden, when they see Biden and Trump side by side, it's the same choice as last time, except both men have new liabilities. Biden has shown something that people generally perceive to be performance-related aging, even though I disagree. And also, Trump has acquired his relation. He's bragged about Roe v. Wade. He's allied himself with rural theocrats. If anything, I believe that Donald Trump has revealed himself to be more dangerous than last time, whereas the evidence that Joe Biden can be a great president is stronger than last time because he's been one. So I think the two-way
people are just more desperate now and more willing to take a fucking gamble on a sicko like Trump.
You seem certain it will move.
Yeah,
So,
Cenk,
Dimitri,
what do you make of this point, by the way?
People are just fucking pissed. They just want something different because they know the establishment's fucking them.
538 does say
obviously
52,
it's the most obvious shit in the world
for Trump right now. 52%.
They're going to vote for whatever they put up there instead of the establishment
I think Biden
guy.
is probably clinging to that. I think Dimitri's clinging to that. But I'm curious how you would respond
literally
to
anyone.
538's assessment that this is sort of a toss-up.
So look, 538 is that's nuts. I'd bet them any amount of money that they're like off by a landslide. I mean, that is a preposterous thing to say. I mean, 52-48 on which planet? Guys, 7 to 8 out of 10 Americans think his brain is not working. They're not going to vote for him. Now, that doesn't mean Blue MAGA isn't going to vote for him. Blue MAGA is going to vote for him no matter what. And when it comes down to election day, we're all going to have to make a super tough decision, okay? Because Trump's terrible. Like you mentioned, the conviction.
Again, that's how bad Brandon was,
but
man.
That's already baked in.
Seriously,
that's already baked in. It isn't moving anyone, guys. Whenever we're talking about the election,
it's like destroyed the concept of lesser evilism.
We have to be talking about the swing voters, the independent voters. It doesn't matter what we think. We hate Trump.
If it was
just us voting, it would be a landslide for Biden.
It's the Earth
Rider, Jack.
Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
The middle is what matters, and the middle thinks that Joe Biden.
What the fuck are they laughing at?
They're not going to.
What are they laughing at?
4 years.
What are they laughing at?
And the other problem, Dimitri, is it isn't just, hey, Biden versus Trump. Why not have a candidate?
I finally got that checkbox in the right spot.
Because Trump has those liabilities no matter what. So why are we putting up a guy that has at least the same amount of liabilities?
Please put up Gavin
Imagine a ticket
Newsom.
like Andy Beshear and Wes Moore. Two young, dynamic, successful Democratic
Gavin Newsom
governors.
and Andy Beshear.
One guy won twice in Kentucky. The other guy is this dynamic, great speaker who's the governor of Maryland. Oh my God, imagine how excited Democrats would be if they had that ticket. We would crush Trump. Why do we want to, at a bare minimum, risk losing? In my opinion, guarantee losing.
He's talking to a group of workers at a brewery.
Where a guy at 36% has a 48% chance of winning. A guy at 36%, an incumbent, has a 0% chance of winning. It's literally never, ever, ever happened before. And so you're saying that Biden is as great a politician as AOC was in her run against Joe Crowley, and way better than that, way more dynamic than that? Because it takes an AOC-like miracle to win at this point. So why don't we pick someone better? What is wrong with us? Why do we want to pick our worst candidate instead of our best candidate? This is a no-brainer as long as you're not in mental decline.
Yeah, Dimitri, what is wrong with us?
Nothing. You guys have the exact emotional reaction that I had when Trump came down the escalator, which is panic and outrage that this is going to happen. And when the beginning of the debate happened,
Dimitri,
I was feeling the same set of emotions. However,
look, guys, you
we
just
all
gotta
have
think
to
about
check
it like
those
me. I'm an
emotions against
intellectual.
objective reality. So there's two major claims that Cenk made that I think are objectively false. One
you
is that
lied.
the negatives for Biden are new to swing voters, and the negatives for Trump are baked in. That is something that we believe because we talk about them all the time. The observation that I have made of swing voters and their poll movement since the debate suggests that
nothing,
the opposite is
fucking
true.
loser.
The truly marginal voters who, it's the very few people who, at this point, with these two men, are still not sure which way they're going to go or whether they're going to vote. That's an unusual crowd, and those people are bathed in the warm glow of Fox News and TikTok, and
You're trying to fucking make it seem like it's like a neutral thing or whatever. It's like... You're the Democratic Party. You have to fucking turn out the base. That's the whole thing. Like, that's what they do, right? It's like the can't be like, oh, it was low turnout, so we lost. Are you kidding me?
already believe that Donald Trump, they already believe that Joe Biden is as bad as the first 10 minutes of the debate all the time. They already believe that. And they don't know anything about Donald Trump's weaknesses because the MAGA media pundits, have closed ranks in matching outfits around his tribe.
He's got that fucking look. This whole setup behind him, I think, is fictitious. Or like, who's in this picture? Certainly, this picture right here. This is like the fucking pictures that came with the frame. I'm convinced. This is like a framed picture of a dog over his one shoulder. again, I don't see who those people are in that picture there, but maybe whatever. These pictures over here, the poses and all, you can't see it perfectly, but like, doesn't he strike you as a fucking, like, it came at the frame kind of guy? He's got like a Dr. Klopek thing going on. Is this your vehicle, Dr. Klopek? Look at that. Can't really see it as good now. So we zoom in on him again.
False is that someone else can easily beat Trump, and I appreciate
anybody
the
can beat
instinct.
Trump.
I certainly wish
Fuck
that were the
you.
case, but if you look around the world, young and talented and handsome politicians like Justin Trudeau and Emmanuel Macron actually have lower approval ratings than Joe Biden, and it's true. They just do.
Because they all
and
suck,
if you
bro.
look
Come
at
on.
all the people who Trump has flattened in his run, all of them look a lot like the Andy Bashir Westmore hypothetical. Like, surely a Ron DeSantis, a Hillary Clinton, a Jeb Bush, a Marco Rubio, surely those kinds of people can beat someone like Trump. And it turns out they can't. So I think we have to just be honest and recognize that regardless of our take on it, there is something about Joe Biden that prevents Donald Trump from running his preferred plays. His preferred plays are: the system is irredeemably corrupt, the people in it are irredeemably corrupt, and the reason it's important that you stop their corruption is because they're attacking Christianity, and they're attacking white people, and they're attacking men, and they're leftist radicals, and all of those things, Donald Trump and his movement choke on trying to make that happen with Biden. Donald Trump got impeached to try to make people think that Joe Biden was corrupt. They've spent so much energy, it doesn't work. I think we just have to recognize in this environment, as much as I have imagined, Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro and Andy Bashir, the bench is great, but we will have 4 months. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, if the Biden-Harris ticket were to release their delegates right now, there would be a scramble. And during that scramble, the other side would be demonizing Bashir and Moore, whoever we put up. And if you didn't like what happened to John Kerry in 2004, do not watch as your dream candidate of the future gets destroyed as they're being introduced to the American public.
Cenk, I want to throw that back to you with also the question about whether this polling dip that we've seen is potentially temporary. If, let's just take the fantasy of Democratic elites right now, Joe Biden does a great speech, or the White House, I should say. Joe Biden does a great speech at NATO. He has this great press conference. He just nails it, knocks it out of the park. The dust kind of settles. People see it's not as bad as maybe the debate made it look, and the polling recovers. Is there a possibility of that? And then also respond to Dimitri's points about the other candidates as well.
All right, let me one step at a time here. So first, there is no chance of recovery. He's losing New Jersey. We're having a fantasy conversation over here. He's losing New Jersey, and he's in obvious mental decline. He's not going to, even Democrats acknowledge there's no way in the world he makes it 4 years. So we're asking the country to vote for a guy that we all know isn't even going to make it 4 years in terms of being mentally healthy. That's nuts. That's totally nuts. So in terms of the ability to make a comeback, I wrote all the way back in like 2006 about how Tim Russert was wrong on Meet the Press about his narrative of comeback for George W. Bush. I'm like, you just made that up. This brother doesn't have a narrative of comeback in him. He's not capable of it. He's not smart enough. And all that George Bush did from 2006 to 2008 was slide in the polls, because he was a disaster, and we were right about that. People want to wish a narrative of comeback into reality.
Tell me what it was like back in
Joe
06,
Biden
bro.
is not like George W. Bush. He was a perfectly competent person for most of his career, whether I agreed with him or disagreed with him on policies. And those great deals that Kevin McCarthy brags about. Of course he brags about it. Joe Biden, his entire career has been handing Republicans every deal they ever wanted. His idea of a compromise is you get 95%, I get 5%. But that's my policy difference with him. But at least he was sharp and he got those things done. That's not his issue now. His issue is massive, obvious, blatant mental decline, let alone the fact that he thinks that his uncle was eaten by cannibals. He's always had a problem with sticking to the truth. So this is not the, if you think this is the best candidate that the Democrats.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that's the most popular video still on my YouTube channel. This is Boy Harsher live clip.
You are greatly insulting.
Coincidentally, from the festival that is going on this weekend, that we're going to later on.
Democratic Party. No, the Democrats have tons and tons of way better candidates. And look, Dimitri, I get it. It's not like there's a fantasy world where you put up Bashir, Moore, Whitmer, whoever it is, and the Republicans are like, you know what, we're just not going to run against them. Of course they're going to try to smear them, of course. And will that have some degree of effect? Of course. Will it be a little bit of risk? Of course. But the much greater risk is losing New Jersey. The much greater risk is not just a loss, Dimitri, but a landslide where Donald Trump gets to walk out there after the election and say, I just won all of Congress and I just want a landslide victory past the swing states that nobody thought I could do. That means I have a mandate to do whatever I want. And that is definitely the direction that we're heading. Last quick thing on Trudeau and Macron.
Like he's doing the show.
When they were young and energetic and new, they won. They're losing now because they're the incumbents. People hate incumbents. All across the world, people want change because we live under corporate rule and they know it in their gut. So this is divorced from Biden's particular situation, but that's another giant anchor that is dragging him down. Everything that goes wrong in the country is blamed on the incumbent. It's the easy pickings for the Republicans to attack. Bashir and Moore and Whitmer and Shapiro, they don't have those problems. So what are they going to do? They attack them on the problems of Kentucky? First of all, Kentucky's doing great under a Democratic governor. So the risk is infinitely higher by sticking with Joe Biden than it is with coming with a dynamic new team that also, by the way, has the advantage of two more advantages. One is, again, Dimitri's not totally wrong about a lot of Biden's problems are also baked in. A lot of people thought his brain was melting earlier. That's not a great thing. That's not a thing to brag about. And so Bashir or whoever it is would not come in with those baked-in problems. They wouldn't have the incumbency problem, and they wouldn't start out in a hold, and they would start. And the whole country, Dimitri, this entire election has been begging for another candidate. Yeah. They don't want these two. Imagine if, by a miracle, the Democrats gave them what they wanted, a different candidate, and someone who was young and successful and could obliterate Donald Trump in a debate. Put me against Donald Trump in a debate and watch me humiliate him. Instead, we had a guy who lost to him. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why not pick someone better?
And Dimitri, to his point real quickly about New Jersey, in the spring, we don't have many polls, not many high quality polls, but in the spring, Biden in New Jersey was up about 5-6 points with Kennedy, polling, high single digits. There was a poll in late June that has Trump 41, Biden 40, RFK Jr. at 7%. And respond to anything else Cenk said, but I did just want to say, so that is the Jersey poll. How nervous does it make you to be talking about New Jersey in July of 2024?
So
he doesn't care.
There are many things. Obviously, Cenk and I have been both in our own ways trying to resist this fascism, this fascist movement, and so this is the first time we've really talked about it. And I think there's a number of things about which we disagree. Probably the easiest thing to do, rather than dealing with all of it, is just to quickly say two things and then get to the main point. Number one, I actually don't worry about New Jersey. I agree with Cenk that a landslide win would be bad, but I also think a narrow win would be bad. I think if the United States of America hands power to that movement, the Trump movement, with all of its criminality and all of the Project 2025 stuff, we're not getting it back because the Supreme Court and Congress do not have an army and Trump will. So my version of this is, as bad as it is to lose the landslide, just losing to that man is equally bad. In terms of the issue about
generals aren't going to listen to Trump.
Someone else, Rishi Sunak replaced Liz Truss and it didn't matter. The incumbent's still the incumbent and a replacement doesn't work. But the main point is, let's just for argument's sake stipulate that everything Cenk fears is true. Let's assume that Joe Biden is very, very much, he's like Yoda on his deathbed in Return of the Jedi. Sometimes lucid, sometimes not. Just assume that, okay? If he gets a call at 3 a.m. and he's disoriented like that in your world, he will pull together a group of people and they will make a decision. If Donald Trump gets a call at 3 a.m. in 2027, the downside risks are quite high. He could launch a nuclear strike, literally. That is more than within the realm of possibility. And America can see the difference. They can see the difference between, in Return of the Jedi, Jabba the Hutt was quite vigorous, and people would choose Yoda. So that's the point is even if you are right, and by the way, the most bearish model on Biden's odds is the new Silver report, and that's 30%. So even if I concede that the 50% number is wrong and the betting markets are wrong at 40% and you're right, it's still 30%. And that's worth fighting for.
We have to get to, I think, one of the, I mean, maybe Ryan and I agree on this. I think the most important question here, which we addressed a little bit at the beginning, the difference between mental and physical decline and whether Biden is in physical decline. And we do have a clip mashup that I want to get you both to respond to here. Let's roll this next element. This is Biden with George Stephanopoulos and in some other places. Let's watch.
Nobody said anything.
Come on,
except
Jack.
me and the folks out there in the local race, he said, I did nothing to stop Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In fact, he said, I think I encouraged Russia from going, I think he encouraged Russia going in. I mean, I'm reading from the list of lies. First of all, he was made up quote, suckers and losers. I was with, he called the Americans in the cemeteries from World War I, suckers and losers. And so this guy's going to have to start to answer for what he did. I'm not letting.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes
do my
to
goodest.
pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all, I did the goodest jobs I know I can do.
You're the goodest.
That's what this is about.
So, Dimitri, NBC hosted a neurologist named Dr. Tom Pitt, who, you may have seen this, who said that he would fail someone or someone would be failed in medical school if they didn't diagnose a person displaying those symptoms with Parkinsonian, whatever it was, right? Parkinson's or this variation of Parkinson's.
None of us are trying to get our medical degrees.
Yeah, thank goodness. That would be bad for everyone. But you're maintaining, Dimitri, that what we see from Joe Biden reflects physical decline, but not mental decline.
Yeah, so the George stuff, so a couple things. One, you might want, the whole point of why this is an important conversation from my perspective and why we're out there so much is you can do that mashup reel for Donald Trump and it's way scarier, right? And if you do, there are plenty of psychologists who have jeopardized their careers by remotely observing that Donald Trump is a dangerous man who cannot distinguish truth from reality and whose mind is broken. In the George Stephanopoulos interview, what are some of the other things that Biden said? Biden repeatedly insisted that it was his decision, his problem, his fault that the debate went poorly. All around, people were urging him to throw staffers under the bus for debate prep. And his top priority in this limited period of time to talk to George Stephanopoulos that he insisted on several times was to make sure everybody knew the buck stopped with him.
Buck stops
that
here,
is why
Jack.
he's a good president.
Yeah,
that is why he builds a good team. That is why people trust him. That is why international leaders trust him. That is still true. And Donald Trump, Joe Biden took responsibility in that Stephanopoulos interview, that one Stephanopoulos interview more than Donald Trump has his entire life. So the comparison, I've had grandfathers and family members who have had Parkinson's and have had Alzheimer's and strong as an ox, and there are differences. And what Biden showed in that interview with Stephanopoulos, as well as in his interview with Morning Joe, is the kind of role that you get. And people are criticizing him for reading off of a list, reading notes. I have notes right now. Presidents should be using notes when they're presidenting, I think. And they're upset with him for having actually the only psychologically healthy response to this terrible moment, which is to say, Donald Trump could be president and I can only do my best. That's the psychologically healthy response to this. And so in all of these things, I'm like, Biden's right.
So, Cenk, let's say that Biden does end up stepping aside. And in that hypothetical, there are a lot of Democrats who are saying that, okay, it's Kamala's, and we're all going to rally behind Kamala. Cenk, where are you on that, and what do you think Democrats should do in order to get a new nominee if Biden does drop out? And we get Dimitri's take on that as well.
Yeah, so I'm going to answer that in 1 second. I just got to mention a couple of things that were mentioned earlier. So first of all, I think Biden is the goodest candidate.
Goodest candidate.
When you're trying to prove that you're the best candidate and you're saying you're the goodest candidate, Come on, brother. George Stephanopoulos said today, after the interview, I don't think he can make it another 4 years. Which goes to the 3 a.m. point that you made, Dimitri, which actually is a point that one of our members on Young Turks made, which I thought was so smart. You get the call at 3 a.m. You say, hey, Trump would be worse. I get it, brother. That's why we're all working overtime to try to defeat him. And Biden always says, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. But the alternative isn't just Trump. The alternative is a better Democratic candidate. And so when that 3 a.m. call comes in, you're saying the administrative state would handle it. But then we're putting up the administrative state as our candidate. And what are we going to do? Pull a Feinstein and wheel him around for 4 years and pretend he's president when the administrative state is the president? And then we're saying we're trying to protect democracy. That makes a mockery out of democracy. We cannot go in that direction. We have to be the defenders of democracy. We have to be the defenders of truth. And with Joe Biden, we're in a massive hole on both lying, because he's, in my opinion, and in the opinion of 72% of Americans, clearly lying about his mental condition. And, we want stability and someone to make the right decisions. Here we go again, right? And so these are two giant problems that other Democrats wouldn't have. So now that goes to Ryan's question.
Before we go to Kamala, because I think that's a really important point that I want to hear Dimitri's response to. That is my read here, that Democrats are sacrificing all of their credibility when they say that democracy is on the line, and then also saying that actually the president is kind of overrated. Whoever the president is, just the administrative state is going to run it, or by saying something that people don't believe with their own eyes, and that they don't have the credibility to lose. So, how concerned are you about Cenk's point there, that if Democrats are running on the idea that actually things will be fine, there's a whole state, there's a whole apparatus of advisors around him, that undermines Democrats' credibility with voters when they go to say we're here running to defend democracy?
So there's two things about that, Ryan. One is, remember, I was stipulating, let's assume that Cenk and the 72 million Americans are right.
Cenk. You called him Cenk.
Let's assume all that. Even then, the team around Biden and the instincts of Biden, the instincts to take personal accountability. If you guys are right and lost it, then even his lost instinct, his instincts to take personal accountability, that's significant. The broader point, however, is that actually I don't agree with these points. I don't agree. Like, it is true that for a long time humans looked up at the sun and saw that it circled the Earth, and we saw it with our own eyes. And of course, any alternative was silly. And then some math, and then we're like, oh right, actually the Earth circles the sun. It is possible to do math, check your priors, check your eyes, and in this case, this is a guy who is competent. And in terms of his ability to beat Trump, to be clear, it is a close call as to whether there is another human being other than Joe Biden who can unite the Democratic Party and defeat Donald Trump. To date,
nobody else,
he's the only
Jack.
one who's done that.
Nobody else can do it, Jack.
Last time, he's the only one who has done it this time. And the reason he's done it, you guys are talking about a bunch of things that are bad about Joe Biden, and that's fine. I'm not saying they're not bad, whatever. The important thing is there are also things that are good about Joe Biden, things that the Americans trust about Joe Biden. The MAGA global movement has spent an enormous amount of money and resources to persuade swing voters that Joe Biden is corrupt, and it's failed. It succeeded against everybody else, but it failed against him. That is his superpower. People cannot unsee Biden's honesty and decency any more than they can unsee Donald Trump's business acumen. Now, I think Donald Trump doesn't have any business acumen, but I'm not going to be able to persuade swing voters of that. It's baked in. Same thing for Biden. Biden has a unique brand strength that makes him uniquely good against Donald Trump. And that is what he believes, and that is what I believe. Now, you don't believe it, fine. But remember, it's his decision. He was the nominee. So I am not saying that I very much believe that the presidency is at stake. I very much believe that which of these two presidents is president matters greatly. I very much believe that Biden is the sort of person, even if he was all the things Cenk said, he's the guy who puts a Trump prosecutor in place to put his own son in jail. He's the guy that sits for a deposition with Robert Hur, even when our ally is being attacked on October 7th. He's the guy who will step down peacefully if he loses this election, even though Donald Trump has promised to use the state against him. These are indications of a tremendous commitment to the rule of law And for us to judge that someone else would be better, sure, that's debatable. I don't think so. He doesn't think so. And, you know, the Democratic swing voters continue. Yes, they don't like him. But if you compare him to the other alternative,
no, they won't fucking vote, dude. That's the issue.
Jen, any response to that, or should we talk?
Dumbass.
Yeah, real quick, guys. Trump's two biggest problems, like we all agree and I've said before, is he's a giant pathological liar. But now the country thinks Joe Biden is lying about his mental health.
He's lying about a lot of things,
Jack. Of the country thinks that. Up to 80% of the country thinks he's lying about his mental health. That is, so there goes your advantage against Trump. In fact, when they poll it, now more people think Biden's lying. So why are we giving away all of our advantages? The second giant problem with Trump is that he won't let go of power. That's why we had January 6th and his coup plot and all of that. And what's Joe Biden doing now? He won't let go of power, even though he's clearly the worst candidate for the Democrats.
I did January 6th,
so
Jack.
There goes our
I did that.
talking points. And look, Dimitri.
Nobody thought it could be done. I did it.
Like you said, the business acumen for Trump is baked in. That's not true. Put up a candidate that is tough.
Shit.
Like, for example, look, I could tear down his business acumen in one debate. I could totally and utterly embarrass him and create a giant national conversation about what a loser he is, how he went bankrupt 6 different times, that he couldn't manage his way out of a wet paper bag. He's daddy's little boy, and he lost daddy's $400 million. Then he lost his second daddy's $400 million. That was the money that Jeff Zucker gave him through The Apprentice. The biggest loser in business history in America. Why didn't Joe Biden say any of that? Why don't they actually fight him? And instead, Joe Biden said that he was going to defeat Medicare during the debate. This is
there's too many immigrants raping their sisters, man. Obviously.
It's not just Joe Biden that's in mental decline if we make him our candidate. The whole party's in mental decline. If we select Joe Biden as our strongest candidate, I'm not willing to insult the Democratic Party like that. And so that's where I'm at with that. Now, in terms of Kamala Harris, we want to make the same mistake again. We want to anoint. Stop anointing. The Democratic leadership, honestly, I think are a bunch of morons. You want those guys to pick the best leader? They almost always pick the worst candidate. They picked Hillary Clinton and they were positive she was going to win. What happened? You lost. You don't know what you're doing.
Cheap used capture card?
You're also an imbecile. It's humiliating. And here you are again,
Where do I plug it in?
And an imbecile who tried a coup against America, who has the 34 felony convictions that people love to talk about. But yet the Democratic leadership, in their infinite stupidity, are still losing to him. And now might lose to him in a landslide. No, I don't want a Democratic leader anywhere near anointing a leader. And I don't care. Oh my God, she's the VP. That has nothing to do with the candidacy. That's just for the presidency. So if something, God forbid, happened to Joe Biden, then she's the president. That's great. Of course.
God forbid.
There's no question about that. But in terms of the candidate, for once, why don't we pick the strongest candidate? These are the delegates of the convention are all Joe Biden delegates. Don't worry. They're not going to pick a progressive. They're not going to come within continents of a progressive, okay? There's no way it's Bernie or anyone in that camp. They're just going to pick between 2 corporate Democrats. Everything's going to be okay, but just that's like the last piece of democracy we have left. At least let the delegates decide instead of a bunch of 80-year-olds in a closed room somewhere that go, what do you think? I don't know. Let's pick somebody like Joe. No, let the delegates decide.
And Dimitri, isn't there a possibility that by letting a public that is hungry for some type of relationship with its government, letting the public have that through an open convention, could break something, could kind of break the spell that Donald Trump has over his ability to just kind of dominate the airwaves, and could connect the public to the Democratic Party through the spectacle of an
he doesn't care about that. I mean, look at him.
So all of you are making assumptions about the way that the American public chooses its president that are assumptions that I do not hold. I do not believe that asking 2,000 delegates to choose on their own what they want after 14 million Democrats have voted is a low-risk endeavor. I don't think that asking 2,000 delegates to reject the primary votes and decide on their own is a pro-democracy move. And I don't think an open
weasel.
convention
This little
in Chicago
weasel, man.
that manages to get the incumbent to step down is guaranteed
Oh,
to
fuck, I
keep
never
the White
played your
House. In
link.
fact, I'm
What
pretty
was
sure
that?
that's how Richard Nixon won in 1968 exactly. So the question is not whether Cenk and I can persuade people,
Democracy. Yo, it's
a group of people
Polytrix.
that are rational,
Polytrix
that
and the
Donald Trump is a business
democracy.
failure. It is that I
Where's
have
the-
tried that, as did the Hillary campaign, as did the Biden campaign, and it doesn't work. We break our pick on that when we're in front of a general audience because they can't unsee the brand of the apprentice. So that's similarly, the point is even if you are MAGA media has by the way, most over $1 billion, if you include on Biden's government action, persuading Silver Report, the public that Joe is corrupt. And maybe they think he's lying about health right now, but in general, swing
I don't
voters
have Biden
do not
brain.
believe it. So there are some things that cannot be unseen.
Joel, didn't you have
in
a no
this
questions
electoral
asked?
environment. And again, I think you have to be conscious of what's happening with the bad guys, right? The misinformation that is going to come
The misinformation.
at the nominees in an open convention, as we're all debating those 2,000 delegates. The thing about those 2,000 delegates is
Okay.
they are much more susceptible to your influence
Oh my god.
than the 14 million voters are. And so
No.
really the question is, are we doing the same thing?
They're much more likely to fucking like not fall for our spell. I mean, I think what Cenk said was right. I think that's literally what it is. Like the 0.01% chance that like they might pick somebody who might be slightly progressive. It is, you know. Look at him. He's just like red in the face, just thinking about it.
Are we doing the same thing in 2024 as we did in 2016? And Cenk is saying
to say their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, D.D. Megadoodoo. I'm sorry, Mangudu.
Megadoodoo.
To say their final goodbyes to this fallen
Megadoodoo.
Louisville police officer,
Megadoodoo.
D.D. Megadoodoo. I'm sorry, Mangudu.
Why would you do that? She did that on purpose. History guy would never do that. Never. He would never
Firstly,
do that.
many thanks to Ellen Lloyd over at ancientpages.com for her extensive research and writing on the conspiracy. Has a buried city within the Grand Canyon been covered up? The Hopi Indians have a traditional story told to them by their ancestors. It details the original pyramid builders living in an underworld in the Grand Canyon. Dissension arose between the good and the bad, the people of one heart and the people of two. Machado, who was their chief, taught them how to leave the underworld. He caused a tree to grow up and pierce through the roof of the underworld, letting the people of one heart climb out. They settled by Pasisvi, Red River, which is in Colorado, subsequently growing grain and corn. They then sent out a message to the Temple of the Sun, asking the blessing of peace, goodwill, and rain for people of one heart. But their messenger never returned. Among the engravings of animals in the local caves is an image of a heart over the spot where it is said the entrance to be located. This legend was learned by W.E. Rollins during a year spent with the Hopi Indians. An article published in the Arizona Gazette reinforced this legend. Ever since the article appeared, there has been a lot of speculations whether an underground city actually exists. David Hatcher Childress, who examined the story, said, perhaps the most amazing suppression of all is the excavation of an Egyptian tomb by the Smithsonian itself in Arizona.
I don't believe that
front-page story of the Phoenix Gazette on April 5, 1909 gave a highly detailed report on the discovery and excavation led by a Professor S.A. Jordan of the Smithsonian. The World Explorers Club decided to check on this story by calling the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Speaking to a Smithsonian staff archaeologist, they told her that they were investigating a story from a 1909 Phoenix newspaper article about the Smithsonian Institution's excavation of rock-cut vaults in the Grand Canyon where Egyptian artifacts had been discovered, and whether the Smithsonian Institute could give me any more information on the subject. Her reply was as follows. The first thing I can tell you, before we go any further, is that no Egyptian artifacts of any kind have ever been found in North or South America. Therefore, I can tell you that the Smithsonian Institute has never been involved in such excavations. While it cannot be
But the opposite is not true. Which pharaoh was it that had fucking cannabis and tobacco and cocoa leaves too, right? One of the Egyptian pharaohs, and they opened up the sarcophagus, there was all kinds of new world, exotic spices. I mean, they tried to say it was like some sort of contamination, but it didn't seem too plausible.
Counted that the entire story is an elaborate newspaper hoax. The fact that it was on the front page, named the prestigious Smithsonian Institution, and gave a highly detailed story
the Smithsonian
that went on for
is the cover-up people.
Lends a great deal to its credibility.
Dude, when they're involved, that's who they call to come cover up some crazy shit. There's not like, it's not really the type of what is that, it's not even like a government agency, it's just like a government cutout sort of thing. Come on, the Smithsonian is shady as fuck. Calling them prestigious is like, it's like calling Arrow prestigious, No, I mean, it's not like that, actually. It's like calling the OAS prestigious, A 20 bag? I mean, it was like in situ, is what I mean. It was like in his pipe or something. It was like deep in his like in his bodice. Whatever was left of it. And it was like it was like coke. It was like weed and coke and dope too, like all distinct. Like, why you just happen to drop like each thing in there? There's an 8-minute video from 10 hours ago. Really? Should watch that. On what channel? Forbidden Knowledge? Forbidden... Yeah. See? I wasn't making it up. Look at that. Citation right there. That's pretty crazy, right? This is his channel?
The Annunaki were not just one race of people from one planet.
How did I not know this? What? I thought this was like InfoWars, like this was like subscription only. Dulce base? I don't see anything from 10 hours ago. Let's watch. this?
The Anunnaki were not just one race of people from one planet. They were people from multiple planets in different star systems.
Really?
And guess what? We look like them.
I
never
sure
said they
about
were
that,
little
Billy
tiny
Carson?
green men with antennas on their head. We look like them, according to all the ancient accounts. Not according to me, because I didn't live back then.
The Pleiadians?
I'm only going by the information left behind. Now, Book of Enoch. I have about 4 different versions of the Book of Enoch. This one has commentary in it, which I love some of the writers' commentary. This is like a compendium, kind of like how I did my compendium of the Emerald Tablets.
What happened?
I like this one because it contains the first Book of Enoch, the second Book of Enoch, the third Book of Enoch, and the Book of the Fallen Angels. If you look into the dogma of the Christian belief system, they praise Enoch for being so holy and so, so good to God that he was taken away and straight to heaven. He didn't have to die. He went straight into heaven and he never came back. That's what they preach to you, right? They tell you that this guy
went on
was
the
just
spaceship
a real good guy, and he did everything
Alpha
that
Centauri or
God
whatever.
wanted, and he was without sin, and he was so incredible that, hey, just take him straight to heaven. Just bypass the whole death process. Just go ahead and take him to heaven. And they'll teach you that in Sunday school, right? And so that's the story that you get, but that's not the actual true story. Not the true story. It's quite interesting that Enoch is highly, highly, highly revered in the biblical text. However, his own book, look at all this information in here, was left out of the Bible. Now, why do you think that is? Why do you think Enoch's
Because he's about
text
spaceships, man.
was left out of the canonized Bible?
You know why?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because it's talking about these people behind me.
Yeah, baby,
That's
let's
why.
go.
It's an ancient Jewish religious text traditionally ascribed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. Now, who is Noah? We know now because I've been reading the Epic of Gilgamesh. That Noah is actually Ziusudra.
Ziusudra.
Okay? That's his real name, Ziusudra, before it was converted to the name of Noah in more recent texts. His original name is Ziusudra, or even in some, depending on which version of the Epic of Gilgamesh, Akkadian or Babylonian, it could be Unapishtim. Okay?
Yeah, Unapishtim fucks.
Ziusudra is the most commonly known name, but Enoch is the great-grandfather of the person that was actually given the instructions on how to build a ship to be saved from the flood. Now, this ship that he actually built, we discover in the Sumerian tablets, is not a gigantic boat like what they have been preaching to you in Sunday school.
Yeah, Billy Carson.
He was given the instructions, and how do I know this? Well, the tablet is actually in the British Museum. He was given the instructions on how to build a gigantic
The tablets of toes are in the British
disc
Museum?
submersible,
Interesting.
or maybe it flew. I don't know. We don't. Nobody knows. And it was cut up into sections like a pie on the inside.
Dude, how come Billy Carson's never
And
been
he
on
was
Rogan?
told to
Fuck.
put his local flora and fauna and his local livestock in that disc. Okay? He never built a gigantic ship. Not once did he build a ship. That is false information. Not once did 2 parakeets and 2 lions and 2 deer and 2 cockroaches and 2 fleas.
Well, I mean, that's not being a
and
little
2
hasty
ticks
here.
and all this come on the boat. Didn't happen. Okay?
I mean, it might have
I'm just
happened.
telling you right now, it did not happen.
I mean, it might have
He
happened.
was literally told to get his local flora and fauna and his local livestock.
Yeah, so he could
and
take
on
DNA
this
samples.
Disc that was cut up into sections like a pie on the inside,
Cocaine
but
monkey?
it was a sealed disc, like a saucer. Okay, that's what he was in, and we know this for an absolute fact now. There's no way to get around it. There's absolutely no way to get around it. And they show in the movies, they got that one movie, that Noah movie, they got every kind of animal and you got 2 flies and I mean, come on guys, 2 piranha. I mean, get out of here. It didn't happen. Okay, it just didn't happen. Let's get into the real knowledge, all right? Let's just drop the fairy tales and get to the real knowledge. So Enoch is the great grandfather. Now, what's important here is we're aligning a man who has directly interacted with these advanced beings. Now we know his own descendant also interacted with these advanced beings, as he was given the actual instructions on how to build this from Enki, one of these Annunaki people. Enki saved him and his family's life by teaching him how to build this particular disc-shaped floating device, whatever you want to call it, right? This DNA bank, if maybe it was that. But we see a direct connection between Enoch and Ziusudra, who's actually now called Noah in more modern texts, because the Bible is New Age information, not Old Age, it's New Age. So it's interesting that connection, that lineage is there. Two people, same bloodline, both being directly engaged by these beings, okay? You look at the descent of the Watchers. They descended from the sky. When we hear this in the biblical text or the Enoch text, what are we being told here? We're being told that these people, and I do mean people, came from the sky down. They descended from the sky down to the earth, and they were called the Watchers. Okay, they were the Watchers. Doofus. They would watch over humanity, and in some ways, they were forbidden to engage humanity. Some of them were forbidden to actually engage. In other words, to directly interact or interfere. It was against the rules. They actually had something called a prime directive, the same kind of prime directive you see that they utilize that same term in Star Trek. They have a prime directive in which they cannot directly engage or interact with any civilization that's pre-warp. If that civilization is pre-warp, and they're going to actually go down to the surface of that planet, then they have to pretend like they're part of that culture. They have to pretend like they fit in, like they're not really aliens or from space. And they can't alter or change or give them any technology in any way, shape, or form. It's forbidden, literally forbidden. Well, they got that information from the ancient tablets. I know. And the Watchers descended to Earth because they were attracted to human women. Get the fuck out of here. And that's not me saying that. That's in the book of Enoch. That's the ancestors saying this. They were attracted to human women.
How do you know
and this group of angels
it wasn't the jizz that they were after? I heard they were after the jizz. That was their whole prerogative.
Were the two chiefs or leaders of this particular crew of these Watchers.
You know, because like Earthmen were so
and they
like
decided,
virile.
You know what? These girls look pretty damn good. We're going to take some human wives. Now, it's interesting that when you read the Enuma Elish,
they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that.
Hasis, you discover these beings in there. They call them the Ijiji.
You know, because they're trying to cancel
all the
white men.
Anunnaki workers. They're not slaves, but they're the working class. In other words, if I own a construction company, I'm the boss. Then I have a
See, Billy knows, man. He fucking works it in through the side door. I love it.
Foreman, I have workers who go out and actually do the labor to build the product or the house.
Dude,
see, it's a structure, it's a system.
It's a real ufologist, man.
They said the same exact thing.
He's not no fucking EGG.
In the Epic of Atrahasis, they said, we want to get some of these human women. We don't have no women over here. They were working, according to them, they were working on Mars. And they were complaining about the conditions. And they said, you're working us like we're slaves, and we're not slaves. And not to mention, we want to take some of these women back with us. So in two different texts from two different time periods, we find the same story. We found not the same story, but we found a similarity, I should say, a similarity
Get over here.
in which these advanced beings, they want to get at these women. Some of the Sumerian tablets kind of read like soft P-O-R.
Like Marvel.
I mean, it's really crazy when you start reading some of the stuff that they're talking about there. It makes you want to scratch your head and go, what?
No.
And so they began families. So they basically breached heavenly boundaries.
Spread themselves throughout the world. Like,
before them, to not interact, not engage, and definitely not have sex with human beings. Not that they only have sex, but they said, you know what, we're going to keep these. We're going to make them our wives. And so then they started doing something again that was against the prime directive. They started teaching forbidden knowledge. And the fallen angels impart various types of knowledge and skills that were previously unknown to mankind, which had a profound and often detrimental impact on human societies. So what are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that these beings, not only did they come down for the good loving of the woman, the human woman, but they also then violated another law and began to engage mankind and give us the forbidden knowledge. And why was it forbidden? It was forbidden because this information that they were giving to humans was going to expedite our advancement technologically. And when you advance your technological prowess, all of a sudden, there's room for extreme detriment to that civilization. Why? The reason why it's room for extreme detriment is literally because when you take a civilization that isn't maturing enough spiritually and give them advanced technology, turn them into a technocratic civilization, they can potentially destroy themselves. And that's where we are right now. We're in a situation where we're on a precipice. We're on a line that we can go this way or that way. We're teeter-tottering. We are in a position right now to destroy ourselves. In less than 100 years, we went from a horse, buggy, and carriage to creating intercontinental ballistic missiles, to creating the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 craft that have now gone out into interstellar space. We've sent the Huygens probe, which has landed on the moon Titan.
Yeah.
We've done incredible
Shout out
things
to Titan.
in less than 100 years.
That's
We've
what I
got a
said.
plane. We have the SR-72 Blackbird. Forget about the SR-71.
Ooh.
We have the SR-72. Can fly 4 to 5 times the speed of sound.
Get out of here.
We've developed laser technology. We can now communicate between Earth and the moon via lasers. We can communicate from satellite back to Earth via laser technology now, significantly bypassing any speed of any high-speed internet that exists on the planet. We've got fiber
Billy
optics
knows about
and all these
lasers.
other incredible technologies that have come out. And we've got so
my
much
God,
tech,
dude.
even with the tech that has been suppressed and hidden from us, we've still advanced at a significant pace. But what has it done? I can remember being a kid in elementary school having to hide underneath my work desk. They would make us go underneath the work desk to do
It's also my theory that, like,
practice,
you know,
for if a nuclear bomb went off.
if you're genuinely trying to figure shit out, you arrive at the same conclusion.
It was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard
You
about.
don't
I
even have to
actually
be
laughed
fucking
when the
Marxist.
teacher told us what we were doing. I laughed at her.
That's what's so immortal about it.
I mean, good grief. Even I knew that a nuclear blast was going to obliterate everything. The work desk wasn't going to do anything for me. But you had to do it or you get in trouble. So you go underneath the
Like,
desk.
wait a
and you
minute, so
ball up
this,
like
these
it's like
guys
you're
are
an
just
embryo
lying
underneath
because
your
they're paid
desk
to lie, huh?
In case a nuclear
Interesting.
blast goes off. You know, that was the Cold War. So I grew up
So what would
in the
happen if you
Cold
didn't
War
pay them
era,
to lie?
70s and 80s, right?
What happens then?
The tech is still there.
Communism, huh?
There are literally tens of thousands of nukes on this planet right now today. Tens of thousands of them. And the sad part is, they're not on this planet to protect us from an outside invader.
Yeah.
They're on this planet to destroy us while we're still on the planet.
Protect the wealth of the fucking 1%.
We haven't even left the planet. We can't even escape. It's here to destroy us while we're standing on the ground. Can you imagine being an advanced alien race flying by this planet? And
little monkey planet, man. I would never go in down here.
They've learned how to split the atom.
Shit.
Oh, they've got an arsenal down there.
Fucking
Wow, they're
freaks
really
down
ready to
here.
protect themselves. Oh wait, let me hack.
I would
these
just secretly
and check the
probe them
trajectory of these,
and fuck with them, you
intercontinental
know.
ballistic missiles that they've created. Oh my goodness, they're set to blow up their own selves while they're on the same planet. Don't stop here. This is a ghetto. It's a ghetto. Come on, man. And so now what do we have that, you know, besides the nukes Now we have other types of weapons.
Shit.
Digital weapons, right?
Come on.
We haven't even began to put any type of
I would,
restraint on the release
they could probe
of
me.
the amount of AI and robotics that's going on. I love the AI stuff and robotics. I think it could help mankind significantly. But I think in the way it's being released, not too safe. I just read an article that the U.S. military at DARPA, or the DARPA program for the U.S. military, has literally just developed the very first fighter jet that runs purely on AI and put it into a dogfight. So it's a fly-by-wire fighter jet, which means it's on the grid. We're talking about Skynet now, but Skynet with a consciousness. Isn't that the movie Terminator? Didn't we already watch that movie Terminator? We didn't learn anything from the Hollywood movie. It was a documentary, and now we're living it in real time. We got to be careful. All this tech that we keep getting, way before we are consciously ready to even handle it. We're not spiritually ready to handle a lot of this technology. What did Azazel begin to teach the humans? He teaches men to make swords. First thing he does, let me teach you how to cut somebody up. Let me teach you how to chop somebody to pieces.
Yeah.
We didn't have metallurgy. We didn't know how to make swords and steel. We didn't know how to work.
This is basically
metals.
the same thing we heard the other night, but
We had no idea until Azazel taught us. He taught us how to smoke metal and all that and steel. And
wait a minute, did we finish that mystery history video? We didn't, did we?
That can slice and dice over and over and over again. Azazel did that. He teaches men how to make swords, knives, shields, and breastplates. We didn't have anything. We didn't have it. Didn't
You learn a lot.
Yet. Azazel taught us that. One of these.
I mean, don't they usually wipe your mind too, so you can't remember it?
Humanoid. A person that puts on their pants one leg at a time. Not no mysterious angel with wings flying around and, I just want to disobey God and come down here and teach them how to make weapons. No,
see, Billy knows, dude. Lucifer was the good
that
guy.
Can have sex and have babies, which they did, and have wives and everything else. Azazel also teaches women the art of beautification, including the use of makeup and jewelry, which is suggested to have incited further sin. So he got them all dolled up.
Yeah,
got them looking all nice. Let me take your beauty to another level with these powders.
They came and they slutted up our women and gave all our men fucking swords to go kill each other.
And everything. Make your lips look even more juicy. Make you more desirable. Azazel did that. So he hyped up our sex drive, and he also taught us how to kill each other. Right? Crazy, huh?
It was like a weird thing to make all this up.
Bible study yet.
Just as soon as you moved into town and be like, all right, let's come up with some fucking epic sci-fi.
That's how we learned how to make weapons. It didn't come from the Japanese and the Chinese, and no, they all came from one source. Azazel's the first person to teach us how to work metals and make swords and knives. First person, and breastplates and shields. First person. Then what happened? Simjaza, he instructs on the enchantments of root cuttings, essentially teaching sorcery and herbalism. So he taught sorcery and herbalism. He taught people how to use herbs for either curing or for either trying to utilize those herbs in correlation with sorcery to create a particular outcome. A lot of that stuff is still being used today. And we don't want to admit that's what we're doing, but that's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to create sorcery, burning incense, right? Smudging and all of that. That comes from Simjaza. Amaros teaches resolving of enchantments. So he's teaching how to resolve enchantments. And then you have Barakel teaches astrology. So the first time we were taught anything about
all of the miraculous events throughout history, all of the sort of mysteries and supposed events that are supernatural in some sense. When you try to think about it as a like a demigod, like a not demigod, demigod, like a not even demigod, like pseudo god, like doing cheap like parlor tricks in a way, trying to like influence some segment of humanity for some reason or another. I mean, everything fits. Like, if you think about it from that angle, you can pretty much find like a materialist perspective for why that would be happening on most events, I would say. I mean, some of them I don't, it's just crank shit, but a lot of them that have any kind of staying power or like genuine, people think they're real, they all kind of fit like that. Or they may say that they don't not fit. How about that?
Astrology and how it applies to human behavior.
That's my standard.
That came from Barakel.
As long as it's not disproven, it's fair game.
Taught the knowledge of constellations. He gave some real knowledge on constellations, star systems, orbital periods, star alignments, all that came from Kokobel.
How did they know all that?
Okay. Then you have Ezekiel. He teaches about the knowledge of the clouds and meteorology. So now they're getting information on the clouds, stratus clouds, cirrus clouds, predicting weather patterns.
Okay. I wonder if... Okay. Alright, dig this. Alright. So, sound lords, right? I'm always saying that. And like, don't get me wrong, I've thought a lot about what that could be, Like, what could make something exotic affect like that? Like the leaf scouting thing that got Coral Castle guy in Florida too, I think is important to consider. I think it's plausible, but I'm like not a physicist, so I don't really know how, that could work. But you could also see a scenario where some sort of exotic, like, movable sound type technology, something, what could you do some sort of like sound lord based astronomy, like some sort of like what's that called when you use a telescope at the inflection point where it's like the gravity fucking makes them, you can manipulate a planet's gravity or a star's gravity to get a telescope boost. What's that called? Something like that, but with sound, what I'm saying. Like, not... kind of like Lido. What's the one that found... Yeah, gravity lensing, that's it. Yeah. Lensing, yeah. Yeah, or magnetic, yeah, some sort of like sound magnetism type thing, right? Some sort of like vibrational, like you could activate the magnetic field at certain frequency or something like that, right? I mean, I feel like that's plausible. I mean, what's that story? Didn't they say that they built like Cusco in a day or something, right? Crap like that.
Standing barometric pressure, all of that comes from this guy, Ezekiel. And then you have Arakiel. He teaches about the signs of the earth, which might be interpreted as geology.
I mean, I thought about it too, like flying saucers could be some sort of magnetic craft, I feel like, they do seem to fly close to the ground and they're choppy. The way that they move is kind of choppy. I mean, they always turn on their side to fucking move. I wonder what that says. I mean, there's definitely like those spear, like that San Diego spear thing. Like, you could totally calibrate a giant magnet, you know, it'd have to be really powerful. I mean, I don't know what they would use, like some sort of, you know, whatchamacallit, flywheels, something type deal. And that kind of like, you know, the magnetic charge is calibrated in such a way that like turning it up or slowing it down kind of is like the, you know, the stand-in for propulsion, right? I think that would make sense.
Right? Or geomancy. So he's teaching geology, stones. He's teaching you how to understand.
Or the opposite. I mean, I don't know though. Is the Earth's surface repulsive like that though? I don't think it is. Right? Where is the magnetic field like where's that strongest? Is that strong on the surface, or is it stronger in orbit, or what? Right? What if it's some sort of thing where you're like dangling from like an invisible fucking like cord sort of thing? Oh man, I could see that being a thing too. Right? Like some sort of counterweight in orbit, and you can somehow tune that so that you is like I said, invisible rope, invisible tether, or just like a tether. I could also see that maybe, huh? Damn, it's interesting. So what's low Earth orbit, like 150 kilometers maybe? Like you probably couldn't do too much lower than that. So I don't know.
Layers going down, how many years back
Seems
in
like it'd be
time that
doable
goes.
if you had some.
How to detect an area where there may
If you had a much more like energy dense power supply than anything we've ever put in orbit before, I think, right? It would have to be like a reactor.
be flowing rivers underneath the land, where there may be dangerous argon gases that you don't want to dig there or create something under that area. All these things, you know, tectonic plate movements and
I mean, if you're in really, really low orbit like that, and you can like suck a lot of your gases and stuff out of the air.
Volcanic activity and all this information is coming from this guy, okay? Arakil. Then you have Shamsiel. He teaches about the signs of the sun, like the solar
Bussard
behavior and
ramjet.
solar cycles. So he's teaching about the solar maximum, the solar minimum, CMEs, coronal mass ejections. He's teaching all this information to the people. So they have a full understanding of the solar minimum, solar maximums, and how that affects global warming and global cooling, how some of these CMEs can literally affect our magnetosphere. Then you have Sariel.
Magnetosphere.
He instructs on the course of the moon, which encompasses lunar cycles and possibly lunar astrology. Sariel's teaching this, so the whole lunar cycle, all that's being taught by Sariel. And not only that, but because it's the lunar astrology, he's teaching about
kneel
the
before
effects
Zod.
of the lunar gravitational forces on human minds, human consciousness, and how it affects our own behaviors. Still to this day right now, I don't know if you knew this, but during the full moon, which is totally predictable, do you know that police stations ramp up and have more policemen on
cops
staff
are
that
fascists.
night? And the emergency room and hospitals have more staff that night on a full moon? Do you know why? Because on full moons, there's going to be more activity with crime and with injuries, either stemming from crime or other, maybe more car accidents, whatever, on the night of full moon. Full moons directly affect human consciousness. Directly. This is well known information, and anybody could look that up. And so you have the consequences of all these teachings that these beings did. I don't call them angels because they're not angels. They're not angels in my book. The knowledge imparted by the watchers
There were no
leads
angels,
to
Jack.
increased sinfulness and corruption among humanity, according to the Book of Enoch. The text portrays this dissemination of forbidden knowledge as one of the key factors leading to the moral decay
Forbidden knowledge.
and the eventual decision of God to bring about the great flood in the form of a divine retribution. I'm almighty. I'm all knowledgeable. I'm all knowing. I'm Alpha and Omega. I'm the beginning and the end. I think and things come into existence. I breathe and wind blows and I snap my fingers and I create multiverses and all this good stuff. And I got a couple of bad apples that just don't want to listen to what I have to say. So they break my rules and they go to this planet Earth and they start teaching people how to, do things and give them a little bit too much knowledge. And because of this knowledge, they start acting up too. Instead of me going
Someone
out
call it
there and
forbidden
setting everything
knowledge.
straight and doing some real teachings, doing some workshops, I think I just, go ahead and wash the whole planet away. Just flood it. I just kill everybody. Just kill as many people as I possibly can and see if I can start over, like a fresh slate, because I'm God and it'd be just too easy for me to snap my fingers or go down there and teach. So I think what I will do is I'll just destroy and kill everybody. Women, children, everybody. Just kill them all. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Come on. It's ridiculous. That's why I'm laughing. And you know it's ridiculous.
It's kind of an exaggerated laugh.
So do all the pastors listening to me right now. It's an absolute farce. It's a farce because you're saying in one moment this being is so powerful, it can control everything with a single thought and a snap of a finger or one spoken word. And on the other hand, the being is so helpless that the best it can do is hurl a rock into the planet and hope that floods the planet and kills everybody. Come on, man. Which one is it? Is the being all powerful, all knowing, all knowledgeable? Or is he, always a man, or is he weak and only has enough power to do a couple things like kill people? Because when you read this Bible, there's one thing that's guaranteed you'll find out when you go through this Bible like I have. God kills over 3 million people in the Bible. The devil kills nobody.
Better gyros than Hubble? Wait a minute, didn't Hubble...
Satan kills nobody.
Like,
God kills 3 million.
After they fixed the first gyros, the ones they put in there, haven't they been able to, like, shuffle them around and, like, keep the mission alive longer? I thought, right? Like, Dude, what if those initial, it's more like a lie-hop situation. They sent shitty products to space so they could, get the government contract to send more stuff to space. It's pretty clever. That air conditioner is so fucking loud. Epic of Gilgamesh, read by Billy Carson. Oh, we should watch that. I mean, we just listened to all those tablets the other night, though. They own the last two working. Ooh. Look that they know.
Yeah, some favorites left, but when you look at Abu Bakr and Sharif, they're both a great, like, their countries are.
Dude, I think I get like free, like a upgrade or whatever if I watch this.
There's a couple of key players in this team, but I've got to say, I think a lot of what he does well comes through Zidane. He's that creative player in the midfield. Talk to me about Zidane, because he's not in everyone's draft.
Yeah, I think Zidane like was always.
I don't know who to use. Look at all these players they have.
Zidane is one of the best, like box-to-box players. He can defend, he can score, but also.
Dude, I don't have any of them.
Alfonso Davis, it looks similar like my squad in 19. He have like a quick guy, and everyone plays like tall guys to defend the headers.
Well, let's have a deeper dive at Abu Bakr and see how he got to this top 8.
Abu Bakr.
It was a really solid couple of performances from him. We've known about him for a long time. We've seen him in the FC Pro Open. We saw him at last
Let me see him play. How do they play? Yeah, see, they have like good header guys. That's what they do. The pros have like, you know, fucking. They got some of that, but like most of their goals seems to be like they just do like sick headers all the time. Right here, like, you know.
And in the first day he struggled, but in the second day he performed so good.
Like the aerial thing.
Yesterday, so I expect him to win this game.
They're like, oh here, get these cards, and it's like the fucking best card in the game. It's like, yeah, thanks for the tip, bro.
When the pressure goes out, I just try
Is he gonna play? I just want to see a fucking few minutes of them playing.
As we see the image, casters that I can win.
This shit's lame.
It's a safe goal, but he just saved it with his keeper.
Yeah, we have to mention this, Ryan.
He saved it with his keeper. That's what he's supposed to do.
Reasons, and I'm sure everybody who's watching around the world will hopefully see the celebrations from him at some point.
Yeah,
but let's
dude.
talk about him in game, shall we? The goalkeeper movement, Umar. Are you helping him practice with that?
Tell me about your sick headers. How did you do such a sick header?
I played many 2v2 tournaments with Anders,
interesting.
and I've never touched the goalkeeper. Every time I'm the second player just because he's so good in goalkeeper movement. He's by far the best in it, and I think like at some point, like you can't learn it.
Yeah,
like,
I'm a pretty good goalkeeper mover.
You just have to be in mind of your opponent, and he's always.
He's like, hey, you should move your goalie so he goes where the ball is, and then he grabs it. Thanks for the tip, dude. Great tip.
But he just saved it with his keeper.
Yeah, we have to mention this, Ryan.
Put your keeper where the ball is, and then prevent it from moving forward.
Can we just address the elephant in the room and talk about why that is your celebration?
I also don't know why it's my celebration, but I just do it in content so that they don't have to tell me anything, but it's cringe, so I just did this one. And every time he's making jokes about it, and I just say, please stop. And now yesterday I said, yeah, okay, he's through, and he was just pointing at me like this, all like 3 seconds like this. And yeah, maybe he will do another celebration for me again today.
Well, maybe you can make a new one by the end of the show. We'll leave that with you, all right? But listen, we've got an interview with Anders. Let's go and hear from him. He was with Casey.
I am backstage with Anders, who has qualified for the top 8. Very, very impressive. You've been to this stage before, though. What are your emotions going into today?
I'm really confident I beat Johnny last, like yesterday, and on paper he is the hardest opponent before the finals, so I know if I can beat him really comfortable, then I have a huge chance of going into the final today. And on paper there's only Emra and me left as the huge favorites, so I'm really looking forward to the day, and hopefully it's my trophy.
Now we do have to do a little bit of a flashback to last year. You lost to Oberon in Italian in the quarterfinals. You just so happen to have another Italian in the quarterfinals. Is that on your mind at all?
Sucks to
really,
suck, bro.
Oberon has been my kryptonite like my whole career, I would say. So
Italians have always scared me.
That was always at all. We have analyzed it really well, and
Wanna watch more fucking bow and arrow shots? Oh, is there another new fucking alt history guy video? Reactionary alt history guy? Let's go.
When it comes to alternate history scenarios, the main goal is to always think about a timeline that's kinda fun and different. But how one gets to that timeline is on a spectrum, one that ranges from incredibly realistic, where one extremely rare event in our timeline is slightly altered in a reasonable way, to stuff like, what if Germany won World War II by nuking DC? Recently, I've tried to step my game up, and make videos about scenarios which are fun, realistic, and allow us to learn about our own timeline. But today's video is all about the wall of shame. Scenarios, or point of divergences, that make no sense, and fall apart under the littlest bit of scrutiny. To help me on my mission, I made a special challenge on my Discord community. And the following scenarios by the 10 winners greatly helped me in the making of this list. So, let's do this! Alright, let's start big. Let's start with one of the most common and fundamentally flawed scenarios. What if Alexander invaded Rome? Well, for starters, everyone who wants to increase Alexander's lifespan kind of forgot that he wore one of history's thickest plot armors. There were numerous occasions where he just miraculously survived. But even if he was somehow able to continue his hot streak, we quickly stumble upon the second problem here. Alexander already had plans for his next expedition. An expedition that was aimed at Arabia, followed up by a trip to Carthage. If the man himself didn't consider Rome as a potential threat or even prize, why would the rest of us? Oh yeah, that's right. We want to see the epic clash of legionnaires versus silver shields. Apart from being centuries off, the biggest problem was how overextended the Macedonian Empire already was. I would bet that out of 100 timelines, we live in the one where Alexander got to live the longest. No point of divergence could prevent his empire from collapsing, and no foe could present an epic opponent worthy of topping what he had already accomplished. Human progress is not a straight line, and the fall of the Romans is the best example for that. It took humanity over a millennia to recover the level of logistics, army sizes, infrastructure capabilities, life expectancy, medicinal knowledge, and so much more. But what if Rome had gone one step further? What if Rome adopted steam power? After all, Heron's steam engine was well known to the Romans, even if it was just a party trick. Surely all it takes is a good POD to propel Romans to the industrial age, right? Not really. Industrialism is not a spontaneous event that occurs in a vacuum. It has a list of like 15 prerequisites, of which Rome met about 4. Food surplus, domesticated drought animals, the concept of math, and most importantly, the belief that the natural and supernatural are separate. So far, so good. But going down the list, there are some crucial steps that the Romans never came close to achieving. Ancient Rome failed to find the connection between physics, math, and engineering. They also had no sophisticated economic theory. This is a big one. And any society that dabbles in slavery is kind of cursed with stagnation. Without a relatively strong middle class and class mobility, industrialization is little more than a distant dream. When we add to that the lack of machine tools, calculus, capitalism, and the scientific method, the amount of divergences we need to make for this scenario to work in the first place becomes unbearable. There was a bigger chance of the Nazis developing a nuke than Rome ever utilizing the steam engine. Keep in mind that while this goes for Rome, this can also apply to ancient Greece, China, Persia, and Byzantium. So, sorry Jimmy, no steampunk wars for you. This scenario gets a lot of attention, and for good reason. It's fascinating, it seems plausible, and a few slight tweaks could change the course of Britain forever. In our timeline, 1066 marks the end of the Viking Age, largely because Norwegian King Harald Hardrada was defeated and killed at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Instead of being conquered from the north, England succumbed to the Norman invasion from the south, led by William the Conqueror. But what if Hardrada's fierce berserkers weren't caught off guard by the Anglo-Saxon king? Following his victory against Godwinson, he would march down to London and repel the Normans. Yeah, sadly, this latter part is what earns the scenario a part in the video. For the legendary Hardrada, also known as the Bulgar Burner, to be victorious, he needed to deal with William as fast as possible. But this meant that the Norwegian army, which just crossed the North Sea and defeated the Anglo-Saxons, now had to rush all the way down south. More than likely, he would take his time to rest his soldiers and take control of some crucial settlements and castles. The battles of Stamford and Hastings are just 3 weeks apart, and Godwinson was able to pull that off only because it was his territory to defend and freely traverse. But let's make a massive leap of faith and say that a wounded and exhausting Viking force, which somehow gets accepted by the locals, meets the conqueror. The thing is, the Normans were just as good on the field, and William was a much better strategist. Hardrada was a decent tactician, sure, but he's more well known for his legendary bravery and skill in combat than being a strategic leader. Then we have the cavalry, or at least the Normans did. The X factor in medieval warfare. The tanks that dominated the meta until the advent of gunpowder. No amount of Viking war paint and fury.
I wish these YouTubers would stop calling everything fucking metas.
And ultimately, even if Hardrada did meet William in battle, history probably would have played out similarly to our timeline.
Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
The Heavenly Kingdom of
What do you know?
California. Los Angeles? More like Laos Anji. That was terrible. Yeah, no, the Ming treasure voyages are amazing in their own right, but they were never about colonization. The goal was to build giant ships and sail to known civilizations, so that everyone would acknowledge the superiority of Chinese pottery.
That's not true.
This was a vanity project of the Emperor, who, let's face it, had more resources than he knew what to do with. And like any enthusiastic hobbyist, once they die, I don't think their next of kin is going to continue dumping cash into their 40k collection. There was nothing the Americas, or the rest of the world for that matter, could offer the Chinese and the Confucian religion, which unlike Christianity didn't put heavy emphasis on evangelizing others. China really didn't care about others. The American West Coast is twice as far from Asia as the American East Coast is from Europe, and it has half the value of the East Coast. Instead of fertile lands and navigable rivers, you get mostly mountains, desert, tundra. All in all, even if the Ming had made it to America, they probably wouldn't have seen worth in it. Sadly, as cool of an idea as it is, to the Ming, it would only be a terrible idea. Actually, to the Ming, it wouldn't be an idea to begin with. Alright, so instead of China going east, what if the Aztecs did? Like, they load up their Jaguar warriors on big canoes and somehow sail to fight the Spanish. Probably don't even need to explain why this scenario isn't the most realistic, but let's do it anyway. Let's say that first contact doesn't work out for Cortez. He dies. Well, unlike that one video I did recently, this timeline goes even more off the rails. Imagine, if you will, the Aztecs invading Europe. Ignore the lack of seafaring tech needed to even reach
Shut up,
Europe
dude, what do
in
you
the first
know?
place. Somehow they make it. So what if they had? Well, one, the mindset
smarty
societies
pants, he
like
knows
the
everything.
Aztec or Inca even had regarding war was just completely different than that of the old world. Flower wars were more about tribute and influence rather than direct control and subjugation. It wasn't really in the Aztec mindset to conquer this land to rule it. The main thing they would do is kidnap the losing soldiers and civilians for sacrifice. Kind of a less efficient but more horrifying version of the Barbary pirates, I guess. Because unlike pirates, who have muskets and iron swords, the Aztecs still have, you know, spears, obsidian spears, maybe a few captured muskets, but that's it. And they'd have to use that to try to conquer Spain. I almost feel like a buzzkill bringing this one up, because, like, it's just a neat little fictional idea. Why am I bullying it? But no, no fun to be
What if
had
they
in this
went
video.
to fucking
We have to be
Africa
entirely
first?
serious and say that
Yeah, what if that, dude? That's the story. Whatever the king, you know, whichever kingdom was thriving at that time. You know, what if they somehow found their way there, and they like fucking geared up, and there was like a, you know, like a movie scene where they like, you know, became brothers and like you know, did like a bunch of training montages, and you know, then they, you know, they got in their Vimanas and went there. Pre-drinks for the rugby? Oh man. Such a bro.
Jaguar warriors couldn't possibly conquer early modern Europe. Hope you learned something. On face value, this scenario is pretty interesting. The POD being Prince Albert dying a little earlier than in our timeline. Queen Victoria never receives his advice to find a diplomatic solution to the Trent affair. As a result, the Warhawks in the British ministry stoke the flames, seeing an opportunity to break the rising economic potential of the United States, leading to the UK siding with the Confederacy. But here's the thing. Regardless of what the ministry wanted, the voting members in Parliament were not keen on going to war with the states. Trade relations between the two countries were strong, and only getting stronger. The North was a huge importer of British manufactured goods, and exporter of raw goods fueling British factories. The idea that the British textile industry was dependent on southern cotton is kind of an overblown generalization. Britain diversified its cotton industry in order to benefit from its vast colonial empire. Egypt and India could easily replace any losses as a result of the Union blockade. There was just too much good business between the two, across all levels of society. But enough about money. Would you really believe a scenario in which an increasingly anti-slavery Britain aligns itself with the slave-owning South after Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation? Britain would have to fight a war that its population disagreed with over moral virtues. Only a decade later, the atrocities committed by the Ottomans against Bulgaria led to a huge public outcry. This tied Britain's hands, forced them to abandon their pro-Ottoman stance, meant to keep Russia at bay. And we already know that Britain was very unhappy with the French intervention in Mexico. Keep in mind that a war with the Union wouldn't be a simple expedition. It would require a vast amount of manpower and resources. Canada would become vulnerable to an invasion, and the Northern Ironclads would offset the power of the Royal Navy. A good, realistic scenario where the Confederates still win is probably out there, but this is certainly not it. Oh yeah, now we're in Kaiserreich territory. There are many different ideas which ultimately lead to a German win in World War I. No American intervention, a successful spring offensive, but
probably would have been
changing
good, huh?
sides is probably the most common one I've seen. Like many of the scenarios on this list, this seems pretty plausible to the naked eye, but as anyone who understands the Great War will tell you, this one is bonkers. And no, Jimmy, but because Italy's siding with Austro-Hungary is not just an improbability, it's impossible. There is an argument that the offer of Somalia, Djibouti, Nice, Savoy, and Tunisia were more appealing than the Entente's promises, and that's just hilarious. Italians considered the territory of Trent, Istria, and South Tyrol as Italia Irredenta, or the unredeemed Italy. Unlike southern France, these territories had many Italian speakers. Additionally, the Treaty of London in 1915 pledged a ton of land in the Dalmatian coast and even Anatolia. Despite being in the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austro-Hungary, that was a purely defensive alliance, which wouldn't force the Italians to go up against a coalition with considerably more naval power. In 1914, the fragile Italian economy was dependent on American, French, and British imports, particularly coal. The South still relied on subsistence farming, and Italy also imported large amounts of food from France. By joining Germany, Italy would risk a total blockade of the boot. They would have to face a more powerful French army, suffer economic collapse, and essentially give up its claim on what they considered rightful Italian lands. All of which would be done so they could aid the aggressor who offered them fewer rewards. Oh goody, another Civil War scenario, but this time in the interwar period. It hasn't been too long since the Lenin video, and I can't help but see the similarities in this scenario to the Russian Civil War. Yet again, we see an overconfident government split into many different factions, each with their own interests. The Republicans were divided into moderates, socialists, anarchists, communists, and regionalists, while the nationalists were far more united. On top of that, the majority of officers sided with Franco, further hampering Republican leadership. Many see the Spanish War as a training exercise where foreign powers got to test out their toys, and that is certainly true. But no matter how many volunteers and equipment you throw at the Republicans, or how much you nerf the German support, the nationalists still come out on top. Germany's Condor Legion, 19,000 strong, was a crucial factor in the war. But even before their arrival, the Republicans are being slapped around all over the peninsula. In 1936, even after Germany absorbed Austria, Britain and France were petrified of a regional conflict, escalating into another world war. They and the US were committed to their non-intervention agreements, and also afraid of the spread of communism. So while it may be fun to postulate a world where Hitler didn't support the nationalists, or Franco got shot, the reality is that the Republicans were their own worst enemy, and no divergence can fix that. So picture this. Oppenheimer either gets killed or never put in charge of the Manhattan Project. The US is forced to perform the biggest amphibious landing in human history. All in all, 760,000 Americans would descend upon the Japanese in this final bloody chapter of the war. There are numerous scenarios revolving around World War II. In 1941, the Soviets and Japan signed a neutrality pact that was valid until 1946. But at Yalta, Stalin promised Churchill and Roosevelt that the Soviets would join the war in the East 3 months after Germany's surrender. And then on August 8th, 7 hours before Nagasaki, a bewildered Japan read that the Soviets broke the treaty and had just declared war. Talk about a bad day. By August 11th, South Sakhalin was occupied, and Japanese intelligence estimated that the Allied invasion was only a few months away. Which was right, because downfall was scheduled for November 1st. People make these simulations in which 600,000 Japanese, all loyal to the Emperor and the Bushido Code, fight against the Americans for every island. But in reality, Japan was ready to give up. Like it was over. The thing is, they were against the unconditional surrender of the Potsdam Declaration. The Supreme Council was already meeting and discussing the terms when they heard of Nagasaki, and they still didn't surrender after either bombing, despite not knowing that those were the only bombs America had. That Soviet invasion in Manchuria was just kind of the final nail in the coffin. Manchuria was Japan's breadbasket, and all of it was lost to the Soviets within 3 weeks. They never anticipated that the Allies and commies would work together, and they were willing to stall for time, but this blitz melted that hope away. By the time November rolls around and the invasion is about to begin, that unconditional surrender would either be accepted or a slightly softer version of it would be negotiated to avoid hundreds of thousands of lost lives. Yes, I did believe that misconception too. Man, this scenario could honestly be a whole video. Look, Man the High Castle was never meant to be a realistic alternate scenario. When it was first written, alternate history wasn't even really a thing. This was a trendsetter. This was just another science fiction story by Philip K. Dick, a science fiction author. This is like overanalyzing Blade Runner as unrealistic. This map isn't meant to be accurate, but sometimes people on the internet still post about it, like it is. Like this is really what America would be like if World War II went a different way. And that's where I draw the line. You really did it this time. So in the world of High Castle, Germany wins. America never recovered from the Great Depression because FDR was shot in the face, and they were economically too weak to wage a war against Germany. At the same time, Germany also created the atomic bomb first, nuking America's East Coast and launching a joint invasion with the Japanese on the United States. By the time of this alternate 1960s, America is pretty much split down the middle between the two. Cool story premise, interesting dystopia, not an actual threat. This was never gonna happen. For one, Hitler never had any intention to make an atomic bomb. The Nazis deemed atomic fission as Jewish magic, because many of the most renowned physicists at the time, like Einstein or Oppenheimer, were Jewish. A Hiroshima-style bombing to force an American surrender was never in the cards. And really, this was something that would always be held over Germany's head, whether they won the war on the ground or not. But this isn't about Germany winning World War II. Oh no, this is about this scenario, this map. And this map wouldn't happen because none of the Axis had plans to invade America. Attack America? Sure. Japanese raids on the West Coast, if somehow the American Navy just failed. Bioweapons. German U-boats terrorizing East Coast shipping? Yeah, sure, I guess. but there was never any plans by any nation to land troops in America and actually conquer it. That wasn't even in their war aims.
I mean, it might have
Japan wanted America to back down so they could create their empire in Asia. It also
Americans
kind
would
of
have
get
sided
revenge
with
for
them.
cutting off their oil supply. And Germany wanted America to stop aiding Britain and the Soviets. The US really stopped both from achieving their conquests, but it was never a conquest itself. It's America. It's huge. Had the war gone differently, the US would have still remained untouched. It would be politically isolated, assuming the Axis would remain in power, but territorial-wise, it'd be the same. North America is literally a fortress. It is an ocean away from all of its enemies. There is just no possible way that Japan or Germany, even at their height, would have been able to land and successfully invade the United States. If you want to have a more realistic scenario that still has man the high castle elements, you could maybe imagine a world where the United States itself has a fascist revolution in response to the Axis victory. Like the old American government falls and the new one is ideologically allied to the Nazis, Henry Ford style. So there you have it, 10 scenarios. Did I spoil the fun? I sure did, but that's sometimes fun in itself. Thanks to all the Discord members who took part in the competition for this video. The 10 winners even got their own custom little guys. Look at them go. This is Cody of Alternate History Hub. Oh yeah, check out the Patreon, it's really cool. There's exclusive videos and stuff.
Damn it. Yep. What was that? Shit. Oh man. All these fucking alt history suggestions. God damn it. Give me this shit. Give me the real shit. Yeah. Real shit.
There are many unusual artifacts that can now be thankfully found within countless private collections all over the world, all of them currently unexplained by modern science. Stones made from pure oxygen, metal objects created in a zero-G environment, unexplained glass cups, slabs, and tools. The list grows, and our next artifact of interest could have even once resided within the legendary city of Atlantis. 47 pieces of a mysterious alloy many have attributed to a metal once known as orichalcum. A metal many say was only ever found within the once highly advanced city of Atlantis. Discovered within a shipwreck off the coast of Sicily, they were found during an expedition to a wreck believed to be over 2,600 years old. The ship was previously explored in 2015, when underwater archaeologists found 39 ingots of another mysterious metal, the details of which not yet released to the public. This trip, however, yielded an ancient jar, 2 Corinthian helmets, and the 47 lumps of ancient orichalcum, said to have been smelted upon the fabled island of Atlantis. Plato specifically described this rare metal as having been mined there. He even described a temple dedicated to Poseidon, having an entire pillar made from orichalcum. Interestingly, after the discovery in 2005, officials began to conceal the true identity of this mysterious metal, attributing other metals, such as copper and gold, found at the site as orichalcum. News Corp Australia also reported that tradition had it that orichalcum was made of copper, gold, and silver. This statement having no historical accuracy whatsoever.
You're lying about the
Furthermore,
osmium and the
metal
orichalcum.
found by the shipwreck team was said to have matched the ancient descriptions of orichalcum. Are they really surviving artifacts
I need a mummy
from the
update.
lost city of Atlantis? They are undoubtedly incredible ancient artifacts and compelling evidence to support the past existence of a highly advanced civilization that once flourished here upon our planet.
Highly fucking
What exactly
compelling.
is orichalcum, and why is it mentioned within so many ancient texts pertaining to the past existence of Atlantis? And why are the dive team and the subsequent researchers of their finds so convinced of the alloy's identity? We find the discovery highly compelling.
There are a surprising number of historical anomalies which scrutinizes the current, often outdated explanations as to the possible origins of human civilization. Anomalies which suddenly bring the age of countless, inexplicable ancient ruins found all over the globe into question. There exist inner circles of historical specialists who have quietly been battling it out over the authenticity of groundbreaking finds made over the ages, a smoldering cauldron of unavoidable controversies with frequent yet often failed attempts at discreditation. Ancient discoveries, argued over behind closed doors, often within prestigious institutions, each and all with vested interests on the retention of already established paradigms, illusionary or not, with the Glozell affair being of no exception. Possibly one of the most explosive discoveries which could be unleashed on the historical academic community. A controversial congregation of artifacts of vastly varying dates would be an understatement. Rows of ancient, technologically advanced ooparts, created by groups originating from all corners of the world, some dating back to the Neolithic, with an array of other periods present, all laid undisturbed for untold millennia, a seemingly modern-age historical impossibility. A number of independent investigators continue to entertain the idea that academically funded historians accidentally stumbled upon and subsequently partially exposed to the world a perfectly preserved pre-Atlantis antediluvian museum. One so controversial, if the battles over carbon dating be won, by those who support said theory, it would turn our chronological understandings of man upside down. Arguments over the authenticity of the discovery raged on for many decades until the outbreak of the World War in 1939. Multiple lawsuits were launched, 5 international battles were undertaken, all to either prove or disprove the site's authenticity. Yet, it wasn't until 1974 when a Glenn Daniel, professor of archaeology at Cambridge University, took another, more significant look at the Glozell affair's artifacts. Although with the clear intention of proving through carbon and other forensic testing that the true ages would ultimately reveal a fakery. Unfortunately, the complete opposite occurred. What was doubly bad for Daniel regarding these peer-reviewed results was that the finds, one luckily buried by the war, had now been plucked from the archives and back into the forefront in the academic field of discussion, yet now with no way of receiving dismissal. In 2019, another examination and scrutinization of the original tests was undertaken, and they held up. So, at a public symposium on archaeometry at Oxford University, details of further work undertaken by McCarroll of Edinburgh and Maydal, Denmark, claim to show that the age of the ceramics alone is unquestionably great and authentic. This is a site which is undoubtedly incredibly important, and one we will definitely be exploring again in the near future. We find the Glozell affair highly compelling. Discovered in 1860 within the astounding Valley of the Kings, the Atlantis Ring has since proven to have been a most incredible of finds. not only for the secret sacred geometry that was found to have been inscribed upon this seemingly insignificant clay ring, but also for the strange, seemingly reoccurring pattern of curses or good luck talismans wrapped around the entire magic of this once incredible yet now lost civilization. Once discovered, it was said to cast a protective spell upon those who wore it. A supposed positive energy force that, although as strange as that of the Curse of Tutankhamun, is one that is far less mentioned within the career and discoveries of Howard Carter himself. This, regardless of the fact that it has since gone on to be an incredibly popular mass-produced product, once kept secret for many years by Carter himself. Also now sold under the claim that it does indeed emit a powerful energy field around the wearer. The science behind these claims we cannot claim to understand. However, the ring's modern popularity, along with the lack of coverage regarding this possible legend within the discussion of Howard Carter's career, we have found peculiar. Featuring 2 triangles, 6 small and 3 larger rectangles with a semi-cylindrical form, it was originally found by Marquis de Grain. A blueprint of the ring was soon sent to Carter himself, who made and wore a secret replica which he kept himself until his death in 1939. In 1922, Carter would discover King Tut's tomb. Before opening the tomb, hieroglyphics above the tomb's unbroken seal were read. It said, "The wings of death shall touch all who violates the pharaoh's eternal rest." Unperturbed, they opened the tomb, discovering treasures beyond all of their wildest imaginations. Yet, as warned, all who were involved in this discovery eventually met curious fates, with just Carter himself left, the one person who was undeniably the most guilty party in the entire excavation.
He had to live
He
to
would
see
not
all
die
his
until
friends
17
murdered.
years later, at the reasonably young age of 66. During these 17 years, however, the flurry of media attention around the claimed curse persisted. Interestingly, whenever asked how he had seemingly escaped the curse for so long, he would always reply that he had a secret talisman, a good luck charm, that protected him from the curse. This initial cast of the ring Carter had made, it turns out, he seemingly knew of its incredibly important geometric significance. Yet it was not until 1940, while going through his documents, that his studies and indeed rules of wearing the ring were revealed to the world.
Wow.
His talisman, a
Crank shit,
replica
huh?
of the Atlantis ring, a relic many thousands of years old, originally made from Aswan clay, like something out of a Holy Grail story. It seems the least valuable, seemingly most conspicuous of finds, turned out to be one of the most, if not the most valuable to Howard himself. Out of all the golden wonders he had ever unearthed, this one which he didn't even discover himself, he kept closest to his heart. It is because of this that we find the Atlantis ring highly compelling. There has been a wealth of documented artifacts found within very ancient sediment, coal seams, minerals, and even stones and geodes, all indicating that a vastly different story has taken place upon our Earth to that of what the majority stubbornly persist in assuming. So many pieces of evidence, in fact, it seems that it has been an impossible task for an unknown group of tyrants who, for whatever reason, have attempted to conceal or suppress such discoveries, or more importantly, hide the historical tales in which they are all trying to tell us. And these next 3 are no exception. The Lanzhou stone, discovered in 1999 by Zhilin Wang in a remote mountainous area in northwest China. Upon research being undertaken, it was established to be unexplainable. The rock is made of an unknown material, and the metal artifact embedded within may quite possibly have alien origins.
Wow.
As reported in the Lanzhou Morning News on June 26, 2002. More than 10 geologists, physicists, and other specialists from such institutes as the National Land Resources Bureau of China, the Institute of Geology and Minerals Research, and the School of Resources and Environment all eventually studied the possible origins of the stone.
The results of these examinations, the possible explanations for its formation or indeed origin, were never released. Amazingly, however, the scientists unanimously concluded that the stone is currently one of the most valuable in China or possibly the world. When pressed for further explanation, it was disclosed that the rock will apparently be extremely important for future research and, quote, archaeological studies.
Is it orange talcum?
Any further disclosure regarding the scientists' discoveries has remained elusive. The Wolfseg iron has a similarly suppressed story. Over 20 million years old, this extremely ancient and clearly once worked cube of iron may also have come from space. Indeed, that is a conclusion many educated researchers arrived at. Although attempts to discredit such claims involve recent testing, which has shown the cube lacks usual elements present in meteoric material, they all avoid mentioning its strong magnetic characteristics, a signature uncannily similar to that found in meteorites and other objects with an otherworldly origin.
Wow.
It was discovered when a workman at the Braun Iron Foundry in Schöndorf, Austria, was breaking up a block of lignite that had been mined at Wolfseg. In 1886, mining engineer Adolf Gerlt reported the object to the Natural History Society of Bonn, who noted that the object was coated with a thin layer of rust, was made of iron, and had a specific gravity of 7.75. Early descriptions of the object appeared in contemporary editions of the scientific journals Nature and L'Astronomie, identified at the time by numerous scientists as being a fossil meteorite. Now virtually unanimously concluded to have been man-made, it has thus been unexplainable. Stolen at one point, it was strangely returned to another museum, now without a compelling mainstream explanation. It has simply been condemned to the history books as some form of elaborate hoax. Impossible artifacts have been found in the most unusual of places. For example, a seemingly unbreakable piece of unknown metal, possibly a ring of ancient, or according to man's official history, alien origin, found within a geode, encapsulated for over 200 million years. Most people begin with good intentions, but sadly, are often allured away by various means of temptation, subsequently allowing such relics to disappear into the archives of the past. This report and the accompanying image, it seems, is all that we will ever see regarding this compelling artifact. A mysterious fate experienced by many such artifacts. For example, sadly, only the Wolfseg iron now remains in the public domain for future testing. What secret within our past is felt by some clearly powerful people as an imperative to keep concealed from the majority of the world? Maybe the question should be, will we ever be ready or indeed able to find out?
Ancient nanotechnology. I think I'm gonna go. Did we watch this one?
Up until about the last century, humans are said to have used only basic tools for construction. They had no power tools to cut with, nor cranes or trucks to transport these materials. Yet, there are massive ancient structures and complexes all across the world which are composed of stones often much larger than humans. These stones are cut so precisely that they have held together for thousands of years. Modern people usually choose to use wood, concrete, brick, and steel over stone in construction, despite the fact that these materials deteriorate far more quickly. Stone is fireproof and does not crack nearly as easily as concrete and brick. Stone does not warp or expand as much as these other materials when temperatures change. Stone is also a natural construction material that does not require any processes aside from quarrying and shaping to obtain. Despite all the benefits to using stone nowadays, making it better for building than even steel, construction with stone in large quantities is virtually unseen in modern times due to technological limitations. The fact that they would have such a massive number of stones hauled over such a long distance to build these structures indicates that it was not as difficult as we believe it would have been for the builders of these structures to move these stones. It would have made far more sense for them to have used other resources, such as wood, or to simply make their own bricks on a smaller scale. It was not necessary for them to use and transport such massive stones. Again, their usage of these materials indicates that it was practical for them to do so. When people in more recent times, meaning the last several hundred years, have attempted to use raw stone to create structures, they usually use smaller stones, which are held together by mortar. The megalithic structures around the world built thousands of years ago did not require mortar due to the precision with which these stones have been cut. Civilizations are said to become more technologically advanced as time progresses, meaning that they should become more capable of using large stones in their construction. It may seem as if they became more efficient by using smaller stones and spending less time to carve them to fit together. This is not more efficient though, because building with smaller stones which do not fit together on their own causes these buildings to lose their structural integrity. The way in which people had built these gigantic structures thousands of years ago is the most efficient method, which appeared to be easily doable for them. If a large number of seemingly separate societies had chosen the exact same methods, then this indicates that they all shared the same skills in stonemasonry. Oddly enough, ancient people did not seem to leave behind many records explaining how these structures were created in such impressive ways, despite the fact that they should have left records because these structures would have been sources of pride for their civilizations if they were difficult to construct. From what we understand about the technological capabilities of ancient architects, it should have taken decades, if not hundreds of years, to create each of these structures, and yet nearly every ancient civilization created an astonishing number of stone constructions. Ancient megalithic structures are present in a surprising number of locations worldwide. India is one of the most well-known sites of these constructions, containing over 1,000 archaeological sites across the country. Indonesia is another prominent location where ancient stone structures can be found. Cambodia contains many similarly elaborate structures, the most famous of which being the Angkor complex. Megalithic ruins can also be found across China, Japan, and Korea. Thousands of impressive archaeological sites span across Mexico, Guatemala, Cuba, Peru, and Bolivia. Countries across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa do as well. These ancient structures usually do not stand alone. They're generally located within large complexes consisting of many ancient structures. Examples include the impressive amount of temple complexes in India, Cambodia, and Indonesia, as well as the ancient cities found across Central America and South America, and those found in the Middle East, such as Egypt. The sheer amount of large and elaborate stone structures shows that cultures around the world in ancient times were each highly skilled at cutting and transporting stone. Usually, the type of stone worked with is either limestone or granite, regardless of the location of the structure in the world. Among the largest stones which have been carved and transported for the use of buildings in ancient times are the megaliths of Baalbek in Lebanon. Even the smaller stones which were used in the construction of Baalbek are enormous, even larger than the megaliths used in ancient walls found in Peru. Experts believe that the builders of the Sacsayhuaman Wall near Cusco, Peru, would have had to haul each stone 20 kilometers from where the stones were quarried.
Wow.
As I had stated in the previous video, it had taken 40 men a total of 4 days to transport Michelangelo's statue of David only half a mile to its display location. How long at that rate would it have taken for just a portion of one of the walls at Sacsayhuaman to be constructed? The large stones used to build other sites in Peru and around the world often originate from a location that's several miles away from the sites, which is remarkable given how difficult it would have been for these ancient people to transport such large stones. Nearly identical walls are also present on the island of Rapa Nui, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Ancient walls sharing a very similar design can also be found in Greece. Even in Japan, megalithic polygonal walls from ancient times are present. In the remote region of Saskatchewan, Canada, there is what appears to be the remnants of a collapsed megalithic stone wall, which also resembles the ancient walls in Peru, as well as appearing to be nearly identical to the style of ancient stone walls in Turkey. If you perform a Google image search on this image of the Saskatchewan Mystery Rocks, Google will recognize it as a stone wall. The way that Google determines what an image is of is by comparing it to other images in its database. Google is saying that this image of the Saskatchewan Mystery Rocks most closely shares the appearance of other images of stone walls. Turkey is home to a large number of ancient structures, ranging from Göbekli Tepe, which is believed to be one of the oldest structures in the world, to the Derinkuyu and Kaymakli underground complexes, and the structures and statues found at Mount Nemrut. As can be observed with these structures, some ancient constructions are made by carving into stone directly, while others are made of stone blocks which had come from other, usually distant locations. The structures and statues in Indonesia, as well as Cambodia, utilize a similar method in their constructions, using large and precisely cut stones with patterns engraved on the outwards facing portions, while many others are carved into the faces of cliffs and caves. The style of many of the structures found in Indonesia is very similar to the construction methods of the ancient building referred to as Nimrod's Castle, found in Israel. These stones fit together so well that they're able to form an arched ceiling, requiring nothing but themselves to stay together for thousands of years. The stone walls of Machu Picchu in Peru follow a very similar design, with the stones being cut and placed to curve in a specific direction, revealing a remarkable comprehension of engineering, and appears to have required a great amount of effort to produce without advanced tools. On the topic of how impressively these ancient stones have been carved and fit together, the stone walls in Peru, Easter Island, and Egypt all consist of strange patterns, as if it were necessary to interconnect the stones in this fashion to hold the walls together, or to perhaps serve as a locking mechanism. In regards to the method in which these structures were built with some specific intention in mind, many of the ancient temples in India actually have an interesting construction feature that most people are not aware of. Every block of the temple is connected to more stone blocks beneath it by several types of fastening. To dismantle just one block at the bottom, you'd have to dismantle the entire temple, starting from the top and working downwards. The complexity of the engineering in these temples, as well as in other ancient stone structures, such as those in Peru and Israel, shows that those who had created these structures were more advanced than we're aware of. Another method used in ancient structures to hold the stones together instead of using mortar was to carve in slots between two stones, which would fit a metal bracket that holds the stones together. This method, referred to as stone joint metal clamping, is used in ancient structures found in Pumapunku, Bolivia, India, Cambodia, Ethiopia, Iran, and Egypt. Another oddity carved into ancient stones around the world are round holes which extend far into the rocks. These circular cuttings can be seen in structures in Pumapunku in Bolivia, as well as in the stones of the structures and statues in Cambodia, and also the stone blocks in Egypt near the Great Pyramids. There are also holes in the statues found at Mount Nemrut in Turkey, which are more square in shape. Furthermore, there are strange protrusions, often referred to as nubs, on the stone walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, as well as on the stone walls of ancient temples in India. Ancient stonework nubs have also been discovered in Egypt, China, Israel, and Greece. What would the purpose be of these nubs, or the holes carved into these stones? In addition to these types of cuttings in ancient stonework, there are also cosmetic carvings, depicting a variety of humanoids and other creatures, which are believed to have been worshipped by ancient cultures. These engravings are extremely intricate, given the types of tools ancient people are thought to have had access to. These carvings are also often engraved deeply into stone, sometimes with entire statues carved into the stone, in contrast with more recent stone carvings, which only lightly carve into the face of the stone. The size and shape of the ancient structures is also remarkable. It is odd that these structures, which should have been very difficult for ancient people to construct with stone, were made to be so much larger than was necessary. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, only seems to contain a few small chambers on the inside.
You're trying to do sick
the same
headers
can
and
be
they're not
said of
letting
the
me.
pyramids in Mexico and Guatemala, with the structures not needing to be as large as they are to hold the temple on top. A simple raised platform would have sufficed for a temple to sit on top of. The pyramids in Central America are strikingly similar in appearance to the temples in Java also. Man-made ancient pyramids are also speculated to be located in China, Bosnia, Indonesia, and even Antarctica. Another type of ancient stone structure is the dolmen. There's over 30,000 of these structures around the world, typically consisting of 2 or more vertical megaliths and another megalith placed horizontally on top. Dolmens are present across Europe, including Ireland, Spain, and France, as well as in Russia, South Korea, and even Africa. An enormous amount of dolmen-like structures are present in North America, primarily in New England. These dolmens are often buried under mounds of dirt, and the walls are usually, but not always, composed of smaller stones, always with a large megalith serving as the capstone. There are also stone walls in the same areas as these dolmens. It has been estimated that there are over 250,000 miles worth of these stone walls across New England, which is about the same distance as it is from Earth to the Moon. There are no records of who had constructed these stone walls, or the dolmens, in North America, and settlers in the 1600s had reported discovering these stone structures upon their arrival to the land. When the settlers had asked the Native Americans if they had built these structures, the natives denied it entirely. If you are interested in learning more about the massive number of dolmens and stone walls across New England, I would highly recommend Oracle Tracker's video on YouTube, titled Secrets of the Stones. While these structures are far less elaborate in appearance than many of the ancient stone structures around the world, they're actually quite remarkable. The weight of the stones usually amounts to several tons. The largest dolmen in the world, containing a capstone weighing approximately 150 tons.
Wow.
It is very strange, regardless of the purpose of the dolmens, that ancient people would have chosen to stack such enormous stones upon each other, especially since it would be possible for these structures to collapse if not made correctly, but they were created with complete precision. It would have made more sense for them to use other materials, such as wood, which are much easier to work with, to build the same structures. The fact that they would use megaliths to create such simple structures indicates that it was less difficult for them to lift stone than it would appear, and they must have been able to place the capstone on top with precision to prevent the structure from ever collapsing. Although most ancient structures use primarily very large stones, some are made with smaller stones, especially as inner support layers for the structures. Sites such as Göbekli Tepe combine the usage of megaliths and smaller stones without mortar. Ancient structures created by supposedly unconnected cultures each share similarities that surpass coincidence. People in more recent times avoid working with stone because it's so difficult to cut and transport, despite the technology that we have access to. While ancient people found stone to be the most viable option for building over other materials that they had access to as well, and were seemingly able to carve and transport huge stones with ease. The fact that so many locations around the world contain megalithic structures of such advanced construction, and the surprising lack of ancient structures made of any other materials aside from large stones, indicates that all of the civilizations which had created these structures shared the same capabilities and believed that stone was the most practical building material. The structures built around the world are also remarkably similar in appearance as well. Perhaps these ancient civilizations were more interconnected than we're aware of. Their adeptness across the board with stonemasonry strongly suggests that ancient people had some sort of capability that enabled them to cut stone with ease, and transport these megaliths across very long distances to their construction sites. Ancient people would have put their priorities into survival above all else if they were as primitive as we believe they were, so they would not have made the effort to create such advanced structures in mass quantities. There's clearly more to the history of humanity that we're not aware of, which is why so much mystery surrounds ancient civilizations and their constructions. There's many other, lesser known, but more surprising similarities between the ruins and relics of ancient civilizations. What connections do ancient people have with each other? And what do they know that has become lost to time? Be sure to subscribe to Shattered History, because we're going to be taking a much deeper look into all these things in upcoming videos.
Which one's this? This.
Machu Picchu, Unquestionably, one of the most recognized.
See if the new shows up. Yeah, here we go. Let's go. New show. And I'm gonna go. That fucking
Get ready, says Tim Burchett. Okay, I'm ready, Tim.
Yeah,
Let's
Tim.
talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments below. Okay, yeah, this is kind of funny. All right, from Ask a Poll, of course, Representative Tim Burchett on next House UAP hearing. Get ready. Okay, yeah. Ask a Poll asks, do you have an update on a further UAP hearing? Burchett, I do, and I can't tell you. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for that. He says, I can't tell you. Get ready. Okay, well, I really appreciate them keeping this under wraps. Apparently, they spilled the beans a little too early last time around. They had a list of names of witnesses they were going to bring forward, and then a lot of those witnesses were scared away. Even NASA itself stepped in to help scare away one or more of these witnesses, leaving them with the three that we had. Now, there are three great witnesses, obviously, and of course, David Grush is the standout. But they're all terrific. So, you know, hopefully in the next group of whistleblowers, we will start getting David Grush's 40 whistleblowers. I'm hoping we'll just get 3 a month, every month for a year. That's what I'm really hoping for. Keep it in the public consciousness at the forefront. I think that'd be a brilliant strategy. I hope that's what happens. I understand them not wanting to come forward, talking more about it until it's locked in or until it's done. But what a tease, man. What a tease. Speaking of Matt Laszlo, he says, no, we have some questions, Mr. President. Yeah, we do. We do. Pony up with the UFOs already. Okay, Representative Burleson, though, has an interesting take here. Okay, let's just get into this. Yes, also, on the Oversight Committee, ask what happened with your plan to hire UFO whistleblower David Grush? Because there had been talks about him joining Congress as, some sort of functionary or something. Burleson said, what we determined is that we really wouldn't have as much authority as a staffer, an individual staffer for me per se, like if I hired him directly. The other important thing is that it would be difficult to hire him to take up one role/position in a congressional office with very few for that specific purpose. So I was trying to get him to be a shared role, but even then we've determined that he would be limited as to what he can do. We need a better committee, a committee that has dedicated staff. Otherwise, we're going to continue to just fumble around in the dark. Well, I've got a good role for David Grush. If the Schumer Rounds amendment does get revamped, if the review board gets put in place requiring an intelligence official as part of the review board, obviously my first pick would be David Grush. So, but we'll see if that actually happens. But check this out. The more I reflect on it, says Eric Burleson, the more I realize that the key takeaway from the Arrow briefing is that they didn't have answers and they didn't have data for two of the biggest UAP events in recent history. What they did was they showed us a lot of known UAP events and they debunked them. And I felt like they adequately, in my mind, did that. What? Yes, of course they debunked them. That's what they do, Eric Burleson. And they're not going to show the good stuff because that's the opposite of what they do. Okay. But continuing, I found it interesting that they say there's nothing top secret about ET UFOs. The only thing that is top secret is any of our technology that might have been involved. So Eric Burleson says UFOs aren't classified. It's our technology that's classified. So does that mean all UFOs are our technology? Well, since this goes back, to Roswell in likely way back before Roswell, maybe the dawn of human history, if not before, probably not our tech. probably not our tech. But if he is being told that UFOs themselves aren't classified, that's interesting. I mean, obviously, he seems to be getting this information from Arrow. Nothing they say can be believed, and they say that UFOs don't exist. So how can you classify something that doesn't exist?
Yeah,
I hope at some point Burleson actually does some research on the UFO issue and catches up to speed on all of this, because currently his stances on this are a little bit underwhelming. Speaking of NASA, Michelangelo has this to say. NASA has little to say about UFOs as the anniversary of the study team reports release nears. Now, almost a year after the NASA team's findings were released, follow-up inquiries made by the debrief appear to convey NASA officials' reluctance to discuss the agency's status regarding the UAP issue. Beginning in June, the debrief inquired with several NASA officials involved with the agency's recent UAP efforts, seeking clarity on any progress that had been made since the release of the independent study team's report. NASA continues to review the UAP independent study team's report recommendations and determine next steps, a NASA spokesman said. The spokesperson provided no additional guidance on why several months that had been required for additional review of the report's findings, nor any further indication of what the agency's next steps on UAP might entail, or whether any had already been determined by NASA at this time. The debrief also reached out to Mark McInerney, who was officially revealed as the agency's new director of UAP research last September, shortly after NASA Administrator Bill Nelson announced the new position within his agency last year. However, McInerney, that's the pronunciation I'm going with, did not respond to the debrief's request for an update on his agency's progress on
Definitely a debunker.
So, yeah, well, what's going on with NASA? They announced this study of UAP, and they have gone radio silent. Did they find something? I mean, obviously NASA found something a long time ago, but this is interesting anyway. Speaking of interesting, check out this crazy UFO video posted by Think Tank on Twitter. By the way, epileptic warning on this. So if you're epileptic, close your eyes for the next minute. Okay, but look at this. So you saw that weird thing in the sky. It seemed to shine a shaft of light. Boom! Look at that, guys. Wow. Look at that. What in the world is going on in Lima, Peru? What the heck is that thing?
Dang.
I mean, is this a laser show? Is this a drone? Is this the craziest firework ever made? Or is this something more anomalous? Let me know your thoughts on this crazy thing.
Something
but here
more
it is
anomalous.
again. It began as this little point of light shining a shaft of light. Okay, here we go. There we go. There's a little point of light shining the shaft of light, and then it kind of goes dark, and then a little bit later it pops into existence. Boom! Look at that! Look at that! That's crazy. What is this? What is this? I want to know. I don't think it's anomalous. I'm sure this is just some sort of a light show or something. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. But what I do think is anomalous is this excellent Dragon UAP footage sent to me by Dr. Robert Shape. He didn't film this himself. This was filmed at an air show, the Columbus Air Show. And check this out, guys. Now, this is super slow down, super duper slow down, but you can clearly see these objects going behind that plane. Look at that. Look at that. At first, I wasn't sure because of the dark colors of the objects that they were just blending in with the dark coloration, but that does not appear to be that case because they emerge right from there where it's not dark. Yeah, and right there. So yeah, it's not because of the dark coloration of the plane blending in. Those are clearly going behind that object, that plane. That is interesting. That is great UAP footage. I love it. That is coming from this air show. This full video you can watch.
It's crazy that they show up at the air show. I haven't been able to identify the exact part of the show that it's coming from. It's a 30-minute video.
some nice aerial activity here. Pretty good stuff. I assume it's coming from around here where we have the 4 jets, but I can't identify the exact moment because in the video we just saw they don't have smoke. So right there, there we go. I got it. There we go. Okay, I'm so excited. All right, I was looking for that. Can I find it again? There. Woo! Love it. Okay, right around the 20-minute, 13-second mark, something like that. I'll let you watch the full thing. You slow it down, whatever speed you want. I'll link to the full video right around the 20-minute, 13 mark. Meanwhile, UAP Sightings Daily, the YouTube channel, has been using AI to enhance existing footage of potentially anomalous stuff, like UFOs and structures on Mars. Ooh. Okay, these are apparently pictures of Mars taken from this website right here, and he has used AI to enhance them. And look at that. It really does look like a structure. It's got doorways and may even have a window there. Really interesting stuff. Is AI interpreting it correctly? Is AI using its own pareidolia? I think I said that right. Or is it showing us the way it really looks? Because, I have a hard time believing that, that is a natural feature. So let me know what you think. Are we looking at an alien structure, or, hey, who knows, an Atlantean structure or something like that on the surface of Mars? By the way, that was sent to me by Martin. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. That was a fun one. Also, check this out. This is another one from the same source, also sent by Martin. This is the original photo, and they've used AI to beef it up, this UFO over a volcano of Colima, Mexico. This is crazy, guys. I love it. Look at that. Okay, going back and forth is annoying, but look, okay, this is the AI reconstruction of this image. Yeah, that's what it looks like before, and that's what it looks like after. Okay, before the hand gets involved. Now, all right, check it out. This beautiful UFO, beautiful mountain too. Just a great shot. This is, I think, from a live stream that was recording like every so on seconds, every 15 seconds or something. It was taking a shot, and it got this. And here's the blow up with a couple of enhancements on it. You can see this kind of blue-green tinge over here, what clearly looks like a doorway or a window.
That's crazy.
Clearly a structured object, like a classic flying saucer. Who knows about any of this, guys, but this could be an amazing enhancement, an AI enhancement of an actual UFO. I tend to believe this is probably legit, but let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Meanwhile, Jose de la Rios Lopez shares with us more artwork from pre-Columbian times depicting the Nazca beings. I mean, just look at that head, look at those fingers. Those are clearly depicting the Nazca beings. Nice art too. And I would love to have this analyzed and studied, as well as all the other artwork that clearly seems to be showing the Nazca beings. Meanwhile, check this out, guys. Check this out, drones. Drones navigating through a forest on their own. This is nuts, guys. How crazy is this technology going to get? Where is all of this going to go? I don't know.
To your mom's house, Chad.
Navigating around the tilted bamboo.
That's where I'm going.
Very impressive technology. I mean, I've got to say, and it's pretty cool just from that point of view. But I do kind of worry about where this is all going. But hey, maybe you're more optimistic. Let me know what you think. Now, this is really interesting. This is from Ashiana Dean. I have read about the first half of her book, The Voyagers, The Sleeping Abductees. She's a contactee with a high-level experience and had fascinating information to share. The Voyagers is one of these big picture books. Like the book.
Why you guys love Biden so much? You keep talking about him. You must love him. Why do you want to sniff his hair?
Shows you the a version
Fucking hair
of the
sniffing
bigger
MF.
truth. There are discrepancies between each version, so I don't know which one, if any, is actually the true version. But they're all fascinating to read and to consider. And the Voyager is dense, it's heavy, there's a lot to keep track of. I eventually
Subscribe or you'll get knifed in your sleep.
But I need to get back into it because it was super fascinating. Anyway, here is what she had to say about rebuilding your higher DNA strands through your consciousness.
I've been told that's not pleasant on your telomeres.
Play the whole thing, but here is a portion of it.
That's one of the first primary things in learning to build DNA.
You wanna
is
fuck
realizing
up your
you have this higher self,
telomeres.
and it's located within the ultra-high frequency bands of the third dimension. It used to be part of who you are down here, except they did a genetic thing to us that took out certain bass tones and overtones that didn't
It's
allow
gonna be
those
sick.
frequencies to
You're
plug
gonna
in,
love
so
it.
it created division of consciousness. What was whole, that higher level of our perception and cognition, and this level.
Dude, look at Smurf. Look at this guy.
We understood so much more from that level.
Yeah,
Well,
look at that. Rest easy tonight, bro. 14 months.
It makes it so those portions of identity can't plug into these portions, and that's one of the things that was
Dude,
done.
awakening is higher
So
consciousness.
one of our first healing things is to learn to
To Chris
access our higher
Isaacs.
self, and as we do that, we're starting to
Chris Isaacs awakens your
plug
third
in
eye.
those sound tones that were taken out.
Everyone knows that.
in the first place. And there is a whole
Or,
process.
you know,
that's
some
once
people
you
know that.
integrate the higher
I know
self,
that. You know that.
it's not over from there. Then you have your harmonic 2 level of identity, which is your soul level
Harmonic
identity.
key level
It's
identities.
you. It's your consciousness at the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensional
Come on, you.
frequency bands. And there are certain things that have to take place in your DNA and in your bioenergetic field in order for that consciousness to embody itself in this body.
It's coming
So
home,
there-
lads.
Okay, I'll let you watch the rest of it at your leisure, but I think
Yeah, I
this
gotta
is a
nominate my
fascinating
chakras first.
concept, of our higher selves intentionally split from our self down here.
God, wouldn't it be sick if you died and you like went to the 4th dimension? And you were just like, whoa, what the fuck? And you would like, yeah, what if they found out that like you had smoked like fucking future DMT?
What you think about this?
And that's what our lives are just fucking, you know.
If you've enjoyed this video, please give me
What
a
if
thumbs
we
up,
are the
notifications,
mechanical
smash the
being
like
elves?
button, the subscribe button, and the bell to be
What
notified
if that's
of
us?
future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join
Talking
me
to
on
ourselves,
social media, Facebook,
and that's what it looks
Twitter.
like.
I'd love to see you guys there. If you wanted to support Cosmo Bro,
Whoa.
consider grabbing a coffee mug.
Yeah, what if DMT like wakes you up for a brief
Or
second?
by becoming a channel.
Like, wait a minute.
Channel members are rock
I
stars,
thought I lived
and
on
really
Earth.
appreciate you guys.
No,
Thank you.
you live on
Meanwhile,
Mega
there's plenty of
Earth.
other videos on the channel, and I'll see you guys next time.
You know,
This is
Tesseract
Cosmo Bro,
Earth.
Signing out.
Cosmic Chode Earth. Been pretty sick, right? And the debunkers were the debunkies on that Earth. I dream of a world where the debunkers are the debunkies. Where Lucky Louie is banned from social media. I think that's Al's homeworld, isn't it? Jason's doing it.
Traveling with this cool party.
It's fun. I guess none of you all want to fall in love. You just want to keep playing wicked games. You want to keep playing poly tricks. You know? Keep your fucking third eye all fucking shriveled shut. Shriveled. God, what does that even feel like? Like, oh, I just believe in material reality that I can see and process with my antiquated eyeballs. I don't believe in consciousness. Tesseract Earth. Tessa Earth. Debunky Earth. Debunkalypse. Zeta's cousin's the dictator. What if... Look, I'm fucking spitting over here. I got some fucking ideas. Some ideas.
But anyways, good to see you. Welcome in.